Good morning, SMP Nation. Blaine Austin here with Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 2 of SewFest. Guys, we hope that y'all are rested, energetic, and ready to go because we got another packed day today of education, demonstration, and great pricing. So, man, we're so happy you're here, and we're super pumped today because we've got some great educational sessions. But before I get too deep into the show, I got to thank our sponsors because I tell you what, if we didn't have the partnership with our sponsors, we couldn't put this on. And so platinum sponsors was Handy Quilter, the Grace Company, and Brother. The gold sponsors were Juki, Baby Lock, Janome, Brewer, and Cubot. Silver sponsors, Aero Cabinets, Bernina, King Quilter 2. Bronze sponsors, So Steady, and Durkee Hoops, and Stay Perfect. So got to say a big shout out there to some of the SMP Nation watching today. We got Yvonne Hudson here in California watching. So good morning, Yvonne. Lynn Thacker over in Kentucky. So hey, Lynn, how are you today? We have a Scrappy Quilter in Michigan watching. We have Belinda Bryan, our buddy down in Florida. So good morning, Belinda. We have BJ, it's Atnip? Atnip. BJ Atnip. In Tennessee. So, man, I love Tennessee. So over in Tennessee, we have Doreen Warren at Visalia, California, another California girl out here. We have Anita Jackson down in Tampa, Florida. Sarah C. in Florida. We have Susan Yates over in Georgia. So good morning, Susan. We have Nancy Fitzpatrick in Ohio and Amy Van Hornbeck, right? Yes. Is that right, Roger? I think Van Hornbeck. That's how I yeah. So Amy's in Pittsburgh. So good morning, Amy. So good morning to the rest of the SMP Nation. We know we got some of our regular SMP Nation people out there today. So good morning to all y'all. And guys, today we have got really cool people coming on the show and some educational sessions. So this morning, the first educational session is going to be at 11 a.m. Pacific time. And that is going to be Jennifer Gleich from Brother, and she's going to do a project with the XJ2 and the brand new Print Moda. And so she's going to be demoing both of those machines and showing how they work together and creating a project for an hour-long project, which, man, I cannot wait. If y'all don't know Jennifer, she is super talented. And, man, I tell you what, I took a class at Brother Convention with her, and we did a project making our own fabric, and then we actually sewed a bag and made a bag on a sewing machine and did embroidery and sewing, and it was just a great little project. And so I'm excited to see what she has in store for us. And then our second one is going to be Carly Bell, and she's going to have a class called Patches Made Easy. And so super excited about Carly going to be on here. Y'all have seen Carly before. She's from Louisiana, and she's going to start show. I think she's going to use probably, no telling what machine she's going to use, but I know she has the new Brother XJ2. She also has that Brother PR1X, one needle. So I think she's going to show the matrix feature, how you can make multiple patches in one hooping. And so I'm excited to see what she's going to do there. So that's going to be pretty cool. And then we're going to kick the show off this morning, first thing with Aero Cabinets. And we got Harley Thomas in the house. So guys, I got to tell y'all funny things. So if y'all watched yesterday and you saw us with Aero, they said they wanted us to guess where they had a Mountain Dew and a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup hidden in one of the chairs. They had 10 chairs. And both Kyle and I immediately guessed it. And we said the Baron black chair. Well, lo and behold, the Mountain Dew and the Reese's was in the black chair. And so I said, well, what do we win? And he said, well, we're going to, what do you call it? DoorDash. He said, we're going to DoorDash you some Mountain Dew and some Reese's. So, you know, we just thought he was joking. We were sitting here. All of a sudden, a delivery person comes in with a bunch of bags, and they had 2 6-packs of Mountain Dew, 2 or 3 different styles of Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, Oreo cookies, 2 different types of Oreo cookies. So a whole big Thanks. So I text Harley. I said, dude, this is awesome. Thank you for doing it. And he said, well, we got to keep the sugar flowing for y'all to keep y'all pumped. So we are pumped today, and I hope that you are too. And so Harley and them will be here just in a few minutes, and we'll get to get them on. So hopefully Harley, I don't know if I want to see Harley on Mountain Dew or Reese's. He's pretty pumped as it is, isn't he? So, but anyway, guys, we had a great time yesterday with them and all that. So another good time today. We have got so many great demonstrations today as well. Some more new products that you're going to get to see here first. And yesterday was a phenomenal day. Man, I tell you what, our warehouse manager texted me and said, what the heck are y'all doing over there? Said they had so many orders that came in yesterday. They had to work overtime to try to get everything shipped. And and then they're getting 17 pallets of baby lock in today. So he's like, man, what are you doing to me? I said, well, we have to keep flowing the supplies to the people. So we had a big order coming in this morning, and they had a big bunch of stuff to ship out. So thank y'all so much for yesterday and all your orders. We sure do appreciate it. And we hope that y'all are excited about the pricing that we have, because we're working really hard to have some great pricing. And I'm telling you, Kyle, yesterday, I was blown away by the King Quilter price. I mean, I don't know if y'all, the people that watched yesterday were blown away by that, but we have our King Quilter 2. We have the best special we've ever had on it since we've started with the machine. And we're going on 5 years now that we've had this machine out. And this is by far the best price we've ever had. And you can get our King Quilter 18-inch long arm with a frame for under $5,000. And we have it set up now. You can even get a 10 or 12 foot frame with it. Now the small 5-foot frame, you can get it under, we're putting a little foot frame with it for under $5,000, but you can get a 10 or 12 foot frame for only $500 more. And then you can get the whole shebang with robotics for under $10,000. So if you've ever wanted to get into quilting, now would be the time. So really excited about that. And then we got a lot of other new products. Got some new machines that we showed yesterday. We got some more new machines we're going to show, today. So, but guys, you probably wondered about what is SewFest. Well, SewFest, guys, is a celebration of National Sewing Month. And, how we're celebrating it is we're having a garment sewing contest. So we had the opened up for admissions a while back, or submissions, and you could submit your garment in, and you had to do pictures. Well, that has closed. We've opened it up for voting. Now you can go vote on your favorite one that you see. Voting is going to be open till Thursday midnight Pacific time. And how you go find that is just go to smplive.tv. There's a link on there, or you can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. On our homepage, there's a banner that says SewFest. Just click on that. It'll take you to the SewFest page. Once you get there, at the very top, it says Gallery. Just click on Gallery, and that'll take you, and you can see all the different pictures that were submitted for the garment contest. And just go vote on the one you like the best. And you can do 2 votes a day. And so I'd encourage y'all to go check them out. There's some really, really nice stuff on there. And we have so many talented sewers out there. And if you win that, whoever gets the most votes wins. And we're going to have the top 3 vote getters, and they all get a prize package. They all get ribbons that they can put on their garments. And the number 1 person gets a Golden Scissors trophy that we give away for every festival. They're going to get that. So it's a really awesome thing. And then you ask, well, how can I participate in the prizes that y'all give away? Guys, we're giving over $100,000 worth of product away this week. Nobody in the industry is matching that. So you are at the right place. Every single day, we're giving a ton of stuff away. And then we're having what we call the Dream Studio giveaway. One lucky person is going to win a $25,000 Dream Studio to basically outfit your whole sewing room and really upgrade everything you have in there. So we give you a good variety of everything. And I think, Kennedy, if you could put that on the screen and show everybody all the things for the Dream Studio giveaway, it's pretty impressive, all the things that you're going to get. And it's real easy to win, guys. All you have to do is just participate in the show. Go like, subscribe to our channels, go make comments, ask questions on either Facebook or YouTube. That's going to get you in to win. And it's going to get you in to win our drawings. We're going to do drawings randomly throughout the day. And then late this afternoon, we are going to pick our second finalist for that Dream Studio giveaway. And then on Friday, we'll pick our fifth finalist. We'll put all 5 names in a hat, and I'm going to draw the names out live on air right in front of you so you can see it. But yesterday, our first finalist was Lisa. Don't know her last name, but Lisa was our first finalist yesterday. And so she's already in the hat for the Friday drawing for the grand prize. But look at that on the screen right now, guys. That's the Dream Studio giveaway. Look, you got that Juki X3000. You've got the Stay Perfect 2-tier table. You have the Handy Quilter Amaro sit-down quilting machine. You have that Brother 3000 Air Threader Serger, the Brother Print Moda, and then the Pathfinder from Baby Lock. So think about adding that to your existing sewing room and how awesome all that stuff would be. So every one of y'all have a chance. And like I said, this afternoon, we're going to pick that second finalist out of everybody who's watching today. And so it's exciting. I love doing this. And man, I can't wait till Friday and we get to see who won all the contests and who gets to win that Dream Studio. And what's awesome about this, if you get picked as a finalist like Lisa right now, she was our finalist from yesterday, she is guaranteed a prize package. So all 5 people are going to win something. One person's going to win the Dream Studio. The other 4 are going to win a prize package. So it's going to be pretty awesome just to get in that hat for a drawing and just see what you win. So got a big show for you today, guys. Got a long rest of the week. So we're ready to get started. Are y'all ready to get going this morning? All right, I got my partners in here. We got Roger, we got Kyle and Kennedy here. Next door, we've got all of our chatters. We have Raina, Rhonda, and Melinda this morning. They're going to be monitoring the chat on Facebook and YouTube. So if y'all have questions, you can ask them. They're going to answer on there for you. And then we have our whole customer service and sales teams at the call center standing by, waiting on your calls. Today, if it gets too busy on the phones, Kyle, throughout the day, he's going to put a link in the chat. It's called Google Sheets. And the Google Sheets, all you have to do is hit that link. It opens up into Google Sheets. You go put your name, your phone number, and the item that you're interested in. It gets updated in the call center on their screens, real time. They can see it as soon as it pops up. And what they're going to do, as soon as they get off the phone, they're going to call you an outbound call. So make sure, so if you can't get through on the phones, that's another way you're going to guarantee to get in. Because yesterday it was crazy, crazy busy. Had a huge day in orders yesterday, and I suspect we're going to have that again today. So make sure you get through. If you have patience with them, and again, if you can't get through on the phone lines and you don't want to leave a message, just do the Google Sheets and we'll call you. All right, y'all ready to get going? Let's get Harley, and I don't know who's with Harley this morning. Is it Jerry? Scott? Oh, I didn't see it. Okay. So we have Harley Thomas. He's the VP of E-commerce sales at Aero Cabinets, and we got Scott Aaron. Who's his last name? Ed Hart. Okay, Scott Ed Hart. He's a director of sales at Aero, and man, I can't wait for them guys to get here. So welcome these guys to the show.
Good morning,
Good morning,
Blaine.
Everyone. And I could be
Scott.
Jerry
Hey,
if you
Harley.
need me to. I
Yes,
could be
sir.
Jerry.
Well, hey, Scott, you're good. So, hey, Harley, got to tell you, everybody here this morning is just flying off the wall because we drank so much Mountain Dew and ate so much Reese's peanut butter cups.
Well, I sent you some Oreos too because I figured, but they were skinny ones. They were the thin ones.
Where am I?
Well, all you have to do is put 3 together, and it doesn't matter if they're skinny.
Double stuff, skinny.
I like the way you
thin.
think, sir.
Yeah, he thinks great. So, and Blaine, we're going to have a great show today. We had a lot of orders yesterday. A lot of stuff's already palletized and on the way out the door with FedEx this morning to your customers.
Awesome.
And it's
1, 2, 3.
We're going to have another thing today. We're going to have an awesome day. We've got some great deals today we're going to talk about, and some limited time specials, right? Some call-in deals.
We do. And, again, I wanted to tell everybody, guys, all the cabinets you're seeing on the show today, we got great specials on every one of them. And what's great about Harley and his team is as soon as we get the order in, they're going to ship it out. And a lot of stuff went out yesterday that got ordered yesterday. So you're going to get the turnaround extremely fast. But Harley, I'm going to get out here. I'm going to be back in about 30 minutes and let everybody know how y'all can get all these specials. And I'm going to let y'all get going. Y'all got a lot to cover.
See you in a bit. Thanks, Blaine. Good morning, everybody. I'm Harley Thomas, joined with
Scott Ehart. I'm not as pretty as Valerie, but I will do the best I can.
That's right. Scott, this is Scott's first time with this lovely audience. We are excited to be with you guys today. The Mountain Dew Man. Well, thanks, Celeste. You know, I figured if I did a deal with Blaine, I had to follow through. Otherwise, I will hear about it forever and ever and ever.
Is it Mountain Dew Man or Kool-Aid Man? Which one's better?
I don't know what's better. The Kool-Aid Man. I kind of look like the Kool-Aid Man. We're going to try not to do that, though. So we are going to get, everyone's welcoming you, Scott.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
So we're going to talk. We've got some great cabinets for you today, something different than what you've seen at other shows. We have one new well, actually, we have two
Two new cabinets.
Two new cabinets to talk to you about
Ooh.
today. So make sure you fill out that Google sheet. Let Kyle and the gang know. The call center will call you back if you're not able to get through and the lines are busy. But I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about
which one is this?
3 cabinets. This is the Aussie cabinet.
It's our Aussie.
So we're talking, it's Aussie. It's as big as the Down Under because it's the massive work surface. That's what this one's known for. Expansive work surface. And the expansive work surface is
work surfers.
Work surfers.
Work surfers. Work surface.
Work surface.
Words are hard.
Did I say surface?
Paradise.
It is. It's really nice.
Paradise of work surface.
So, and this cabinet, as we know, the most important thing is, will my machine actually fit in said cabinet?
That is important.
But the size of this, when it's fully open, Ethan's got a great shot of it here.
How long is this, Harley?
You know, when it's
what do we got here?
Open,
end to end.
You're talking, it's 8.5 feet. My arms are not wide enough. Yesterday I was wide enough to do a few of those. 8.5
Where's
feet.
Jerry? We need him to lay on it.
So is my tape measure 8.5 feet? I don't think it is.
I don't know.
Let's see how big this is.
Dun, dun,
Oh,
dun.
oh.
Wait, we're twisted.
It's pretty close. Oh, it is. Look at that. 8.5 feet. That's really long.
Look at that.
That's
100
long.
inches.
Plus,
You can do a lot of project with 100 inches.
That is 45.5 inches deep.
With the quilt leaf on the back, guys.
That's almost 4 feet.
Yes.
So you've got lots of room to work. I could wear this as a necklace today or a bow tie because I might need it again. I will need it again.
It's Taco Tuesday. I think tape measure bow ties go with Taco Tuesday. I'm not sure how. I haven't worked it out yet.
It could.
But it could.
It could. So this cabinet, the Aussie, it's one of our 3 premier cabinets. Yesterday we showed the Kangaroo and Joey. Today we're showing the Aussie. And the nice part about this, as big as it is, it can get really small. And the key thing about a sewing cabinet, why is a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet? We're going to show you. Let me put the leaf down here so that I can. We're going to
space saving. It's magic.
Space saving, and it's this guy right here. Here, we're gonna do the lift first. Well, we could close it up first. I could put it down. See, if we want to put it away, we just do this. Do that. We put our acrylic insert back there.
Right over the top.
Unlatch me, sir. I got a J hook there on the end.
And from 100 feet.
100 inches.
100 feet.
That's
wow.
amazing.
Now that's work surface.
I can reach this. Now it's 4 feet.
4 by
2
2
feet. Really, really great. And you can lock it. So you can lock it, keep everybody out of it.
So completely closed and completely lockable.
We open it up just like that. I'm going to lock this in place so it doesn't move.
That's important.
It's very important. Oh, let's do this.
3-position hydraulic lift.
I'm in a free arm position. Isn't that neat? And then I got this.
And flatbed sewing.
I didn't time us, but that was under 30 seconds.
That was
We're
quick.
up and sewing.
Everything at your fingertips in one place, ready to sew in under a minute. And that is amazing.
Ethan will do another shot for me here as I roll.
And what chair pattern is that?
Oh, this is Baroness Black.
Baroness Black.
Hey, Ethan, look at that. Look at this great flatbed sewing. I can sew right here. It's totally smooth. My shoulders are not arched up. I can just push my material right through, put the quilt leaf up on the back.
Perfect.
Scott, your last quilt you made.
I am a quilter for the YouTube world. Yes.
Scott Quilts.
That is my Instagram handle, Scott Quilts. My wife made me change it.
And Scott was talking about his traps were starting to hurt because he was sewing on a dining room table when he started the first time. He's like,
yes, I now appreciate it. Flatbed sewing. And the other piece, we actually don't talk about it, and maybe all the sewists out there, you might have the same thing. Not being in this flatbed sewing position, I was fighting my quilt coming up over my table and then up over the sewing deck. Having it, so actually, I have a cabinet now. It's a great thing of working for Arrow, but not having to fight what I'm sewing on and fight the actual deck of the machine is absolutely wonderful. My project flows so much smoother. The biggest thing, Blaine, I have to throw you a shout out. I actually got my Janome from Sewing Machines Plus. So thank you for that. Quick shout out to Blaine.
And that's the best part about it. It's all about comfort so you can sew longer and enjoy yourself more. I've rolled this Kiwi in, and this is the Kiwi. We're going to tell you more about the Kiwi because it's free. This month,
it's
free.
Free.
$699 value. It's free when you purchase this cabinet. Uh-oh, we're caught on a cord. We have so many cords in the studio.
Lots of cords.
Lots of cords. It's a great studio.
It makes the world go round. Cords.
The nice thing about the Kiwi is, Ethan, is this our best aerial shot, sir? I don't know if you can go high, do bird's eye view or anything. We can show kind of the whole. We also, on this side, we have a caddy.
Too tall.
We got to move you in a little. We've got this caddy here, which allows you to actually, now Scott's in the middle of like a U.
Yes.
And
I can cut. I can press. I can turn to sew. Now, Harley, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm a little bit broader.
This is too close for you, isn't it?
Wait, can we do something with that?
Why don't we take it like this?
It's
we actually
magic.
Move it, and it actually has a home over here as well.
And it locks in. And the great thing, too, is you can actually roll up in here into this cabinet if you're doing any other piecing work over here.
Here, I'm halfway on the camera.
There you go.
I could be a grandchild.
You're my Frankie girl.
I am like your Frankie girl.
Frankie's my 3-year-old, and she likes to do bracelets with me.
And Scott's going to show me how to sew. I could sew here. I could sew on the back of the quilt leaf.
Yes.
I could sit back there. But it's a great way to have some family fun and really get people involved.
And look at the room here.
You didn't smack your knee, Kathleen
I did.
says.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's wonderful. You can slide right under. And Ethan, are we able to show? We do have the drawer storage with the caddy, as well as there's room for a serger under here too. I don't know if the camera can see it. But look at that. We have a full serger with spools. Sewing World, I'm not at surging level yet. Give me a couple months. I'll get there.
You'll get there. And so that's on that side. That's all considered the Aussie.
This is just the Aussie. Yes.
Just the Aussie.
Then talk about Kiwi.
Talk about the Kiwi.
Can we turn it this way?
Yes,
Look at this. That's what I like. Drawer storage, everyone. I am learning how important storage is for all of my things, as Janet will call them. All of my things.
Removable thread storage.
Thread storage.
Wonderful. Good thing to have.
Soft close drawer.
And you get 2 of these thread storages.
And that's included. And just so everyone is aware, cutting mat, pressing mat, and thread storage are all included with the free Kiwi purchase. That is not something extra. It's not an extra accessory. It all comes together as one package. Casey, you are so correct. You can never have enough storage.
And there is lots and lots of rooms.
Yes.
This cabinet, Ethan, we're gonna go back to the lift opening. This cabinet will fit about 85% of the machines on the market. It has what we call an A7 opening. So it's 23¼ inches wide. Let's get to the right side.
Are we doing inches or millimeters?
Inches.
For all you metric fans.
When you measure from the knob on this side, I'll let Ethan change his camera. He's working on it. Because we want to measure from the knob to here and measure and make sure it fits. This is the place, if you want lots of work surface, this is the one for you. And the storage, the Kiwi doubles the storage on here. So it's 23½ wide. And then from front to back, your machine should fit, but I believe it's like 12½. So this is the Aussie, comes with the free Kiwi. It's a limited time special. It's our biggest sale of the year for these cabinets.
Yes.
Because you're getting a $699 value included with the purchase of the Aussie.
With the purchase. And like Harley had stated already, the caddy is part of the Aussie. Kiwi is the free cabinet. So essentially, you're actually getting 3 cabinets.
You are.
For the price of 2.
Yeah.
It's the best special of the year.
But money can't buy you pockets. So it also comes with pockets. He's our mascot for
There's
kangaroo
pockets.
cabinets. So there's pockets.
There's pockets.
He's cute. He wants to be on the ride with you as you sew your projects. So this is the Aussie cabinet. Blaine will get to all the pricing and the fabulous specials they have for today's event. So we're going to take a quick break, put this away, and come back with more of an entry-level cabinet. It's feature-rich considering what it has with it. You guys are going to go, wow, is that wonderful. Oh, Blaine, you're back.
You're going to love it.
While you're making the switch, Harley, I'll go ahead and tell them about this cabinet. So
that sounds like a great plan, sir. We'll see you back in just a minute.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the overlay of this Aero cabinet, and we're going to tell you how you can get it and the price of it and all the great stuff behind it. And waiting on Kennedy. There we go. All right, guys, this is the Aussie 2 cabinet. The price on this is $19.99. And guess what? You're going to get that Kiwi cabinet absolutely free with it. Guys, you're going to get this in 3 different colors. You're going to be able to get it in the teak, which is that cherry-looking color. You're going to be able to get it in the gray, and the one on the screen is the ash white, as they call it. Again, guys, we're going to ship this nationwide absolutely free right to your doorstep. And we have a call-in special on it. So give us a call and get that great special SewFest pricing. And guys, we also have some financing available for you. But yeah, give us a call and get that SewFest pricing on this. And so 800-401-8151. And but anyway, this is the Aussie 2 with the Kiwi cabinet. And guys, again, this thing is absolutely huge. And so again, let me give you a little bit. It's 101, like 100.5 inch, I guess you could say, wide when it's all opened up. It's 80.25 inches deep, and it is 29.5 inches tall. So this thing is absolutely huge. I mean, when you fold this thing out, it's huge. But here's the great thing about it. When it's closed, it's 49.75 inches wide, 22.25 inches deep. So it is extremely compact when you fold it all in. So guys, this is a really great cabinet. If you've got the room to expand it into your room, and then you can just fold it all up and push it over in the corner of the wall, in the room, and you're good. So, all right, guys, well, let's go back to Harley and Ed, and we'll see, or Scott, I'm sorry, Harley and Scott. Yeah. And so let's go back to them. I think they got the other cabinet ready to go. So guys,
we do. Thank you, Blaine. Appreciate it.
I've been called worse, so we're okay.
So we're going to move along. That was the Aussie cabinet. And what we talked about, it comes to your house in a few boxes. I'll say easy assembly because it's not bad at all.
Mm-hmm.
Lifetime warranty on it. The manual's awesome. We have excellent award-winning customer service, which you'll find if you ever call our customer service group. An actual person is going to answer the phone.
An actual person here in Wisconsin
is
the best part.
They're right here.
Right outside my office.
So I'm sure we're going to get critiqued on today's live stream from them, Scott. They love to watch
I would
the live
expect
stream.
nothing less.
Me either. Now, this is Harriet.
This is brand new for us. Brand new product.
Harriet is a wonderful, wonderful one. What is the size of this one closed up? Well, that's why we're starting closed up. So the Harriet is, I got to find my cue card. Otherwise I have to measure
This
it.
is your space saver. If you're working in a small footprint, but you need a lot of cabinet, this is the one for you.
It's about 3.5 feet by 20 inches. So it's pretty small when you start thinking about size.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
3.5 feet. But let's look. Oh, here, should we show 3.5 feet? I keep going to the wrong end of this darn tape measure.
It's okay. We got to represent Canada.
3.5 feet. So 41.25 inches.
Just under.
Just under. So now When we open it up,
Dun, dun, dun.
this side has a support piece and a little leaf that pops up. Easy.
Super easy.
The door supports that side. The machine is in storage. You know, you could have had this in a guest bedroom
and never know.
or in a multi-purpose living room. You could have had this anywhere because close up, it just looks like a piece of furniture. You could put a lamp on it.
Looks like a
Any
cabinet.
room. And then when you want to sew, you just kind of
1, 2,
grab
3.
it, push it up. There you go.
So we're Chatty Cathy's, but even as Chatty Cathy's, that's under a minute. It's open. Your sewing machine's up. Inserts
We
ready.
got a custom insert.
And you're sewing.
Oh, I moved the machine. Uh-oh.
That's okay.
Crisis on live TV. There we go.
Scooch.
Scooch that way.
to the front.
Scooch that way. Scooch that
It's
way.
under the presser foot.
Oh, what did I do? Oh, that's what I did, Harley.
So,
Hey, Scott, somebody flipped it when they set it down over there.
oh, you know what? That
I
would
wonder
be
who that
me.
was. Somebody
So-
flipped it upside down on me. You
And-
know, you just wanted to see if I could work under pressure.
Work
I'm-
under pressure.
I'm
You eat pressure for
I'm
breakfast.
glistening now. That was too much stress. Okay, I have to leave. You're on your own.
So I'm on my own. Fantastic. In case that, to make sure that would never happen at home, you do have a wonderful arrow label with our customer service number to always know where that front corner is. So that was actually a demo point, Harley.
It was.
That had an intention.
I
and it
wish
was
I had something to
perfect.
hang on my hooks over there.
Oh, we need some embroidery hoops.
So we've got places for hoops. It's a big drawer down there, or a
Big pocket.
big box drawer,
Pocket
drawer.
box,
And we got some
storage.
big storage.
Storage solutions for you.
I mean, this is really, it's a very timeless design. When it was closed, you saw how cute it was. Open, looks great. Comes in 2 colors.
It
Comes
does.
in teak and white.
And
It's got a
white.
wood grain,
It does.
so ash white, technically. Has 4 drawers.
My favorite part, guys. I'm a righty, right hand storage. So it closes up completely. I love it because I have littles, but also right hand storage. I'm a righty. I like having all my things on the right side, which is where, for me, Kiwi comes in so fantastic because I can have all my things on the right side. With Harriet, it's built in.
And it has all the benefits of a larger cabinet at kind of a great price point.
Yes.
Yes, the surface is not as large. But for many people, this is all you need.
This is more than enough.
More than enough.
More than enough.
Right. Wait, those drawers are slammable. Very funny. I don't want to slam the drawers. So this is part of our Arrow sewing furniture line. So I'd say the biggest difference between this and the Kangaroo product line, it does not have soft close drawers.
It is a metal glide on that
But,
drawer,
yeah,
which
I
is
mean,
an upgrade
Look at
from
the
our
action on that.
previous.
It's a great upgrade from where the Arrow product line was.
What did we also upgrade for the Arrow cabinets?
You know, Scott, that's a wonderful question. I'm glad you
Hey.
asked that question. But,
Boom, boom,
you know,
boom.
The audience is either going to love us or really dislike us today.
Oh, they're going to love it.
As long as we keep moving along.
Yes.
Yes. We upgraded the lift on our Arrow product line. There used
You're
to be a
expert
single
with this now.
single piece of metal back here that had springs in it.
Mhm.
I got to go opposite direction, right?
Yeah.
And that was good. And it had been that way for 20 years. But now we've got dual rails. It's the same lift mechanism that we use in our Kangaroo product. So it's really easy to work.
Look at that. Just 1, 2, 3.
It pops right up, right?
Yeah.
So the nice part is it's always there for you in flatbed, free arm, or storage.
Or
position.
storage.
It's an Arrow product, so different than Kangaroo product. Comes with a 10-year warranty, but you're not going to need it, which is great. Fast shipping, same fast shipping
Same
as our
fast
other
shipping.
product. Assembly, pretty easy assembly. There it is in white and teak. Again, the opening size on this product is an A7, so it's
Yep,
the
same
same
as-
size opening.
Correct. As our Aussie.
But the Aussie has all that extra workspace. This is a little smaller, little less warranty, little less storage. But it all depends on what's going to work for you in your space, and will your machine fit? Ethan's got a graphic up there showing 23 3/4.
Oh, fancy
and
graphic,
12 something.
Ethan. I
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah, because this is the important part. Will my machine fit in here? And if your machine fits in here, it closes up. You do that. Oh, I have guests coming over. I need my guest room back.
Under a minute. It's
My
under
apartment.
30 seconds.
I need a place in my apartment to put it.
So I've been
There
kicked
you
to
go.
the basement. This is actually my sewing room. I have a corner in the basement. And
That's
this
not-
is lovely.
Did we say open? This was 7 feet wide. So it's 3.5 feet closed,
Yes.
double that because the entire top flips open.
So if I
7
do
feet.
my math, 7, 12, 84, that's only 16 inches difference
Kathleen,
than Outback.
yes, she can get rid of her
Excuse
folding
me,
table.
Ozzy. Yes,
She could buy this.
Get
Get rid of the folding
table.
You don't want it to bounce up. How big is the knee hole? Big. It's going to be, how wide is that? That's a really good question. We're not prepared. It's not on script.
2.5.
It's at least 2.5 feet. I'm going to say it's, am I in there? Yeah. 27 inches.
Yes.
So
Just short of 2.5 feet. That's all. Here, if you need, example, we are going to be pros at these
are you going to sit
inserts. Yeah. One-handed on the lift, guys. But I mean, just to kind of give you a reference, and I'm not a little guy by any means, maybe challenged in height compared to the other staff here. I'm the shortest one. But I mean, I've got all the room that you could possibly need when sewing.
Which is cool.
Which is fantastically cool.
It also comes with a fill plate here on the top when you're not using it. So we're going to go put Harriet away now. I'm going to roll out the Eleanor. We can do that right now.
Oh.
We can do it even on camera, right?
We can do it on camera. Are we making up for time?
No. Maybe.
Well, hey, Harley, while y'all are doing the switch again, I'm going to tell them how they can get this Harriet, okay?
Love it. Thanks, Blaine.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
All right, guys. So again, they're showing you the Harriet cabinet. It comes in 2 colors. It comes in that ash white and that teak color. And again, guys, this thing is just an awesome cabinet. The dimensions of the cabinet when it's open is 82 and 11/16 wide by 19 and 7/8 inches deep. Now, when it's all closed up, it goes down to the small size of 41 and 3/8 inches wide, 19 and 7/8 inches deep. It's going to be 31 and 1/8 inches tall. And that lift opening, as Harley was talking about, it's an A7, which is it's 23 and 3/4 inches wide by 12 and 1/2 inches deep. So again, if you think about your hand wheel on the right, all the way to the left of the machine, that's where you want to measure it and make sure you accommodate for any plugs and the cords and all that. So it'll go in there, but it's going to accommodate almost 90% of the machines on the market. Again, this thing has a 3-position hydraulic lift, allows you to go between the free arm, flatbed, and storage positions, compatible with the custom acrylic sewing insert to create a totally flush sewing surface, large lift opening. It's going to accommodate most of the machines on the market up to 55 pounds, 4 large drawers on the cabinet's right side to store the notions and accessories, and 4 interior embroidery hoop storage hooks. And so it's just, this thing's got it all, guys. Again, $999. We do have special financing available. We're going to ship this free nationwide right to your doorstep. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151 to place your order for this. And guys, if we get your order in earlier in today, they will get this thing shipped today. So that is how awesome this is. So again, let's go right back to Harley and Scott and let them show you this next cabinet.
Well, thank you, Blaine. I appreciate it. This working out really well with you going and covering stuff as we are just sitting around leaning, not doing a whole lot, just having some fun.
What's going on
going
here?
Up and down. Well, there was a question we didn't answer last time, Scott, from other listeners out there. This is so high, I can almost work this high.
It's as tall as me, Harley.
It's as tall as you. We're both vertically challenged, which is great. There was a question about inserts and using multiples inside either the Aussie or the Harriet cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can buy multiple inserts for multiple machines. So they are available at Sewing Machines Plus. And what you do is you give them the model number of your machine. They custom cut that insert just for your machine. So
for
it's
that
nice
cabinet.
and tight and snug for your cabinet. So it's pretty neat. This is Eleanor. And if I'm back here, can you guys see me or am I hiding? So Eleanor is an adjustable height table.
A power
electric single touch
memory setting.
4 program memory locations on it.
Yes.
Has an additional thing on the side. Scott touched it as it was going down. It's a safety feature
setting.
because you don't want it to accidentally hurt somebody, which is good.
I activated the safety setting.
So the machine, the table itself, well, it goes from 28 inches to 48 inches in height, which is huge, right?
Right.
It's 25 inches. That's not right. Let's measure this.
Here.
That's not right.
Is he thinking width?
Am I?
I think. Do we have the L and the W mixed up?
No, we would never. So width-wise, just over 52.
With the extension. Without
With
the
the
extension.
Without the extension, you're looking at 43 inches in width. And then front to back, 23 and a half. Pretty neat. Plus the height, right? Plus we got all this height. So right now, the tape measure says we are at 36. I'm going to say 36.1 inches.
0.1. Gotta have that 0.1.
Plus we have optional casters on this.
Yes.
Casters are an option. That adds about another 3 inches to the height.
So these are the soft casters. There is the option for the heavy duty caster as well. And real quick, we'll make a note about Dondi and her success. And she found with the heavy duty, excuse me, not with the heavy duty casters, but the circular feet, it works wonderfully for surging. It just absorbs all of that vibration you get when you're really moving with a surger. It comes with a grommeted round foot that it takes all the vibration and sends it into the floor.
Which is great. And it's designed, it's got 1 inch increments for the machine setting. So if you go up and down, S&P sells the mats, the vibration mats, which are pretty cool.
They do. Valerie's got a fun cheetah print one on her desk.
So she does. We have a lot of people that use this for surging. So you can put a surger on here because when you surge, you need that front access to clean it out, right?
Yes.
So you need the front access. This allows front access. Most of our cabinets have a solid front, right? So we have an insert in this one. This is a smaller machine because the opening is 22 3/4 inches by 10 3/8. So it accommodates a lot of machines.
Yeah, that's still about 80% of the machines out there. That's about an inch smaller than the previous opening that we just saw.
And what's really nice about this is you can sit or stand, whatever you want, you choose, right? So we're talking about 23. We call it 22, but it arguably could be 23. We want to make sure your machine fits. That's the goal.
Yes.
When we give you a measurement, we want to make sure it's going to work.
Make sure it
for
fits.
you.
Yes.
A Somat works much better. Yeah, it takes care of a little bit of that vibration, right?
It does.
And this is not an A7. This we actually call, we have a name for it, but what you need to know is it's 22 3/4. So that's the good thing. I believe we call it an opening FS, but don't quote me on that. It's got some other letter name to it. But it's really nice. So it's got basically, you can bring it all the way up to the top and you can put it down in flatbed, in free arm. Flatbed. You can do free arm and flatbed.
Yes.
Scott. Yes.
Or I call it tabletop, but same thing.
So the nice part is it goes all the way down to sitting position. So it's really a great table. It's a great value for the money. If you've been looking for a sit-stand desk, look no further.
This is it.
Sewing Machines Plus has Eleanor.
Do we have a minute? We're close on time.
We're
it
really
works
close on time.
great for cutting as well. I actually like to cut standing up. That's easy. Where's the camera? I can't see. It's easier on the wrist if I'm standing to just have that momentum behind it. So it works fantastic for cutting and piecing as well, and then sewing, sitting, or standing. So it's just such a multi-purpose table.
Yes.
And
you're going to love this table. So this is Eleanor. But before we go, because we are out of time, everybody, SMP Nation.
I talk too much.
We have the world famous #1 selling sewing chair in America. Why is it the #1 chair? Warranty on the table.
It's
3 years, I believe, on the Eleanor table. Good question. So this is the #1 sewing chair. Why? Because when you sit in it, your back's not going to hurt. You've got great lumbar support. It hits you right in the back where you need it to hit you.
I'm too tall.
It adjusts in height from 18
I have to lower the chairs.
Inches.
Yeah.
300-pound weight limit.
We're good.
Has hidden storage to keep your things in. That's pretty neat. And yesterday we played the game. Guess what chair? It comes in right now 4 different patterns.
Yes.
These are the 4 patterns available.
360.
And there are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 solid colors. Ethan, can you throw the colors up there real quick? Everybody in the chat loves the chairs. People that own the chair love their chair. People that want the chair should buy the chair. So it's the number one selling sewing chair. Where do we keep the Mountain Dew for Blaine? I think will be our final question.
Dun, dun,
The
dun.
chair is a great deal. We are out of time, Blaine. I appreciate your time this morning with the audience to talk about all the stuff. Royal Purple. Jennifer has
Very
2
quick.
chairs. You can't have enough.
Can we see?
We've got some guesses there on where the Mountain Dew is, just for fun.
Kathleen hit it on the head.
I mean,
Cats.
all right. So that's what we have for chairs today. We have lots of chairs. Blaine, this has been so much fun with you and Scott. I drank too much Mountain Dew.
I'll tell you. So did us. So, hey, let us tell everybody how to get this. We'll see y'all again tomorrow morning.
Sounds good.
First thing. So we'll see y'all then. Thanks, guys.
We'll see you then. Thanks,
Thank
Blaine.
you, sir.
All right, guys, that was the Eleanor cabinet they were showing. This is the electric lift cabinet. It's going to have those preset positions. And again, guys, let me tell you the dimensions really quick on this. Again, it's 43 3/8 inches wide. It's going to be 23 5/8 inches deep. Now, that table opening on there is 53. I mean, with the table completely open, it's 53 3/8 inches wide, 25 5/8 inches deep. And again, it has that height adjustment. It'll go from 28.7 inches all the way up to 48.4 inches. And that sewing lift, that opening right there is 22 3/4 inches wide by 10 3/8 inches deep. That's that opening where you're going to sit your machine. Again, the lift capacity is 40 pounds on this, and the maximum height capacity is or maximum weight capacity on it's 110 pounds on the table. Now, again, guys, this thing is a perfect table to put your serger on. It's going to give you positions where you can stand or sit on it, and it's compatible with a custom acrylic sewing insert to create that flush sewing surface. So again, guys, this thing is $899. We have SewFest pricing on it, so you have to call in to get the SewFest pricing. We have free shipping nationwide. And again, that's one of those tables. If you get it ordered early today, it will ship today. Again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And then the next things we talked about was those chairs. And those chairs, again, guys, there's 10 different colors. There's 6 solid colors. There's 4 multi-print. And guys, they're $329. Make sure you call us because we do have a call-in special on the chairs as well. So we will beat that price of $329, but you have to call to order your chair. And like Harley said, the Mountain Dew and Reese's don't come with the chairs, but you'll get a great, great chair for your sewing comfort. And so get on the phone right now and give us a call at 800-401-8151. All right, guys, I am going to bring my co-host in. Now, guys, she is a 2-time Emmy award-winning TV host. She has a radio show. She's running late this morning because she was racing from her radio show to get here. She got stuck in traffic because accidents and all that in Chicago. So y'all welcome the world famous Blaine Clough.
Good morning, everybody. So great to be here. And thank you so much for having me, Blaine. I love your yellow shirt.
Hey, we match.
Yellow's my favorite color. It's my signature color, and it makes me happy even when skies are gray. By the way, I left the station. A couple of crashes. We're not going to talk about it. Thankfully, it was not me in the crash, but yeah, I'm excited for day 2. I love seeing Harley. And by the way, the last person I talked to, I don't know if you know who this actor is. His name is Tom Dreesen. Do you know Tom Dreesen? Tom Dreesen is a comedian. He's an actor. He's been around forever and ever. He used to tour with Frank Sinatra. He opened for Frank Sinatra.
Oh, wow.
He's besties with David Letterman. And so I was trying to escape the station early, but he was so charming. I just couldn't leave. But you're charming too, so I'm here.
Well, the S&P Nation will forgive you for being late. So you're here now. It's all that matters. So, hey, we're going to let you go. We got Grace in the house coming up next.
Okay.
We're going to let you get with them guys, and we'll see you back in about 30 minutes or so.
Perfect. Oh, it's me for Grace in the house. I love that. Okay. I thought you were introducing it, Blaine. Well, here we go, guys. We're kicking off day 2 or second session of day 2. And I'm super excited to welcome to the show our friends from Grace. It is Mark Martin and Melinda Romero coming to the show today. They're going to be talking about the 16-inch hoop and cutie frame. So I'm going to welcome Mark and Melinda to the show and say hello to them. Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. How you doing, Jane? Good to see you.
It's so great to see you, and I'm a little bit running around in circles, so I'm going to let you take it away, and then I want to pop in, and I'm going to do a really proper intro for you.
That'd be
Awesome.
great.
Your proper titles and like all the things.
You're good. You're good. I think the quilters want to see the product, not so much us, and so
Exactly.
that's what we'll jump into. So she's right. We're going to talk about our 16X Elite, or sorry, 16X X Elite will be on another day. 16X on a couple frames, the hoop style frames. We have the Cutie and the Q-Zone hoop with our 16X.
You know, I just think it's a perfect combination. If you're kind of newer, maybe you don't have the space, maybe you don't want to make it, you know, a huge investment for quilting. Again, perfect options, you know, to allow people to continue with their passion of quilting. I absolutely love it.
Yeah,
So-
you're right. You nailed that on the head. Not only the passion, but the size of quilt, right?
Yes.
Doing king size quilts, queen size quilts. Let's start this off. Put a 1 in the comment if you are looking at your stack of quilts and you have a few kings in there, queens, baby quilts, twin quilts,
Table
table runners. Just put a 1 if you're looking at the stack of quilts that you're needing to do. Go ahead and put a 1 in the comment. They're all out there. Everybody we talk to always has those stacks of quilts that they need to finish. And when they want to finish it, we want to give them the right tools to finish it. The 16X is the perfect tool because it is a great machine on a hoop style frame that you can do any size quilt.
Yes. So many ones in the comments, Mark. I
unbelievable.
should put a 1 in there too,
Yeah.
because
I'm holding up a 1.
I'm holding up my 1. So I have a little stack, not huge, but you know, whether it's 1 or 10, you know, it's a UFO.
That's
it's
right.
unfinished, and we have the tools to help you get that finished.
That's right. We're going to talk about everything about the 16X, everything about the hoop style frame, both the Q-Zone hoop with the legs and the Cutie tabletop hoop, from start to finish, to help your decision on where you want to go. The 16X packaged with this is a great way to go. And so if you put a 1 in the comments, you're looking over there, it's like, oh, I got to quilt it. You know, are you excited to quilt? Are you excited to get out your domestic machine and push quilt? Probably not. But we'll go over all of the pros that come with the 16X that get all those 1s, whoever had 1s, and those who didn't dare to put 1s because you're like, I don't want to put a 1 in there. You know you're out there. This would be the perfect machine for you. As you can see right now, Melinda, this is our 16X. The side of the machine, it shows the size of the throw. 16 inches of throw space. The thread guides the thread. You see some of the buttons on the handles. It has a bobbin winder at the top. This machine has everything you need, being stitch regulated as well.
Yes. Yeah, and you know, one thing that is kind of hard to see until you put your hand there that you didn't mention were the throat lights.
I wanted you to mention that. Because of the lights in the studio, they are hard to see, but man, are they awesome. You have the throat lights. You also have the needle light that's down in there as well. Yeah, I wanted to save that the best for last.
Aw, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. So, Mark, I know this machine is fast.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, how fast is this machine?
So 2,100 stitches per minute.
Wow.
Super fast to finish all your quilts. Stitch regulation is built in as well. So let's talk, not only is it fast, but it has awesome features from our touchscreen to the features you get with the screen, from needle jog, with the ever-loving edge warning.
Yes. You know, edge warning, without a doubt, is my favorite feature across all of our machines, you know, and products that have it. I'm the quilter. I'll kind of get lost in what I'm quilting, and I find I'll run into the back rail, or I may run into the front rail, or if I'm doing a specific block, you know, I will somehow manage to get out of my block, and it's like, oh, I didn't want to go that far, but I was so lost just in what I was doing that edge warning is amazing.
It's amazing, even side to side. So what you're talking about, I want to just probably say, is fear. With all those who put 1 in the comments and you're thinking about, okay, I'm not good at free motion quilting. Whatever thoughts come into your mind about that process of free motion quilting, whether it's, I can't stay in the lines, or I don't know what design to do, or I'm not perfect. All those are silly thoughts. I want you to get those thoughts out of your mind, because free motion quilting is really easy. I mean, you probably picked up a pen or a pencil and your paper, right? And if I were to ask you this question, how many of you, if I were to say, hey, put a 2 in the comment if you write your name by holding the pen and moving the paper. Put a 2 if you write your name that way.
I can't think of anybody who does that. That, to me, that's just silly.
I'm gonna try it now just because.
Silly.
I'm just gonna do it.
I'll video it and I'll share the video with everybody.
Yeah. There should be 0 2s coming in, because it's not a good way to do it. And that is a probably scary way, like, oh, I gotta write my name and I gotta move the paper. No, let's get away. And then if you are that kind of person that you can write your name by moving the paper, that's great. However, we all know from push quilting, even if you're really, really good at it, and there's a lot of people that are good at it, it's the position that you're in, it's the tightness of your back, your shoulders, you're hunched over. Large quilts. How many of you took a large quilt and you hugged it over your shoulder?
Or propped it up, or set up multiple tables around you to hold the fabric. And
there's nothing wrong with that, really. Okay, there's a lot of great quilters. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of great quilters who do that and are really good at it. But you still can't deny the fact that, yes, my shoulders are tight, or I'm hunched over, or your back, or your hands.
My fingers.
Or any one of those can come up. So to eliminate that, we want you to enjoy quilting, right, Melinda?
Yes.
Quilting is such a fun hobby, and when you have the right machine, I was gonna say tools, but tool I don't think is the right way to call these, but if you have the right product, right accessories, it makes quilting even more fun.
it does, and that's with any hobby. You're not going to go hiking in flip-flops or dress shoes.
Well,
you're going to wear good
for this
quality
weekend.
shoes.
Yeah.
So kind of the same. We carry that same mentality with our products, all of our machines, all of our frames. We want to make sure, as the quilters, we have the correct tools that will help us get our quilts done faster, easier, just more beautiful, because we can enjoy what we're doing versus having just that internal struggle of, what am I doing? How am I doing this? Really enjoy it. Take the time and enjoy it.
Yeah, a lot of comments coming in about just what we're talking about. So let's dive in and let's talk about why this machine is going to be perfect from a budget standpoint, from a space standpoint, from a size standpoint, from both weight and length. These are both perfect for those who are just beginning into quilting, who are looking at long arms and didn't decide to do it then. I hope that when you're done watching this, that you'll decide to do it now through our wonderful partner SMP. As we bring Jane on later in the video, she'll talk about all the great prices. But first, before the prices, we want to talk about the great features of the 16X.
Yes.
So let's start out. We talked about, from that one picture, we talked about the threading. So let's talk about the screen and what comes with the screen. So the screen is a touch screen, and you have awesome features on the touch screen, anywhere from stitches per inch to needle jog, to needle up, needle down, to choosing measurements. That's right, you can measure in here. There are settings. You can have that edge warning from your side to side or your front to back. And so this is the screen. You can see the stitches per inch. The edge warning is right down here in the middle. So you can see that if we were to select the edge warning, now you can put parameters around your quilt. So that way you're quilting in a manner that you enjoy, because you're not crashing into to the sides, to the back, to the front, going out. So the edge warning is great that way. So right now, let's talk about the 4 different stitch modes. Right now you see that it's on regulated precise. Okay, regulated precise is the most commonly used feature out there. Let's talk about that.
Okay, so as a new quilter, I didn't know what I didn't know, and I I know there's still so much out there that I still don't know. Ignorance is bliss, right? But we learn, you know, I don't want to say, you know, we learn from our mistakes. We do, but with quilting, again, it's having the right tools, you know, to help get through that learning process and really enjoy our craft. So again, regulated precise, it's one of the regulated stitch modes. You can set your stitches per inch. It doesn't matter how fast or how slow you're moving the machine across the frame, all of your stitches are going to be the same exact size. I know using my domestic machine, and I haven't pushed too many quilts. I've done small projects pushing through, but even a domestic on the Cutie, which is right behind me, I struggle with my stitches. I have short stitches, long stitches, there's no consistency. But again, the regulated precise gives you those perfect stitches each and every time.
That's right. Now, let's go ahead and fire it up so you guys can see how nice it is in itself. So
Yes.
on the handlebars, which we'll get into probably a little later, but I'm just gonna go ahead and push the play button. There's a stop and play right here and needle down on this side. So I'm gonna go ahead and just press this button. And you can see on precise, I won't do anything until I move it. So once I move it, if I stop, it stops. And if I go, it goes. So it's very precise on exactly what I'm doing. And it's very fast. So I'm moving that around. You can see how nice it is. Just with a couple of fingers, I can go and quilt comfortably.
You know, Mark, it looks like you've done this a time or two before. You make it look so
A couple
easy.
times, yes. You know, the machine makes me look so easy on that because I don't have to do it. The machine is just so easy to control that I'm just moving with a couple fingers. So regulated precise is the first one. We also have cruise.
Yes.
Right? Cruise is still regulated,
It is. It is.
but it does a couple different things.
Think of cruise control on your car. You know, you get up to speed, you press the button, take your foot off the gas, and you're just cruising along. You know, just like the name. So again, fully regulated mode, but the difference between the precise and cruise. So Mark showed us, he engaged the machine, pressed the play button. The needle didn't move until he moved the machine. With cruise, it doesn't, once you engage, it doesn't matter if you're moving or not, that needle is going to move up and down. I love this for like micro stippling or filling in areas. Other people may just like it, you know, that they can continuously go and it's kind of an aimless, you know, they're releasing their creative energy in their quilting. But go ahead and show us, Mark.
Yeah, what it'll do, right now I have it set at 5%. So when I hit this start button at 5%, it's just gonna go up and down. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit that play button, okay? So there you go, it's just staying. Now we don't want it to stay there, so I'm gonna go ahead and move it. It's regulated. See, when I go ahead and speed up, it speeds up as well, okay? When I slow down and stop, it's gonna go at a constant speed up and down. Just like Melinda said, it's a great way to fill in any kind of dense area. If you're looking to fill in certain areas that you want to move the machine very slow, you want that cruise, because moving the machine slow on cruise, you will get that constant needle up, needle down, so it doesn't feel choppy, that it will stay smooth. And you can go from 5% all the way up to 25% of the machine speed, which is pretty fast on the 25%. So if you're doing, again, very small, dense work, if you're doing micro stippling, if you want to get close to your work and move the machine slow, that's the setting you want to be on, is cruise. Okay?
Yes.
Then we also,
I want to turn just the needle lights off, Mark, just so we can see a little bit better on screen.
Okay.
So another great feature, not everybody, you know, So maybe some people just have awesome lighting naturally in their sewing room. Here with our bright lights, it's a little bit hard to see, what we're stitching, so that's why I turned off that needle light. But you have that option, on or off. That is your choice.
That's right. Since we're in the menu screen as well, it does have a full stitch, half stitch. It does come with an overspeed sound. So if you wanted to make sure that, again, you're new to quilting, the overspeed will let you know you're going faster than you should be going. Even though it's regulated, you can still go faster than you should, because some of us are speed demons. We can move it really fast. So you see on here that we do have the overspeed. You can have the light on, you can have the sound on, you can have both on, you can have both off. So you can customize it really well on the screen. So we're going to go ahead and go back to home. Okay, so that was cruise. And now we're going to go ahead and just talk about baste. We all know what baste is, right? We have a short, we also have a medium, and we have a long baste. And so if you want to baste your quilt, you sure can. It has baste mode, baste mode. I was thinking beast mode. Baste mode, that's the word, yeah. Baste mode. And then if you're the quilter that likes to manually run the machine at the full capacity, without wondering
without the
regulation, without regulation, and you know how to keep up, you know how to make the stitches consistent, and there's a lot of quilters out there that like that manual mode, so we also have that ready for you. So if you're, again, that quilter that want to turn off the regulation and go into manual mode, you can set it from a percentage. Right now we're at 30%, you can go all the way up to 100%, which means you're using the full 2100 stitches per minute at the full percentage. So manual mode is there for you as well. A couple of things I like, Melinda, is a needle jog. The needle jog we built in, it's just a small feature, but one I love. It does create that user-friendly experience for me wanting to make sure my needle is right where I want it. When we're done quilting and we're moving it along and it gets bumped out of the way, or the needle breaks or the thread breaks and you want to bring it back to where you started, and the machine, like you see here, is towards the back of my quilt. Well, couple of things you can do. One is you can reach to the hand wheel if you can reach it.
I can't. I'm height challenged, vertically challenged.
Yeah, well in this case I feel the same, because it's hard for me to reach back there because of where it's at, right? You can do needle down to bring that down, but then you're pulling the bobbin up. So we built in needle jog. Needle jog will do just like it says. It's going to jog that needle downwards and upwards so you can get precise placement of your needle point, so you can pick back up where you left off at again. So that is a great feature. Like I said, there's measuring tool in here. You can measure your width. You can measure your block. Okay, a lot of great things to do. So the screen comes with all those features in there, and like you said, we can dim the lights if you don't want all those lights. But with the 16, it has those wonderful lights in the throat. It has those wonderful lights of the needle. So I would like to leave those lights on because they're very cool. So
yes.
The screen, a lot of features to do with the screen. A couple of things that we'd like to talk about, Melinda, is the maintenance, the user experience. When you bring this into your home, how easy is this bad boy?
What do I have to do? When do I have to do it?
Yeah.
Why do I have to do it?
These are maintaining questions. So let's talk about how easy it is to maintain. Because we want, again, you to enjoy quilting. We don't want you to have to worry about, okay, now I got to take it in, I got to maintain it all the time. It just takes the fun out of quilting. We want to keep this a fun experience for you. So let's talk about how easy it is to maintain this machine.
Yes. So, Mark, I only have oiled my machine. So the needle bar and the bobbin hook assembly.
Yeah.
I'll clean out the lint in the bobbin case area. I'll kind of wipe down the thread guides, periodically. Am I missing something? Is that all I have to do?
That is all you have to do. So
No way.
Yeah, that is it, right? Very simple. And the reason is we built in, obviously it's sealed, it's ball bearing. The plate down here where the bobbin is, there's a plate. So if you want to get the air canister, you can blow it in there. Just don't put your face too close to it, because if you blow the air canister in there, that lint and stuff will come right back at you, right? Maybe if you wear safety goggles at that point. But yeah, so you can actually clean it out the way you want to clean it out. And then oiling it. That is it, Melinda, you're right. So let's go ahead, I'm going to open this up. I'm going to show just the inside of the machine.
I'll
right?
hold that open for you.
So this is inside the machine. So this is the needle bar. This is all you need to oil. The rest of it is, again, ball bearing pieces in here to make everything lubricated and stay well lubricated. So through your process of quilting, you don't have to worry about the inside. You don't have to worry about taking this in and having someone maintain it. So let's go ahead and close that back up. Okay, it's that simple. Open it up, oil the needle bar, oil the bobbin hook, and you are good to go. And our manual talks about how often you should oil it, so go and so just follow that. We also have videos to support you in all of your endeavors as you have the machine. So you're supported from videos to our tech support. You know, we have the best tech support in the industry. We hear it all the time, and I love hearing that. We support S&P
They
all
have
the way
great
through, and
support
they
as
have
well.
wonderful tech support.
They're awesome.
They
awesome.
are phenomenal. So you are supported from SMP, from Grace, every single angle you are supported with. And so you don't have to have that fear as well. So as you can see, I'm trying to eliminate all these small fears, you know, when it comes to long arm free motion quilting, from I can't control my stitches, I keep crashing in, I don't dare move it around. This is your pen, your fabric's your paper. Write your name by moving it around. It is so easy.
It is.
Take
It
that
is.
out of your mind. Okay.
Now, I know we're coming up a little bit close to time, so we've covered a lot
by
with
fast.
the machine. It did. Let's take just a moment and talk about the frames.
Yes.
So we have hoop style frames along with rolling rail frames. But Mark, I love the hoop style frames because I can quilt any size quilt.
Yes.
Doesn't matter if it's a small table runner or a king size for my bed at home or a gift for somebody else.
Yeah.
I can do so many different sizes. It's amazing, and it doesn't take up a whole side of my sewing room.
Right.
It's a small footprint for the area.
It is. So you can see the cutie here. I'm going to show up the fabric. This is hanging over the side. So all of this hanging over the side is what you can continue to quilt, right? So as a hoop frame, treat it like an embroidery system. You know, you've seen embroidery systems go. You probably you have your own embroidery machine, hand quilting, all the hoop style frames, just like Melinda said. Any size of quilt, king, California king, bigger than that if you wanted to go bigger, smaller than that if you want to go smaller. The differences between the cutie and the hoop, they both have the same features of like they're both hoop, right?
Yes.
But this one has legs.
Yep. So it's a bit more of a dedicated frame.
Yes.
Once it's up in an area. The cutie, it's just a tabletop version. You can move this, you can store it. Easily under most beds. I have a customer, her husband hung up bicycle hooks and they just hang the frame up on the rails when it's not being used and it's up out of the way, super easy to store. But again, we have an option for whatever is needed if you're low on space. Just phenomenal features.
Yeah, low on space. Again, budget friendly. If you're looking to do a king size quilt, if you pay people to do your quilts, if you have room or don't have room, these will fit in those scenarios.
And you touched something very, very important, I feel. So if you're paying somebody to finish quilts, how much is that? $100, $200, $400 per quilt.
Yep.
Could be a little bit more. If you have that stack of everything that you've pieced together and you're ready to set it off to be quilted, that's an investment right there.
That's right.
You can make the investment in an easy, versatile frame that will work in your space. You're already spending the money, sending your quilts off. Spend the money on yourself. Take the plunge. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid. When I first started with Grace, my biggest fear was I didn't think I was creative enough to quilt something that was going to be beautiful. And I challenged myself, day in and day out, do something a little bit here, a little bit there, get the practice. And pretty soon, I'm amazed at where I'm at now compared to where I started.
Yeah, exactly. So both are great packages. You can put the 16X on the cutie. The cutie you can put on any table. Okay, so don't worry about space. You can put it in your living room, you can put it in your bedroom, you can put it downstairs, you can put it in your kitchen, you can put it on your dining table, you can get those 2x4 folding tables. If you have a flat surface, whether it's a desk, it doesn't matter. You can put the Cutie, you can see right now it's just on this wooden table, you can put it right on top. Very sturdy, king size quilts. So to sum everything back up again, 16X, stitch regulated machine, easy to maintain, out of box experience is going to be phenomenal for you to set up, get ready to quilt. It doesn't take that long at all to get this machine out of the box with the frame set up. You can be quilting that same day.
Yes.
Your dreams, right? Your dreams are come true. You're finishing your own quilts. Either one of these packages, whether you want to have a dedicated frame, whether you wanted to have the Cutie on a tabletop, you can put the machine on there and quilt and quilt and quilt with ease. I just
Yes.
love this whole combo system. So speaking of everything we did, we talk about the easy features. We talk about how lovely this is. Jane, let's talk about the price that these wonderful quilters can get it for.
Yes.
Hey, Mark and Melinda, absolutely we should talk about the price. But first, I want to give you a proper introduction because I didn't do it right for you. Mark is the Sales and Customer Relations Manager for the Grace Company. He's got a team of 9 amazing account executives and manage day sales with customers and with the dealers. And Mark has been with the company, the Grace Company, for 10 years. Melinda specializes in Grace's long arm machines, and she's an account executive at the Grace Company. You guys did a fantastic job. Thank you so much. And I'm going to tell everybody how they can get their hands on the Cutie frame, the Hoop Zone, and the Grace 16X. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jane.
Thanks,
Thank
Jane.
you.
I had to do them right. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. So that was Mark Martin and Melinda Romero. They did a great job from the Grace Company. So let's first talk about the Cutie frame. Now, this is the Cutie frame. They showed it to you there. It fits perfectly on your tabletop. So it's the tabletop hoop frame, and it includes the carriage and the handles. You see the SewFest price right there, but there is a call-in special, so you know what to do. 800-401-8151. Now, if you're working on your kitchen table or your dining room table and you want to start quilting and doing those quilt ups, they talk about the creativity that goes in behind it and the expense when you send them out to do it. This is perfect for you to get started. Again, that's the Cutie frame, the Cutie tabletop hoop frame. I think that is fantastic if you're looking to get started. Great pricing there from our friends at Sewing Machines Plus. But call in, there is a special 800-401-8151. Now, if you want to see the Hoop Zone, we've got that for you as well. This is the Hoop Zone quilting frame. Now, the wonderful thing about this is it works with almost any domestic machine. So this is another great way to get into quilting. You've got your machine, you want to try it, you can hook your domestic machine up to this Hoop Zone. Great SewFest pricing on this one. But again, there is a call-in special. And you got to call in 800-401-8151. And you're also getting the free light bar with your purchase. So you'll see that. They'll tell you about it when you call in. And again, another great way to start quilting. If you're thinking about it, you think you want to try it, this is fantastic and a great price to do so. And then they also introduced you to the Grace 16X. This is your 16-inch long arm quilting machine. There's your SewFest pricing. Call in special for that one as well. Oh, let me tell you, 800-401-8151. And of course, our friends at Sewing Machine Plus, you are going to get free shipping. Yes, please. And they do offer financing. So if you're thinking to yourself, I want to get everything, not only for this segment, but for all the segments and all through SewFest, you're going to get free financing from Sewing Machines Plus. So go to Sewing Machines, smplive.tv. That's what we're talking about. I'm going to bring Blaine back in because he'll probably have a little bit more to offer about these 3 products. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. Well, you know what? I love these 3 products. And in particular is that Cutie frame. I mean, what if you want to get into quilting, Jane? What a better way to do it than just buy a Cutie frame, put it on a table, get your domestic machine out, put it on the table, and you're quilting.
Yeah, I mean, That's the thing. If you want to get into it, because what happens during SewFest is you get inspired to try something new. And right now you're sewing and you thought, well, I can make a quilt, but I want to do the quilting. This is how you do it. Instead of getting the whole thing that's going to take up your living room, put the cutie frame on your dining room table and you can get started that way.
Or you could buy one of our electric lift Stay Perfect tables, and now you've got an electric height adjustment quilting machine. You could sit or stand.
And the good news there is because you're going to offer free shipping and offer financing on everything, right, Blaine?
Yes, everything. We got thousands of products. So y'all give us a call. If you don't see it on the show, that doesn't mean it's not on the Quilt Fest pricing, or SewFest pricing, I should say. So yeah, if it's SewFest pricing, is on thousands of products.
Yep.
So if it's not on the show, because we only had limited room, Jane, they still ought to call if they're interested in something.
I think so too. And I'm seeing a lot of comments. Oh, I don't have the room. I don't have the room. But this is on your tabletop. Get finished with your lunch, push everything aside, and then you put the cutie frame up there and start going.
You're exactly right. Well, Jane, we're going to continue with the show. We're going to see you back here in a few minutes.
See you soon.
And we are going to bring Brewer. I'll get it right here in a minute. Brewer in the house. So guys, Brewer is one of the distributors we use for many, many of the notions and products that we sell. And we got Joanne Nielsen and Marissa Marquez with Brewer. Joanne, since starting at Brewer in 2008, Joanne has been listening to the needs of quilt shops and solving problems for our retailers and implementing many of their programs and processes that make Brewer the #1 distributor of choice. She leaves Brewer's friendly and helpful knowledge team of customer service and sales representatives. She loves connecting with the Brewer and retailers. And Marissa is a product manager and notions buyer. Marissa's role is selecting products that align with the industry trends and cater to our target customers and audiences' preferences. So welcome to the show, Joanne and Marissa.
Good morning. Hi, everybody. Thank you
How
for
are
inviting
y'all?
us. We're doing great. I'm Joanne. That's Marissa. We're excited
We're so
to be
glad
here.
that Brewer, this is the first time Brewer's been on one of our festivals, and we're so excited to have y'all here this week and all the great products. And, you know, we sell a ton of your stuff, so I know everybody loves the products you have. So I'm going to get off here, let y'all get going, and I'm going to come back in about 30 minutes and let them know how they can get all these great products.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have something exciting. Let's turn on our exciting light pad that we want to share with everybody today. Marissa's going to do some great demonstrations on this, and we're going to explain to you why this is such a need as an essential in your sewing and craft room.
Right. So this is a light box or light pad. We have two different sizes. This is the big one that is 18 by 11, and we have a small one that is a letter size, is 8.5 by 11. So what is good about the light box and how the light boxes started, it was for tracing. So we used to put our design on the center, and then we can put a fabric on the top, and then we could trace the design. So what is amazing about this light box is that it's coming with already a cutting mat. So you want to tell us a little bit about the combo that it comes already?
Okay, so the light pad 11 by 17 and 8 by 11 comes with a mat, and the mat has a grid on it, and it's done in inches. Also, if you look without the mat and you're looking at the light pad, you also have centimeters here. So you have a choice for measuring, which I think is kind of
Right.
Good
So
to have.
yeah, you can use it both ways. So you can use it if you want just to see a design, and then you can just use it without the cutting mat, so you know, or you can use it with the cutting mat.
And the grid is kind of nice to have on there. Some people use it for cutting. A lot of people use it for tracing.
Yeah.
But you're going to do something else.
So let's see, let me have the
Here's
nifty
the
notion.
cutter.
Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit more about the nifty notion. So we can just cut on top of the mat. So in that way, you know, we can use it as a light box. We can use it as a cutting mat. So the other thing that it has, the cutting mat, is have the possibility of having a clear mat.
So if you don't or distracted by the grid on the other one, we do offer this mat with just the ruler edges on it, and it's clear. Sometimes the lines can get busy if you're tracing, so this is a nice option to have in
Right.
your room.
So one of the things that I use the light pad is, well, I use it quite a lot. It's easy to, if I'm just cutting blocks, and if I'm doing foundation paper piecing, a lot of times it's hard to see where we are supposed to be cutting. So with the mat, I can always see the lines when I'm aligning the fabric at the same time that I'm just cutting.
Yeah,
So,
that's great. That light
okay.
is nice and bright, so you
Right.
can see exactly where you need to
right.
be.
So if I need to align another block, and let me just put a dark fabric so we can see it better. Okay, I can always see where the line is on the paper. So I can just spin it and just take this to my sewing machine. So I don't have to keep putting it, like on a window, a light bulb, a lamp. So I can always see it here. It's easy to align the marks. So that's one of the things that I use it a lot. The other things that I like to use is or with the clear one or without it is when I'm tracing. So let's say that we want to trace a design for free motion quilting. So we can use the grace frames. So we just put the fabric on top, and then we can just trace the design. We can trace it with our Nifty Notions pens that are heat erasable. So they will just, Joanne is showing too with the package.
And they come in several different colors, which
Can-
gives you
right.
choices for your fabric.
So it's red, white, blue, and green, and black. So it's really good because you can fit, almost, you can use it for any fabric. So if I just want to trace, so then I just,
and these are heat vanishing.
Right, so you just use a Panasonic iron, and it will just, or any iron that you want, and you will just erase it. So let me just turn this off, so in that way we can see the markings there,
Yeah, you can
okay?
totally
So
see that.
it's easy to trace. Okay, so sometimes I'm using really dark fabrics, so I want the light box to be as bright as possible. So what I do is I just take out the mat, and then I just put the fabric on top. One of the things that I noticed, Joanne, is when I'm using a quilt and I have to trace everything, every time that I move the fabric, the paper moves too.
Right, that can be a pain.
So I like to just tape it, but if I use normal tape, it's going to get all gluey and it's going to damage the mat. So I discovered, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the amazing Hugo tape.
Hugo's amazing
Yeah,
tape.
he was making fun of me because I was saying Hugo.
And we say Hugo.
It's a Hugo.
Either way, it's a great tip. This is a great technique that she's going to show you. You don't have to worry about any residue because, as you know, this sticks to almost anything, but it doesn't leave a residue.
Right. So this tape is stick to itself. So once that I use it, it can be reused. So because of the glass surface, I can just put it on one glass, and when I'm finished it, I can just peel it. Of course, it's not going to get stuck to the paper, but once that I use it in the four corners, okay, it will just give me a permanent position on the paper.
So what's great about that is you don't have to worry about it damaging your light box, your design, or your fabric, right? Because there's nothing to
Right, it's nothing to write on it. And let's say that I'm making notations. What I usually do is I use the tape too if I have to storage, like a stabilizer, or I have to storage anything that I have to roll it, and I'm going to show that too with something else. We can write on this with a permanent marker. So if we want to set applique, whatever we want to say, we can just write it and we can just put it. I will do it with a Sharpie better, so in that way it will stay there forever. So if I'm using a dark fabric, then we still can see the design. It's so bright that in a navy fabric, that this is, is darker, you still can see the design.
These are LED lights on these light boxes, so they last for 25, 30 years, and they are bright, as you can see.
Right, it's easy to turn off and it's dimmed, so you just can do it on and off. It comes with a USB, so you can connect it to any USB plug. You can connect it, if your machine have a USB port, you can connect it to your sewing machine. So you can have it always on your sewing room. So I usually have it by my sewing machine, so in that way I can be cutting, sewing, and tracing at the same time.
Yeah, you can also connect it to a external battery that you would use to charge your cell phone. So it makes it, what I love about it is it makes it portable. You can bring this anywhere, have your battery to charge it, and you're ready to go.
Right. So, and if we are doing, applique, with a fusible applique paper, so it's basically the same way. I like to just really, really easy to see.
Sure is.
Okay, so I can just start tracing my applique with a permanent marker, so in that way it will not run when I'm just ironing it, because sometimes there is people that they just do it with pencil, and the pencil, because it's a cold base, it will just damage and stain your iron. So a permanent marker is always really, really great.
Yeah, no eye strain. It's very easy to work with. The versatility of the sizes, I think there's a size for everybody. I prefer the large one because you can do a bit more with it, but they're both great.
Right. And the other thing is that what I like is that it's very, very portable. You can take it to any place. So let me just move these things around. Great. So it comes, it has.
Look at this.
A big bag where you can put not only your light box, but you can put a cutting mat, you can put rulers, you can put anything that you want. So we have here one that is already packed. So you can fit your light box with your cable, but at the same time, you can fit, just take the cable out of here, there you go. It has zippers, so you can fit more products. So
you can put projects in there along with it.
You can just hold your applique or your piecing. So let's say you're going to a retreat, you're going to go to your daughter, your sons, your nephew house, anybody that you want to go, you can take everything there. It doesn't take so much room, so you can have your light, your cutting mat, your project, everything in one spot.
And let's face it, when we travel and we're bringing our sewing things, nobody travels light. So, and we're always looking for an extra hand. So there is a handle on here, but the nice thing is you can make this into a crossbody. It goes right across you.
Right.
Now your hand's free.
It's adjustable. So it's really, really good to use. So yeah, and I know that sewers and quilters, they can fit almost anything in a bag. So this is really great for traveling.
And how about the colors? We love the gray and the pink.
Yeah. So it's it's embroidery. So it's very, very cute. And it has another zipper here. So yeah.
Yeah, you can put a lot of things in there. Some of your tools, the Hugo tape. So should we recap real quick?
Yeah.
We've got the two different sizes in the light pad, 11 by 17. And oh yes, and it is dimmable. So she can show you how to do that. What else? We've got the heat and bond, the add an eighth ruler, which is always a great product. Amazing tape. Why do we need this? Because it's amazing.
Yeah. It's one of those products that is really good to have at home. As I said, you can just use it for any markings that you want. If you want to have, okay, so you finish with a project, and a lot of times we just throw the bags away. So what we can just do is wrap this around, stay in
Stays
place.
Yeah.
And then you can mark here with a Sharpie what it is, so that way you remember, because how many stabilizers we can have at home? Like a couple hundreds, and you don't remember from one time to another, so it's good for marking. Anything that, papers or designs or a quilt that you wanna, or fabric that you just want to wrap, because this is going to for a specific product, you can just wrap it with this and then just mark it.
How about this? If you want to keep your heat vanishing pens together and you want to keep your permanent marker pens together,
Yes.
you just put them together rather than throwing them in the bag and now they're at the bottom of a dark hole.
Right.
You've got them all clipped together, and
That's something that is
easy to grab and
important
go.
to keep, separate, because it will not be the first time that I mark a quilt with a permanent marker. Then I just have to really, really be careful when I'm stitching, because, it's like, so it will stay together.
Yep, that's perfect. I hope everybody's liking this light pad. It really is a nice size. I know that Sewing Machines Plus will tell you all about the pricing on it. We think it's a must-have in your sewing and craft room. Multiple uses, tracing, cutting.
Yeah.
You can cut strips, all kinds of things.
So, so we have and the cutter.
Oh,
the cutter is the
rotary
Nifty
cutter.
Notion cutter. I like the color that it has. I think that is a very nice color. I think that you can use any blades.
Standard blade.
What I like about the cutter is that it has a security feature, that is, you can just have to press
Safety.
to close. Safety, I'm sorry.
Security, safety, same thing.
Okay, and press and close. So
very nice.
You can just not do it without pressing. So that's good too.
Okay. Should we wrap it up? Do you have anything else you want to add?
No, we talk about.
We do have the mats that we sell. Sometimes you cut a lot and you may wear your mat out. So don't worry. It does come. Each one of these comes with the mat with the grid, but we also sell the replacement mat without the grid. I think that's something that's nice to have.
Yeah, and it has with the angle, so it's useful to when you are cutting.
Yep, and it all fits in this lovely bag. It's almost retreat time, so classes, things are gearing up for holiday. You need to have this. Okay.
Okay, so on the small size, maybe we can show a little bit of the small size.
Sure.
Okay. What I like about the small size is that, like, for example, sometimes you are doing small projects by the TV. Meanwhile, you are watching, football season is back. So you are watching the game and you are doing some applique, or you are doing some piecing, and then you need something that it will support you, by the sofa, by your light table. So it's a really nice size to have. So then you can just do small projects. Even if you are just tracing or you are just, drawing an applique, to me it's perfect, because you don't need a big table to be doing
Sure,
it.
this fits on your lap.
Yeah.
And I was just showing you how you can dim it, make it brighter or lighter. You just this is the power button right here, and you just kind of hold on it, put your finger down, and then it'll go off. And go back up. Wow, that's bright.
So yeah, I think that is, they are both great to have. I like them both in different situations.
Maybe we should try to show them more side by side.
Okay, so.
There we go.
Okay.
So there is quite a difference.
So yeah, and they both have the replacement for the mats. They have both with the grid and without the grid. So that's great. Okay, and they're
fun
both
thing to have. So you're not frustrated, easy to trace. It's something that you can cut on. A lot of these light tables you can't actually cut on, so that's a nice feature. You can trace on it. You have the grid. You can order the mat without the grid. What else?
Well, the mat already comes with one grid.
One does come, yes.
Yeah,
the
they
mat
will
with the
come
grid
just
does.
with one of the grid, but it can be just purchased separately in case that you need an extra grip,
Right.
or because it got damaged with something that, I don't know, got a stain or something, you want to replace it. And then the clear one that is really great for drawing and cutting and anything that we need to do with it. So yeah, I think that I'm really happy with mine. I use it quite a lot. Is when I didn't have this, I was usually putting all the drawings on the window, and it's like your arms, they get like so tired, every time that you're drawing in a window. It was a nightmare. It was a really good excuse for cleaning the window first. But, it's like you just don't want to keep doing that. So this is comfortable. It makes sense. It's good for tracing. You can use the heat markers. You could be using the water markers, any markers that you want. So then you can just transfer your designs into a quilt, or even if you want to do apparel, you want to mark a design on a shirt because you want to position it for embroidery. So there is multiple uses that you want to use. There is a lot of people that there are hand embroideries and they need to trace their designs on the shirts or in the skirts. So you can just do that, just tracing it with the light box.
And you may say this silly, but I think it's something that might inspire your kids or your grandchildren or your nieces or your nephews to get involved maybe in crafting and sewing, because they're going to see all these fun tools that grandma or auntie or mom has to play with, and they're going to want to get right up next to you and say, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's good for projects for kids.
Can we play with this?
So they can just, and in a school, a lot of times they have to draw, and people like me that we don't know how to draw, but we do trace really nice. Yeah, I'm a really good tracer. So you could be able to use it. So I think that's is a must.
It's a must. I think so too. It makes your life easier. And who wants to clean the window before you start your sewing project? You're in craft mode or you're making mode. Nobody wants to clean. They want to get right at it. So this is something that will help you get started easy and move on to the sewing and the other parts of it.
So
we're excited about that. Anybody have any questions?
That was great, guys. Thank y'all so much. And man, that was I love those light boxes, and I'm sure everybody out there loves them too. So I'm gonna tell them how they can get it. I know we're gonna see y'all again here tomorrow.
For sure. We're excited to be here.
Yeah, we are.
Well, thank y'all so much. All right, guys, you saw that big bundle that Brewer presented there. And again, guys, this is a great bundle. Look at all the different items that you have there to choose from. Now, what we did is we have each individual item. So if you want to look at the individual items, just go to smplive.tv. We have all those different products on there. At the very top of the page, just scroll over, you'll see all the different products. But if you want the bundle, everything you see on the screen, you have to call in to get the special pricing on it and tell them you want that Brewer bundle for Tuesday's bundle, and they can hook you up on that. $269 for everything you see on the screen. What a bargain that is, guys. But if you want it individually, just go and look at smplive.tv. You can look at all the individual prices you see right now on those. And again, guys, I always tell y'all to have a pen and a piece of paper handy to write down things that you're interested in. This is one of those things where there's so much in the bundle, it would probably be good to take some notes. But you know what you can do? You can always go back and watch the show on Facebook or YouTube. You can kind of back up and see what all the products are, so you can make sure you get those items. This is a great bundle to do. And one of the things I want to add too, if y'all need some replacement blades on your 45 millimeter cutter, like you see down on the screen there, that 45 millimeter rotary cutter, we have the Stay Perfect blades that are the best blades in the business. They're US made. They are great quality. You can get, the normal price is $46.95 for a 10 pack. We're doing it at 50% off for SewFest. 50% off for SewFest on a pack of 10 pack blades. Guys, these are limited, so if you want to jump on and get a pack of these, get on it right now. You have to call in to get that price. Call your sales reps right now at 800-401-8151. Tell them that you want the 50% off Stay Perfect 45 millimeter rotary cutting blades for your rotary cutter, and I'm telling you, it is a bargain. All right, guys, thanks to Brewer to be one of our sponsors, and let's bring Jane Klaus back to the show. Jane.
Hi, Blaine.
I think it's giveaway time.
Is it giveaway time already?
Yes. Let's give some
do
away.
it.
I think the first thing we do, let's give away one of our world famous sewing mats.
Okay.
And
Oh, yeah.
everybody loves the mats. Look at those things. We're going to give one lucky viewer one of those. So Kennedy, spin
that wheel. See, we did it great. It's because there's an early giveaway. We're still excited. Oh, we're always excited. Nancy Brand, congratulations.
So Nancy is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Nancy. You just won yourself a sewing mat from Sewing Machines Plus. What you need to do to go to smplive.tv. You're going to scroll down toward the bottom of that page, and it has a header. It says claim your prize. Fill out all the information complete, and most importantly, fill out what color of sew mat you want and what size in the notes section. Let us know that, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. And you have 30 days to claim that prize, so make sure you don't wait. All right, next up, Jane, we are going to give away a chair from Aero Cabinets. What do y'all think about that?
Say it ain't so. You're going to give away a chair right now?
Yeah, 10 of them.
These are my favorite chairs.
We're going to let you pick your color, which one you want. There's 10 to choose from.
Okay.
So, guys, these are $329 chairs.
Yep.
And we're going to give one away right now. So, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
That wheel. Blaine.
I'm sorry.
You did it too fast.
We'll get it. We're going to, by the time the end of the show, Jane, we're going to be right in sync.
Hey, listen, that first one was totally in sync. Luz Maria Paramo, congratulations. You win a chair. So great.
Tell them how she can get it, Jane.
Well, it's just easy to go get it. All you need to do is go to smplive.tv, Luz Maria, and go down to the bottom of the page. Give us all your information. Tell us what you want. And I think the most important thing you need to do is tell us what color you want. And the colors will be listed there.
Yep. In the notes section, just let us know what color you want, and we'll get that shipped right out to you. You have 30 days to claim that prize.
I would say super important. You got 30 days. That's it. Yeah. So I would go right now. If I would just say this as a blanket statement for anybody who wins, go right away when you hear your name. I know it's exciting and you're freaking out, but just still go and do the whole thing now, because you'll forget, there's things to do.
It is. It is. All right, Jane. Well, hey, I'm going to jump out of here real quick. Let you take this next session, and I'll see y'all back in a little while.
Blaine. Okay, I'm sure we're going to have more giveaways later. It's so exciting when Blaine decides to give things away. Okay, let's keep things moving on day 2 of Sew Fest. Our next guest is multi-talented and very creative. He started his journey into quilting in 2012. He made one quilt, and then that one quilt quickly turned into several quilts. And then he was like, okay, I need to figure out a better way to finish these quilt tops. So in 2014, he had an aha moment, and his quilting, he decided he needed to share his quilting creativity with the world. You can check out his website, MysteryStitch.com. You can also check out his YouTube channel, Mystery Stitch Designs. And please say hi to Nicholas Turkin. He's here to talk about the Handy Quilter Amara 24-inch long arm. Hi, Nick.
Good morning, Jane. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing pretty fantastic. Now,
we're super excited. Please.
There is a little snafu. I'm going to be talking about the Amara 20.
Okay. I love it. Well, Nicholas, I'm going to let you take it away then. You do your thing. We all want to hear from you.
Excellent. Sounds wonderful. Thank you. So, today I'll be talking about the Amara 20. Sorry about that feedback. I have 2 different cameras going here. Hopefully that corrected it. If that didn't, please somebody send me a message to let me know that. So the Amara 20, I have right here, I actually have 2 Handy Quilter long arms. I have a older Fusion, which is a 24-inch model. And as a second machine, I decided to purchase a Amara 20. And this machine comes with, when I bought it, the Studio 2 frame, and now we actually have the Studio 3 frame, which have a lot of similarities, but the Studio 3 frame has some new and exciting innovations. One of the innovations that was created with the Studio 2 frame was the 2 different loading systems. So there is a standard view mode for loading your quilts, and that would be how we've traditionally seen it, where the top bar is on top and the backing is below. what I have this machine loaded right now is in clear view mode. What this does is allows the quilt top to roll over the backing bar and go down to the lower bar. So with this, when I'm doing ruler work, my rulers can go right over to the edge of the quilt, and I just have a little more room to work with. So one of the other main differences between this being the Amara 20 and the 24 is those extra 4 inches. Other than that, they both have a stitching speed of 2,500 stitches per minute. They both have all the same stitching modes. So we have either a regulated in precision, which means when I have this programmed to 10 stitches per inch, it is going to be exactly 10 stitches in every inch. There are 2 encoders on the carriage of the machine that translate the movement, the physical movement of the machine, and it tells the machine exactly how fast to speed up or slow down its stitching. So with that, we can have beautiful control over all of our stitches for whatever stitch length we want. We also have a precision with cruise mode. And with that, if you're doing something like ruler work, or sometimes if you want to make sure that your points are incredibly crisp, what you can do is have the cruise running in the background with precision. So you can have it set to, say, 10%. So the machine will be stitching at its 10% speed from the moment you press the start button. And as soon as you start moving the machine, it will speed up and slow down the machine accordingly to make sure that you are still getting your 10 stitches per inch. But when you slow the machine down, it will be running over top and putting a few extra stitches in there. So if you're doing a little 5-pointed star and you want all of your points to be perfectly sharp and have a stitch in every single point, using cruise mode will be excellent for that. And then we have our third mode, which is the traditional manual mode. And with that, the machine will run at whatever speed you set it at from the moment you press the start button to the moment you press the stop button. Now, on here, I've done a beautiful little sample of a whole cloth quilt, and I'm hoping that this is going to work to share my screen here. So I'm just going to change over into this. And let's see. Nope, I don't think this is sharing. As it appears, it is not going to allow me to share that screen. Okay. I don't know if I can get some tech help from SMP if they would like to switch over my camera. There we go. Now this is going to be a little bit difficult because I had pre-recorded some of this to show how I had stitched it out, but now it won't allow me to play my video. What I did want to discuss was I had created this little whole cloth quilt. So basically what I had done was taken a 36-inch square of fabric and I had marked it with the handy iron-off pencils. Now, if you haven't heard of them, these handy iron-off pencils are fantastic. Sorry, there's a bit of a glare there. Essentially, it is a little pencil that has almost like a pencil crayon type tip that works incredibly well for marking your fabric. It doesn't rub off. It stays exactly where you need it to. And when you're done, all you need to do is apply a little bit of heat with an iron and those will come off. And these come in a fantastic set of 4. I highly recommend them. They are one of my favorite marking tools. And I buy these by the bundle, and I usually give them out to my friends and family, whoever needs a marking tool that works really well. So as you can see with this, I have marked this whole cloth, and what I wanted to showcase was how much impact you can have with just using some simple tools. So all of this fancy borders was done with this one oval ruler. Now, when using a ruler, we do need to make sure that we have our ruler base on the machine. Now, this is a extra accessory that you can buy for any of the Handy Quilter machines. And what this does is extends the base of your machine so you can safely have your ruler supported in every direction around the needle. Now, in addition to that, the foot that we have here, I'll maybe go right into that. This is the Sure Foot. Now, the Sure Foot is about twice the thickness of the standard foot that we have that comes standard with the machines. And what this allows is when your ruler is against it, it gives a little bit more of a contact area. So the foot does not jump over the ruler, nor does the ruler jump over into where the needle is. And again, when we're doing ruler work, we always want to make sure that we are supporting the ruler by using a good, nice fingers spread apart, almost like a little spider. And then what you can do is as you glide the machine across, you have nice contact and it works quite beautifully. Now, again, this is just one of the many feet that comes or that is available to purchase to use with your machine. One of my other favorite feet is the Glide 2 Foot. Now, this is a little plastic bowl that when you are quilting allows you to glide right up and over any appliques. If you have any seam allowances that are a little bit bulkier, this just manages to slide right over top of it without catching on it. So this is probably my absolute favorite foot to use when quilting. There are several others. We have the Echo feet. Now these allow you to, you can use these with rulers, you can use these just with free motion quilting to showcase just how, by adding a little bit of spacing around your needle to make sure that you have consistent spacing. So if you are struggling to keep your, say, meander or your stippling a nice even spacing, if you use this 3/4 inch foot, you can have an easy visual to showcase exactly how far apart you need to be stitching. Right here I have the fantastic set of couching feet. Now these feet have a little plastic insert on the inside of the foot. And what that does is when you are trying to couch fibers or yarn onto your quilt, it will allow that the fibers will be directed right underneath the path of the needle while you're stitching to securely stitch it down and hold everything in place for the thread to lock those fibers in place. So the set comes with 3 different sizes depending on the thickness of yarn you're using. So that's another fantastic foot. Next, we have the micro foot. Now, the micro foot is actually very similar to a regular foot, but it is missing the little round part at the bottom. What this does is exposes the needle. So if you're doing any type of very dense fills, anything smaller than that, you might want to use the micro foot because it allows you a clear line of sight to see the needle, and it will make sure that when you are stitching, if you, same thing, are going right up to applique or anything that if you have, say, something that has a little bit of beads or something that you wanted to get close to, but you have to be very careful not to hit them, this will allow you a clear line of sight that you can go right up to what you're stitching or stitching around and do that. And lastly, we have our fantastic square feet. Now, if you are applying bindings, which you can apply bindings to your quilt on the machine, these are excellent for that. It gives you a nice straight edge right on the foot to make sure that you are applying your binding in a nice vertical or horizontal line. In addition, you can use that with channel locks. Now, on the Amara 20 and Amara 24, there is an accessory like this. This is our little channel locks, which you can apply to the wheels. This is sort of the simplest of channel locks. We then have the electromagnetic channel locks, which you can apply and it changes out your carriage. And those are fantastic for a vertical and horizontal channel lock. And then if you wanted to go a little bit further, you could get a Pro Stitcher system. And turn that around. With the Pro Stitcher, you have channel locks built right into it. So if you are interested in computerized quilting and you like to do a lot of quilting that requires channel locks, that would be perfect for that. But I'll get more into that this afternoon when I'm talking about Pro Stitcher Premium. Now, on this quilt, I did want to showcase a bit of actual quilting here. I think I still have a bit of time for that. So what I'm going to do is turn my camera back around and get this mounted onto my machine. And I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of feathers. Now, with this, simply to pull up your bobbin thread, you can do a needle down and needle up, and then that will allow you to pull up your bobbin thread. Actually, I'm going to start down here. So needle down, needle up, and pull up our bobbin thread. And right here, you can see that the Amaras come with a pinpoint needle laser. That will allow me to make sure that I'm going right back to where my bobbin thread came up. And now I can do an automatic tie-off, which I have pre-programmed on my handlebars. And that will take a couple stitches to secure my threads. Now I'm ready to start stitching. So for this, I'm just going to do some simple feathers that are coming all the way out into this corner. And what I'm going to do is using these markings as my spine. Now, I know a few other presenters have wanted to be envious of the amount of stitching they get to do in here, so I tried to make sure I had plenty of time to do this. Now that I've completed my first corner of this feathered center to my little quilt, I'm going to do a variation of a feather. And on this time, I'm going to add some swirls into my feathers. And now that I've come back to the front, I'm going to add some feathers that are going to go into the center. Now to finish up, I'm going to do a little tacking stitch, and that will just take 3 little stitches in place. I'm going to pull my needle up, pull my machine away to get a loop of thread, a needle down, needle up, and now my thread is ready to be clipped. Now I have my scissors very conveniently placed right in my magnetic thread collar on the edge of the machine. And I've actually attached a little thread basket here to contain my little thread tails that I clip away from my quilt. Now, what I wanted to showcase with this was, with just a few simple shapes, you can create some really beautiful quilting, and it doesn't take much more than a little bit of creativity into thinking how to approach it. In the the video that I had of showing the marking, all I did was mark my square for the center, and I divided my border into 4 equal sections. Then when I wanted to start with the quilting, all I did was take my ruler, apply it, and stitched. And I stitched all the way up, and then I came all the way down. I then spaced it out so that the inside of this was on my line of stitching, and then I applied my next row. And simply by repeating that same process 4 times, echoing, it gave me these beautiful channels that I was then able to fill with a few simple things like wishbones, just a simple back and forth, and a nice little swirl pattern. But the impact of the combination of those designs is rather fantastic. And again, because I enjoy doing feathers and I've had a number of years of practice, to me, I find this is a simple design. But again, start with what you're comfortable with and then build up after that. Now, again, the Amara 24 has a 20-inch throat space. So that is from the, from the needle to the bat. Within that space, we have all this beautiful lighting. So again, it might be a little bright on camera, but in person, this allows me to see every little bit of my quilt, and especially when working on dark fabrics, it is beautiful. Now, on our screen, we can go through, and if we want to dim the lighting, we can turn off the needle light, we can turn off the backlight, we can have just the needle light on, we can adjust it if it's too bright or too dark. We have all of those functions right here on the home screen that are just quick and easy. Again, we have a manual, or we have a digital hand wheel to put the needle up and down if we wanted to use that. And we have our quick access to everything we need here. We have our needle up down function. We have our easy set tension, which shows you a number for the tension. You even have a bobbin estimator, which will allow you to set, depending on the threads that you have, to let you know when you're going to be running low on your bobbin thread. If you're having any trouble with anything, you can go into the maintenance, and right here we have our stitch count, we have timers, we have a calculator right here. We do have a few extra diagnostic functions that you can look into if you are needing any help. And under the information tab, right on the screen, say you have a problem where you can't remember how to thread your machine, right here, we have a quick little guide that shows you exactly how to thread them on the machine. So you don't need to have your book handy, which it is a good idea to have your manuals handy, but you can do this right at the machine, just in case you need a little refresher as to where some of the little holes are and the thread guides are. So I think we can switch back to my original camera. There we go. And I will pass it back to Jane. And if Jane has any questions and wants to mediate that.
Nicholas, great presentation. Thank you so much. Question, what is the name? Oh, I just lost that question. My apologies. What's the name of the band that I keep seeing on the machines? Can't find it online. Is there a band on the machine?
Do you mean the magnetic collar?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So yeah, this is the magnetic collar right here. And again,
yes,
that allows you to keep any of your scissors or snips on the left-hand side of the machine. We don't want them on the right-hand side because that is where the thread path comes across. So you do have to be a little weary of that.
Very good. And I'm just looking for another, everyone just loves it. Not a ton of questions. Just really, really loving this machine. So that's fantastic. Nicholas, great presentation. I want to tell everybody though, how they can get their hands on this amazing Handy Quilter Amara 20. How about that?
Excellent. Please do.
And by the way, let's make sure everybody follows you on your YouTube channel, plug it for yourself and your website.
Well, and same thing, Instagram, Mystery Stitch Designs.
Mystery
and-
Stitch Designs on YouTube and also on Instagram. Nicholas Turcan, thank you so much for joining us today on SewFest.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jane. And I will see you later this afternoon.
That sounds great. Okay, cool. I told you he was multi-talented and very, very creative. I know it. I know it. And don't forget, keep those questions coming because he will be back later. And we can ask the questions that we may not have gotten to today, but let's tell you how you can get your hands on the Amara 20-inch long arm quilting machine. This is great. It features a variety of convenient tools. Of course, is that 20-inch of throat space to help you finish your quilts just with more creativity. It's got the HQ Gallery 2 frame, and you can choose from the 10, 12, or 14 foot size options. Now, everything you need for free motion quilting is right out of the box, including that powerful standalone bobbin winder. Nicholas showed you all of that good stuff. Again, it's from Handy Quilter. It's the Amara 20-inch long arm quilting machine. Now, the price that you see there is not right. If you want to beat the price, you got to call in. There is a call-in special, 800-401-8151. So, like, it's right. There's your SewFest pricing. But here's the deal. If you want to beat the price, call in 800-401-8151. That's the Handy Quilter Amara 20-inch long arm quilting machine. You saw Nicholas do a great demonstration on that. I read tons of like the description of it. Do you want some more? Should we show it again? I'll give you some more. There you go. Thank you. 20 inches of brightly lit throat space. You've got that pinpoint needle laser. You got the easy set tension, the 7-inch colored touch screen. We love that. The menu controlled Quilt Master LED lighting. And then you've got the programmable handlebar buttons and stitching speed up to 2,500 stitches per minute. We love that. So go ahead and call in for the special 800-401-8151. Okay, now bring it back to me. Hello, everybody. Okay, thank you for joining us on day 2 of SewFest. I'm loving it so far. I'm getting so inspired to be so creative, and I know you are too. I'm going to bring my partner in crime back in here, Blaine. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. Hey, I want to remind everybody too, if they purchase a Handy Quilter from us and get a Pro Stitcher Robotics on top of that, they actually get a free class with the purchase of the Pro Stitcher. So they get some training from a Pro Stitcher expert, and it's all done virtually. So it's extremely easy. You can take it from your home. So that's one of the things that we do, the perks you get with the Pro Stitcher when you buy it from us. And that fits right on either our King Quilter or any of the Handy Quilter stuff. They make it for quite a few different companies, Pro Stitcher does. So just wanted to throw that out there so everybody knows that they will get support on that 100%.
Well, you're the best and your team is the best. So we love that so much. So Blaine, we got a couple minutes before the next session.
I think it's giveaway time, Jane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you read my mind. I love a good giveaway.
What do you think we ought to give away?
I think we should give away a sewing machine.
A sewing machine?
Do you have one?
Let's do it.
Okay.
It's going to be a Juki X3000 that we're going to give away. And so Kennedy, y'all ready? Spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel.
That was pretty good, guys. Kathy Millwood is our winner. Kathy is watching today from Facebook. So congratulations, Kathy. To claim your brand new Juki machine, you have to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where you see the header, claim a prize, fill out all the information complete, hit submit, and you have 30 days to do so. As soon as we get the information, we'll get it shipped right out to you. So there we go. That's simple.
So Blaine, I love this because you're just like, you just throw in a giveaway whenever you're feeling it.
Exactly.
I like to just throw it out there and test you and see like when and where and how. So literally we all have to watch all day to get a giveaway.
Exactly. So you have to can't wander around. You have to stay here and watch. And if you want to win, now if you know, so if you miss it, you happen to miss it and you don't claim it in 30 days, guess what? We'll give it away on another show.
It goes back into the pile, the wheel of prizes is where it goes back.
It sure does. All right, Jane, we're going to continue on, and I will see you back here in about an hour.
Yes.
For the first educational session we have of the day. And I know we're super pumped about this.
Oh, I'm so excited.
We'll see you back in about an hour.
Okay, sounds good. Have fun.
All righty. All right, guys, up next, we got Janome in the house. And we're going to talk all about that brand new 9410. We have Ann Hine here. You can find Janome educator Ann Hine on the Artistic Digitizer, I'll say it, Facebook page, sharing her extensive knowledge of embroidering, digitizing, and editing to helping everyone troubleshooting their projects. And Ann is awesome. And so we are going to introduce Ann. So let's welcome Ann to the show.
Hi, everyone. Well, I am
Ann.
Ann Hine. Hey, how are you today?
I am good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm here with our newest machine, the Continental M6 with Janome.
Oh, the M6. Y'all threw a
Yes.
curveball to us. Well,
I don't know
I'm
who threw the
excited about
curveball.
the M6. We thought it was the 9410, but hey, I'm super pumped about the M6 too. So take it away.
All right, so here we go. So this is the Continental M6. It's the newest in our line of our Continental machines. And this is a flatbed machine. When you look at this machine, what I love is that space you see right under here. We have over 13 inches of space under here, plus the lighting. So it's light and bright when you're doing your projects. You have plenty of room on the left-hand side of the needle as well. And Janome has sculpted it back along the front here so you can see directly down to the needle, your foot. So when you're aligning things, putting your piecing together, anything that you're doing, top stitching, you'll be able to see it very clearly, very precise, very high def sewing there. When you go across the top of the machine here are all your controls. We do have a start stop button, though you can use a foot control with it. The speed slider is there, so you can set your speed, your reverse, you have a lock stitch, needle up, needle down, which is so important. Here's everyone's favorite button, our scissor button and our presser foot lifter button. We do have a lifter in the back, but we have the lifter here, plus it has auto presser foot lift. The large screen where all your stitches are. And I'm going to cover a few things on the screen, and then we're going to come back because I want to show you our new needle threader. So I'm going to show you how that works after we go through a few things on the screen. When you turn your machine on, it does come on to your utility stitches. So those are your most used stitches, and you can easily navigate across the top here. If you wanted to go into your decorative stitches, you can select here. All your groupings are here, but another way to go, if you want to see them quick, is to the little page of paper right here. And then you can page through till you get to something you like, and then you can choose it. And there it is. So you can find it a couple of different ways. We have lettering, tapering stitches. These are stitches where we can change the beginning and the ending of a stitch. So if you come, let me get the right stitch in here first that I like to play with, this one here, and we'll taper this one. You can change the beginning. So let's make it a 90 at one end. In the center, I'm going to add a couple of pieces in the center, and on the end, we'll make it a 90, and then we're going to do okay. And you can see this is all that will stitch when I create that. I can save it right there at the stitch under favorite stitches as well. And this is included in the over 400 stitches that we have with this machine. Plus, why I say over 400, because within our stitches, we also have what's called created stitches. We have a program called Stitch Composer, and you can create your own stitches, which I've done here. I've brought some in through the software, and I created a few, and I stitched them out for you to see. So you have at least 400, but now you can have an unlimited number. So you can meet. Here's my tape measure. I have a little sewing machine, some little trees and houses, and then my X's and O's that look a little bit like hand stitching on there. So you can be as creative as you want. using a decorative stitches that's built in, or you can create your own with our Stitch Composer program. And there is a QR code that you can scan so that you can get the software right to your PC and you can use it there. And it's a lot of fun using the Stitch Composer. I am a software specialist, so I love working with stitches and creating with stitches. So let's go back to our utility stitches here. And I want to cover a few of the specialty things that Janome puts on the machine that really helps you with your sewing. And these are the things I really, really like. Under our t-shirt is our sewing applications. And these are a little bit of your sewing helper. There's some on seaming, top stitching, blind hem, shell tuck. But when you go under blind hem, many of us like to, rehem our, I'm short, I may have to rehem things. It sets up the stitch for you. It shows you how it should be folded, gives you the foot that you should be using. You still have the opportunity to make any changes because Janome lets you be in charge of your sewing. So you have all these different things that you can change. And this little FS comes down here. This means favorite stitch. So once I get done saving it for the hem that I like, I can save it as my favorite stitch. Every time I come to hem my pants, I don't have to reset it. It's right there for me. Janome's made it so easy, makes my sewing day lots of fun and easy going. When we go back, not only are we under sewing applications, we have quilting applications for those of us who like to quilt. From piecing to free motion, ruler work, applique. And I'm just going to pop in applique. It's one of my favorite things to do. And I do love to show off the cornering technique up here. Many of us, when we're going around our appliques and you come to a corner, when you have this turned on, after you get to your corner and you stop, you just touch the button here. It restarts that stitch in the forward. So you don't have those little legs that pop out to one side in the least spot that you want. So this is a very handy tool to have with your applique under here. Let's go back and look at a couple others. Ruler work. How many of us are doing ruler work these days? I didn't think I was a ruler work person, but I am. And a ruler work foot comes with our machine. It sets it up for your layers, a light or medium. But again, you can make all those changes yourself. Easily, you can lower your feed dogs right here on the screen. You don't have to go look for a latch anywhere. Just turn them on, turn them off right there. And this little button right here, when it's one needle, when you start sewing, just touch your foot control. It cycles that needle down so you can pull up your bobbin thread. Easy as that. You don't have to go looking for the needle up, down button. Just push that gas pedal and it does it for you. So Janome is really thinking ahead for us, making our day easier and easier. So let's step back on this side and show you what comes with the machine. Janome likes to pack in, all the common feet that you get here. We have a couple that look the same. We have our F2 and our F foot. Those are working with your decorative stitches. Anytime you're doing some top stitching and you really need to see where you're going, a clear foot like that is handy. These two above it here, these are your 1/4 inch feet. They give you one with the guide. Many of us like that guide. And then some of us would rather not have a guide, and they give you the one without the guide as well. So that's very handy. There's that ruler foot I was talking about. And then all of these here are free motion. Well, this one isn't. This is a button sewing on foot. These ones here are for free motion. This one here is echo quilting, and you can use it for variable zigzag along with this one with variable zigzag. And I have a little sample of that I'll show you in a moment. And of course, we do have our hopping feet. Some of us free motion with the hopping foot. There's an open toe one and a closed toe one. And we, of course, have our buttonhole foot with the buttonhole plate. And right back here is another stitch plate. This is our straight stitch plate where you have 3 needle positions, left, right, and middle. And let me show you how we can change our stitch plate. Let me get everything back over here. And I'm going to lock my machine. And when I lock it, I have a little button here. I'm going to push that button and we're going to watch right here. My plate pops up. I can pull it out. I can put the other plate back in. There it is. Just go like that. I've changed my plate, not broken a nail. Very easy there. I'm going to unlock my machine for just a moment. And remember at the top, I mentioned about our new threader. So I want to show you how the threader works. And the first thing I like to do before I thread my machine is I will cycle my needle down and back up so it's in the top position. Then I will lock my machine. And the reason I lock my machine is I want to make sure that my tensions are open. And when you lock your machine, those tensions open, your foot goes down, and I'm just going to follow the numbers. Janome is great at putting all the numbers in, so you just follow through. Come down here to 7. I'm going to go right above the needle, but I want to make sure that it is to the left here on the needle, and then up here into number 9, and then over here. And we're ready to go. And then all I have to do is push down here, and I'm threaded. There's like a little loop. We're all set to go. Now, when I'm ready to sew, I'll unlock. I'll take this thread, put it under my foot, lift it up here. So when I'm ready to start that first stitch, my thread catches my bobbin thread without making a big nest underneath. While I'm down, let's take a look down here too, since we're so close. This is a drop-in bobbin, so I can move my little window away. There's little markings on here. Let's see if I can put it over here. Little markings on here for your seams, and also how to put your bobbin in. And I will take the bobbin out to show you that. You want to make sure it comes off the left side. Drop it in. I usually put my finger on it just a little bit. Put it under the piece there and put it over here. This is the Easy Set bobbin case. So you're just going to swing it around 1 and 2. It's all ready to go. Once you start sewing, it'll lift up your thread and you are off and going. Let's go back here to our home. Now you can notice here, see how some of my stitches are grayed out? That's because I still have my straight stitch plate on. So let's switch that over so we can see all the stitches. There it goes. This is one thing I really love, is when they started with this new plate, with the magnetic plate that you just push a button and it comes out. So handy, no screws, no pushing, very, very easy to use. Now you can see all those stitches have come back. We can page through, of course, to find what we need. Over here, we have some more menus. We have our folders if we've saved anything. Under here, this is our function menu. We have a quick stitch select. So if you know a stitch number, you could come in here, type in a stitch number and go right to it. Under there also, we have the quilt block advisor in here. This is really fun. If there's a block that you want to make, you can select the block on here. You can say how many rows you want, the height, the width and height of that block, and it will tell you how many blocks to cut and the size to do. So it sets it up for you. It's a little easy thing to do, and there's 6 in here. Oops, let's close that. If you're working with your AccuFeed, you can also go to manual in here and use it for the decorative stitches. Moving down through your menus on this side, we have our set menu. And for me, this is one place I really like because I can set my machine up for me and you can set your machine up for you. Maybe the buzzers are too loud or you like them louder, screen brightness. I would like my machine in inches, so I'm going to select there. I may want to change my bobbin winding speed. So there are all different things in here that I can change and set for the type of sewing that I'm going to do. These are just machine things. Here are things that work with the sewing side. So there's position things that I may like to do that I want a certain way. I might be more particular than the other person, or maybe you're more particular than me. So I can make many of these changes right in here. Once I make my changes, I said okay, and they're set to go right there. And of course, if you have questions on board, lots of information. You can come in here on threading the machine. And like I said, use that needle up, needle down first before you get going. So you have all of these different things. If you have questions on the machine, they're right here, right in front of you, besides having your manual instruction book with you right there. All right, let me see if I've forgotten to show anything on here. Oh, I know, while we're looking this way, right up on top is our bobbin winder. Now this machine is different. It has a separate bobbin winder motor. So you could put a separate thread up on the spool stand back there. Okay. And I have a question. I'm going to answer that in just a moment. So with a bobbin winder up on here, I could have a second spool of thread. So if my bobbin is low, I can wind a second bobbin, have it ready to go without unthreading my main color. So that's really nice. I like having that extra one. And of course, Janome has put right over here very quietly a little thread cutter. So after you wind your bobbin, you can cut your thread. Now there was a question about the needle up, needle down button right on the front of your machine. It's right here. So you're going to touch it, needle goes down, touch it again, needle goes up. All right. Were there any other questions on there, Tracy, that I might have missed?
And on the screen, the needle down, foot up button.
Oh, for pivoting.
Yes.
Ah, okay, that. So when you go across up here on these tools, this one here is for pivoting. And what that means is, or hovering. Some people want to say, you know, how do I get my foot to hover? So when you're sewing along and you want to stop with the needle down and your foot to come up, you select the pivot function. And that's exactly what will happen. You'll sew along, the machine will stop, and the foot will come up so that you can keep the needle in. You can readjust your fabric with that. Going across, I'm going to turn that off for a second. Going across the top, we have the twin needle. So if you're sewing and you wanted to use a twin needle, it will take away some of the stitches that you cannot use that size twin needle with. There we go. Again, we have our feed dogs right here. You can raise and lower them right on the screen. And you saw when I did that, it changed to a different foot over here. So if I was going to do some free motion or some darning of some type, I would have my PDH foot. This one is for the AccuFeed. You're using the AccuFeed system. It's an optional foot for this machine. So it would give you the straight stitches that were available with AccuFeed. If you wanted to use your AccuFeed with your decorative stitches, that's where you would go to your function menu where I was showing you earlier. And of course, then we are back to our piece of paper. This happens to be one of my favorite ways to look at stitches because they're large. I can go through, I can see all of them very quickly and easily. And the fact that I can just choose them from right here is very nice. And I'm going to go through until I get to this one back here because I have a little mirage stitches. I showed these yesterday and I just want to show them again today because they're so much fun. So a mirage stitch looks like this when you stitch it out. You cannot see the stitches that are between the little designs. They look like they're hidden in the seam allowance there. So how you do that is you fold your fabric right sides together and you lay your fabric on a piece of stabilizer. You pick your stitch, and here I did a combination of the bow and the little dot, and it's going to stitch the bow. It's going to put, I'm going to pull it this way just a little bit. It's going to pull and put little stitches between it on the stabilizer all the way down. And you can see that on the back like that. When done, this is where the reveal is. We pull it open, and there you have it. So this is really lovely. I love working with decorative stitches and not to see my stitches between my decorative stitches. How fun is that? There's a lot of places, whether I'm quilting in projects such as this zipper pouch, clothing, there's a lot of uses for this. And that those stitches would just be on the back side. You can remove your stabilizer afterwards. I just am leaving it in here for display purposes. But there we go with our mirage stitches. So probably my three favorite stitches in here would be tapering, mirage, and of course, those created stitches from Stitch Composer. I think I've covered anything else, Tracy. I might have missed a question.
Someone asked about thread painting.
Oh, that's a good one too. There we go. And I did mention variable zigzag earlier. So when you variable zigzag, we have a setting in here. We're going to go back to our quilting and we'll come in here to free motion in here. And so you can use your, actually, Is that where I'm supposed to be? Yeah. And then you can use your knee lift to move your, I'm going to go back over here. You can use your knee lift to make your stitches wider and narrower. And I'm going to have you pan down here to our sample, because on this quilt, I'm going to hold this up. We had Miriam do this quilt, and she used a lot of the variable zigzag. And variable zigzag is where you use your knee lift to move, to widen the stitch and narrow the stitch as you stitch along. And she did it along curves and straight line areas. And you can see in here, wider, narrower, wider, and how beautiful that little bit of accent on her quilt. You hardly know it's there, but it's made a huge difference. If you're a thread painter, you can use it to layer in thread and color as you're filling in areas just by moving your knee lift in and out in the variable zigzag setting so that you get that type of stitch. Just a beautiful way to add an accent either to a quilt or to little projects that you're doing, such as this, and we had some other ones we showed before. And I'm time-wise, we are, I've probably got a few more minutes. So now I don't know if you noticed when I was threading, this comes with a tall thread stand on the back with two thread holders. This collapses down. If you're going to travel, you can put it down, and a handle to carry it off with. I don't know if anybody noticed our new color too on this machine. We have a, some people call it periwinkle. I was calling it lilac frost, because when you're, I don't know if it'll show up, but when you're close, it has a part of a sparkly gem look to it. So it's very, very pretty, very subtle, but very pretty on that part of it. All right, I think I've covered just about everything on this. I don't know if there's something I may have missed. Oh, well, we do have monogramming when we were going through decorative. Here's your lettering. So we have our different fonts here. We have a block font. We also have these symbols that you can add in to your lettering as you go along. These different symbols are in here. So as you're typing in names and things and you want to put a star in there, you can add that in as well. So you can pick from your regular fonts here and then a full 9mm. These are 7mm fonts here, and this is the widest at 9mm. And this is a 9mm machine. So most of your decorative stitches will be 9mm, but they give you both sides fonts in here for you to use on that part of it. Let's look at sewing applications again, because I didn't get all the way over to the feet. So besides the sewing ones we went through and quilting, there are some optional feet applications that you have in here. And these are great because if you're going to be doing something, maybe you're going to be doing pin tucking today, it shows you the pin tuck, which one you're going to be using, the wide or the narrow, gives you your settings. We'll go back through and look at a couple other ones. When you're looking at zippers, we have the concealed zipper in here. And here's our variable zigzag tab that I talked about earlier, where you're going to be using, you can use different feet with that, and you'll also use your knee lift to widen and narrow that stitch. So it comes jam-packed with lots of features for you. Again, we have applique over in here too. This shows you your little applique foot right up here, one of my little favorite guys. You can use your F or F2 for applique, but they also make a specialty foot for that as well. So Janome tries to pack in with the machine so many features and benefits to make your sewing day easier, run smoother. Whenever I sit down at my machine, I'm always happy to be there. It has the things that I want to do on it. It's easy to navigate. I don't know, I think that's one of the things I just love about Janome. I've just fallen in love, and I can find my way through anything on their machine that we have. I did mention the foot control. I don't have the foot control plugged in, but when you're using either foot control or start stop, you have your speed slider here, which can set the top speed of both your start stop button and your foot control. And with it all the way over here, you can go 1,300 stitches per minute. So you can be very speedy over here. If you feel that need for speed, you have that as well. So I mentioned earlier about the AccuFeed system. This does have AccuFeed, but it's an optional foot. And AccuFeed is similar to a walking foot, but our AccuFeed is integrated into the machine, and you can adjust it on the screen, the speed of that machine, to keep your layers even. That's what an AccuFeed foot does. It keeps your upper and your lower layers even as they're feeding through. So, you know, when you get to the end of a seam, sometimes you have one a little shorter than the other. AccuFeed will help with that. That is an optional foot for this, and it comes, there's different ones that come with it, from a wide AccuFoot, a narrow AccuFoot, and also we have an HP2 with our high performance plate as well on there. So I think that wraps it up. I keep getting little questions from the side, which is fine. I love that part of it. And sometimes it's hard to remember everything. There's so many things I love about the machine that I always want to tell everyone. And usually about 10 minutes later, I think of a few more things I should have said. But hopefully I've covered everything for everyone. And if you have any future questions, pop them in the comments and we can get back to you and make sure we get those answered. So Blaine, I'm going to see if you have any questions for me or where we are on that part of it.
Don't have any questions, Ann, but great job. Thank you so much. And you know, big shout out to Janome for being one of our sponsors. But we're going to tell them how they can get one of these and get it pre-ordered, because they are not available yet, everyone. This is the brand new M6, and we have them on pre-order. We're expecting them in late October. So hopefully they're going to be here on time. But guys, if you want to get in on yours and get it now pre-ordered, now is the time. This is the Continental M6 sewing and quilting machine. The price on it is $54.99. We do have a call-in special. So to get the SewFest pricing, you can pre-order yours right now. It's going to be free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep. And we also have financing available. Guys, this thing has 400 built-in stitches, up to a 9mm wide, including 5 alphabets. You know, Ann said the maximum sewing speed on this is 1,300 stitches per minute. A superior needled threader too. It has 12 sensor buttonholes, has 1 automatic. It has a snap-on presser feed, 7-piece feed dog system. It goes on and on and on. If you want to read all about this new machine, basically just go to smplive.tv, scroll over until you find the M6. You click on that, it'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it, all the features about this. And again, it has that great new color. I think Ann called it periwinkle or frosted lilac, I think she said. Lilac frost. It's kind of that periwinkle color. It's a really great color, almost a violet color. And we have a sew mat, guys, that matches this perfectly. So very good looking machine. And guys, so if you want to, excuse me, if you want to get an M6, go ahead and try to give us a call right now and get that pre-order so you will get yours. All right, guys, we are going to move on along. And guys, it's giveaway time. So we're going to give something away real quick before we go to our next one. And we're going to give away a cutie frame from Grace. So that way, if you've got a domestic machine at home and you want to start quilting, it'll fit right on here, and you can start quilting on your tabletop, your kitchen counter, whatever you need, or a fold-out table. You'll be able to start immediately quilting. Guys, this is an awesome, awesome giveaway. So Kennedy, yes, spin that wheel. Look at that. Grandma J won. She is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Grandma. We want you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit, and we will get your product shipped out to you as long as you claim it within 30 days. It's that simple. All right, guys, we are going to move right on along. We have Juki in the house. And guys, we have Tim Bond coming in. He's been on our shows before. Tim is a national Juki educator. He travels the nation constantly in US and Canada. He goes up to. And guys, we love having Tim on the show. So Tim, welcome back.
Thank you. It has been a while since I've had the pleasure of doing a show with y'all, and I'm really excited to be able to do it today, especially with the Coco Chi.
I'm telling you what, we are so awesome. And this is that DX4000. And so we're going to let you take off and do that. And I'll see you back in about 30 minutes. We're going to tell everybody how they can get this.
All right, sounds good. So let's talk, first of all, about shopping for a sewing machine. You know, you can sit at home comfortably and watch these videos, watch the live presentations, but if you don't take notes about what you're seeing, about what they're telling you, how can you expect to remember everything? So I always encourage you to make notes about what you're seeing, because you might have a question when you step on the phone, pick up the phone, call them up and say, hey, I saw this on your show, but I have some more questions. And they can answer them for you. But it's a good idea to keep those notes handy to keep that idea of what those questions were fresh in your mind. So let's talk about the Juki Coco Chi. This is our top of the line sewing machine. I'm going to start with the size because everybody's getting into a larger size machine for more comfortable sewing. Whether you're working on a small project or a big project or a quilt, a 12-inch throat space with a large flatbed surface is great to have for most sewing purposes. But every once in a while, you might decide that you want to have a free arm. And so ours does have a free arm. So we can slide our accessory tray off. We're not giving up any of our distance. We're just making the area more convenient to use for something smaller like a sleeve or a hem on a pair of pants. So that's a nice feature to have, is that nice space. So you're looking for that new machine? Write down that you want a little bit more space. The next thing that you're probably going to be looking at is lighting. Lighting is very important, especially having light that is adjustable. Now, by adjustable, I mean brightness, and I'm talking about color or hue, because on today's machines, most good top brand machines have LED lighting. They can give you lots of bright light, but sometimes the hue of that light might be a little too blue for you. And you might want to tone it down a little bit more on the incandescent or maybe on the daylight side. So with our machine, you can adjust all the LED lighting for brightness and the hue color so that it's not going to wash out the fabric. I know when I sew late at night, I get tired. My eyes are starting to get a little weak because I've been doing this for hours or whatever. And sometimes I need to turn the brightness down a little bit so that I can actually see my stitching. Because when it's too bright and it's black on black, you may not see that stitch line. And I didn't know if I varied off 1/4 of an inch or 1/2 inch. So being able to adjust the lighting is very important. The other features that you're probably going to be looking at in a new machine is what comes with it. So this is up to each individual machine in the Juki line as to what is bundled with them. But of course, in our Coco Chi, we're going to give you all the features we can put into a box for you that's going to handle and show you all the accessories. Now, I'm just going to recap some of the accessories because I have a lot of things to go over on the machine itself. So you're going to get your regular foot, blind hem foot, cover hem foot, 1/4 inch foot. Actually, we're going to get 2 of those, and I'm going to talk about those as well. You get a sensor buttonhole foot. Now, by a sensor buttonhole foot, I mean we put our button into the buttonhole and plug it in. It's got electronic communication to the machine, so it knows what size button you've got in the buttonhole foot. So that's a nice feature. I don't have to worry about guessing it. I don't have to set it on the machine. The machine reads the button and creates that buttonhole the correct size for me. There's also a quilt guide. But some of the nice features that I really enjoy is the fact that I can take off my zigzag plate and I can convert to a straight stitch plate. But it's not just converting the plate. On this machine, I don't need a screwdriver to take screws out. I'm simply going to pry the plate up. I'm going to pop out my existing feed dogs, which are those wide feed dogs for the 7mm zigzag capabilities. And I'm going to install straight stitch feed dogs. Now, what is a straight stitch feed dog? It means that the feed dogs are closer together and there's just a single round hole in the middle. If you knew our TL machines, that's got a straight stitch only machine with the feed dogs very close to the opening for the needle. We mimic that setup in our Coco Chi. That gives you the availability to do tighter curves with a little bit more control when you're wanting to use just a simple straight stitch. If you still need that extra wide, you know what? You just go back to the zigzag setup with your regular feed. But there's a nice, cool feature we have built into our machine, and we call it Smart Feed. That is an integrated feeding system, and we simply pull it down to activate it. It locks into position, And it shows on the screen when you activate it, and you use the touch screen to adjust it should you need to. The nice thing about being able to adjust it is I want it to pull a little bit more top fabric. I'm sure y'all have probably tried to sew a skirt with a hem down the side, and it's a plaid, and you want that plaid to match all the way down that side seam. Well, you know, under some machines, that doesn't work very well. And so you find yourself having to pin every inch, and then it still has a little push, and you still get some ripples. But you can use the Smart Feed system and adjust that to grip on the top because it is a powered system. So it's not just floating with it. It will actually pressure down and pull through to help keep that plaid matched. So you get that nice, smooth matched plaid side seam. But that's not all you can use it for. You can actually use it to do a little gathering as well. So it's a very versatile system built into the machine and controllable on the touch screen. Which takes me to my touch screen, because my touch screen is really kind of like Android. And I'm going to show you a close-up of the screen in a few minutes, but I can sweep up and down, left and right on it, just like I do on my phone, which I find very handy because now I'm not having to really worry about going over, finding a menu, having another menu pop up. I can access all my stitches and sweep through them. So we're going to take a look at that in a few minutes when we talk about some of our other stitches and some of our options. Everything on the screen is electronic control, but that's not always convenient. You know, we sew at this end of the machine. So we need to have a start-stop button. We need a reverse key. We need a locking stitch key. Yes, both of them are on the machine. So if you wanted to stop immediately, you could press 1. If you want to do a reverse stitch, you could press the reverse key. So it's a very flexible, convenient over here. Speed control. You know what? We have a scissors that's activated up here, but on our foot control, you can activate it also. That foot control, by the way, is programmable to 7 different options, not just cutting the thread. So I have extra controls built into the pieces on the machine or accessories on the machine. Needle up, needle down. I can drop my feed dogs and lock my machine, which means that if you touch the screen, it won't change. That's what the locking function allows us to do. And then, of course, no machine is complete today if I don't have the availability to raise and lower my presser foot at a touch of a button on the face of the machine. I don't have to reach behind. I still can reach behind. I still have a manual lift should I need it. And actually, I can automate the whole machine so that I can step on the pedal and it'll put the foot down and start sewing for me. That's a very nice feature because I like things that make me enjoy my time sitting and sewing at my machine. So let's see if we can't switch our views here. And I want to talk about feet. I'm going to talk about quilting feet as an example because it shows you variations and options that actually come with the machine. This is very important when you're talking about looking at a machine and what you're getting with it. What kind of value do you get with the machine when you're buying or looking at a new one? I'm not sure that I'm hoping y'all can still hear me. And we're talking about the feet that come with it. And this is our regular A foot. And I'm going to take off the A foot in just a second because I want to delve into quilting, piecing in particularly, and some of the feet that come with it. So one of our first feet is a 1/4 inch foot with a guide. Now, a lot of us like to have that guide because it helps keep us even and square when we're doing our piecing. Doesn't matter whether it's a long piece or a short piece, it's always nice to have that guide. So I'm going to slide my fabric under and lower my foot, and you can see that my fabric is right up next to that guide. So I have a beautiful guide to help me out. But my feed dogs on the right side are exposed, which means I'm not really using all the feed dogs of my machine. So if you've done piecing with foot like this before on some other machines, you might have found that your fabric walks a little because both feed dogs are not feeding the fabric evenly. The one feed dog isn't even touching the fabric. So this is one of those feet that has a very nice feature to it because it has that guide, gives you a 1/4 inch with a center needle standard stitch. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. But you can engage the Smart Feed system with this foot to help avoid some of that wiggle woggle walking that you get because not all the feed dogs on both sides of the needle are feeding the fabric. We have another 1/4 inch foot, so I'm going to pop that one off and pop another one on. This one is our 1/4 inch foot. No guide, but this one has a nice advantage. Oh, let's get that. There we go. This one has a nice advantage because it has markings on it. Those markings, there's a mark right where the needle is. And of course, you can see your feed dogs here are exposed on the side. So we have markings where the needle is. We have marking a 1/4 inch in front of the needle and a 1/4 inch behind the needle. This helps you when you need to start a 1/4 inch in from the edge of the fabric, or you need to stop a 1/4 inch from the edge of the fabric. It's nice to have those markings, especially if I'm doing small corner pieces and I'm trying to get my stitch right up to the edge, but I don't want to run off. So that's a nice thing with this foot. Guess what? This foot also can use smart feed. So I can avoid some of that little wiggle woggle walking issue that I may have experienced on my other machine, or even with this machine and a long strip of fabric. But here's my favorite. My favorite is to go back to my regular A foot and use the built-in piecing stitch. So now I'm going to adjust the fabric over, and you will see that with the A foot and the right stitch, I will not have any feed dog exposed because now I'm using all the feed dogs. All the feed dogs are touching my fabric to help move it through the system so that I can get nice even stitches, and I can maintain that 1/4 inch because it's really pretty easy to guide along the edge of the foot. And I have a built-in piecing stitch to help me. So let's go over here a second, and I am going to switch over my camera so we can take a closer look at the screen, because this is the important portion of seeing your stitch patterns. It's taking a little longer than what I would have thought. And my camera's not wanting to come up. Let's see if we can't fix this real quick. Nope, still not wanting to work for me. Well, I guess today is one of those days I'm just going to be technology challenged. Well, I apologize. Usually they just switch right over for me. Well, I guess not today. Let's see if I can at least get a camera that'll give us a close-up on the screen. I think that's a very important feature to be able to look at. There we go. Now, just give me a minute here. I will see if we can't get a little bit more zoom in on the screen. I'm hoping everybody can see that. It doesn't have too much of a glare on it. So right now I am set for straight stitch center needle. When you select straight stitch center needle on most machines, you're going to get 2.4, 2.5, or 2.6 as your stitch length. That's for regular sewing. Perfect. And of course, machine that has automatic tension, your tension is going to be automatically set for you as well. But I like to use that 1/4 inch foot with that guide, and that's a center needle foot. But this is not my proper stitch length for piecing. A proper stitch length for my piecing should be 2.0. So I can come over here and I can adjust my stitch length to 2.0. Now I've got the proper stitch length for piecing, and you might not be able to see it, but my thread tension, my upper thread tension, has been adjusted automatically by the machine. It saw that I adjusted my stitch length and said, oh, we need to make an adjustment to your tensions. So it's created, or it's reset the tensions to match that particular stitch length. That's a nice feature. It's not just automatic tension matching a tension number with a pattern. It realizes that I made a change to the pattern. So that's my center needle. That's great for that 1/4 inch foot that I showed you with the guide and the 1/4 inch foot without the guide. But how do I get a piecing stitch to work with my A foot? Oh, well, that's really simple. I'm going to touch the numbers up here. Remember I told you I can sweep left and right to go through my stitch patterns? So I can actually sweep through all of my stitch patterns on the machine, scrolling up or down. But I'm going to go back over here to my practical set because I am playing with my 1/4 inch stitch. And it says 1/4 inch right there, number 3. Now, number 3 is kind of our common piecing stitch on most of our machines. So I'm going to touch it. It's going to move my needle over. So it's positioned it at 5.6. My stitch length is 2.0 because that's the default setting for it. Look, my tensions is the same as what it made when I adjusted my straight stitch center needle stitch. So it's actually pretty smart. It's taking care of all these steps for me. And it's telling me I can use my A foot. That's a big advantage. I don't have to go grab another foot just to do some really quick piecing and still get that beautiful 1/4 inch stitch. So other items on the screen that you can control from here, or you can view help from here as well. I talked about the screen earlier, but I really can't show you enough about the screen unless I can show you things like the book is built into it. And I can scroll through the book. Of course, you know, as we get older, the print's a little small. We can always zoom in on the screen to view the book, so we're not stuck with one size on it. And then, of course, the nice thing is I can set the machine to the way I like to operate. If I like the lighting turned up or the lighting turned down, it's got volume on it, so I can adjust the volume. It's got adjustments that I can make for particular stitches, or I can adjust the whole machine. I can set a pivot position. When I stop with the needle down, the foot will gently lift up, and I can adjust the height of that pivot position. So those are some nice features that I can actually set in the settings. But here's a really nice feature. We have a history that is automatic in our machine. The last 10 stitch patterns that I have sewn are displayed here, and I can go back and call them back up, touch them, and they will load back in to be sewn as they were sewn previously, even if I made a change to it. So for example, this top one is actually that center needle, that regular straight stitch that I sewed previously, but I made changes to it. I made changes so that I could use it with the 2.0 stitch length. So that history stores the settings that I created for each one of those stitch patterns. Now, yes, I do not have to worry about saving them. It's automatic. I sew it, it's automatically into the memory. I sew the next one, it's automatically into the memory. And the oldest one is going to drop off from that history. So you can see I've been doing some playing with some decorative stitches. I was playing with some threads and things. It's always nice to have some time, free time to play, although it's never really free time. You just make time to play with the machine. But that time to me is fun time. It's a time to play with the toys. But we also have Wi-Fi built into it, and the Wi-Fi allows me to get additional help. It also allows me to explore other areas of the Juki website, and I can actually go into the instructional videos based in YouTube. So the nice thing with Juki and our Juki Home Sewing YouTube channel is all of our books for our machines are in video format. Now, why is that important? Because sometimes we don't understand what we're reading, but if I see a picture, I can understand it better. So all of our books for all of our machines have video formats. The nice thing about the videos is we did not make one long video for the book. Every chapter in a book is its own video. So some chapters are 2 or 3 minutes. Other chapters, such as programming, that video is going to be a little bit longer because it's a little bit more detailed with information. But most of our videos, like I said, 3 to 5 minutes, so I don't feel like I have to look through a 3-hour video to find 3 minutes of information. I can scan down the list of the videos and see which video, which chapter is the one that interests me. Now, the other nice thing, we talked about the history, but the other nice thing is recall on the machine is automatic. So the last stitch pattern that I've sewn, it will bring back when I turn the machine off and turn it back on. So let's do a quick example on that because it's going to play a little tune for me when it comes back up. It's going to show our Juki logo. And there it plays our little tune. It shows our needle plate and then zooms into the needle plate to show you the stitching. And the next thing it's going to do is it wants to complete its sensor check. Once it's completed the portion that it can do up to now, it's actually drawing my attention away from pieces over here, which are going to move, and telling me to touch OK on the screen. Now the machine is ready for me to sew, and it has pulled up my last sewn stitch pattern. I find that to be a big time saver. I was piecing today. Tomorrow I'm going to sit down and piece again. I don't need to go back and re-pull that. I can just turn the machine on and it will give me back that pattern that I've sewn previously. So there's some very nice features to keep you going, but let me show you something that's really cool on the machine. I would like to adjust my thread tension. So our thread tension has a two-color display. It has a gray indicating the bobbin thread and a blue indicating the top thread. And my adjustment dial is here, but I like to play with the fun things. So I can actually scroll the wheel on the screen, and as I make the adjustment, the screen up here is tightening up my upper tension because that's what I'm moving towards. I'm tightening up my upper tension so I can see which way my tension adjustment is going. Oh, that's the wrong way. I wanted to make that top tension looser, or maybe I went too far. So I can scroll it back. Now, not everybody's great with a touch screen, so you still have the knob control down here. So I can make the adjustment, and it still adjusts the screen for me. I find that to be very handy and very convenient to have that visualization of which way I'm making my adjustment. I just touch a blank screen, and it takes me back to the beginning. But look, that's got a blue dot on it now. That's indicating I have come off of the default setting for that particular stitch pattern. So there are some nice features built into the machine and built into the screen itself. But let's talk about a little bit more about sewing and sewing features. We don't use some of the things in quilting so much, but we do like certain features in our sewing. One of those things is lock stitch or micro stitch. It's called different things on different machines, but everybody can generally understand that I'm telling you it's going to secure the beginning and ending of your seam. We can automate that with a touch of two buttons. So we can turn it on at the beginning, and we can set it so that it's 4 stitches forward and 4 stitches back, and then it will sew the seam for me. When I get to the end, I'm going to tap my reverse key or my lock stitch button, depending on which stitch pattern I like, and it will then end. And because I've got thread cut turned on, it will then cut my thread and lift my foot off. Remember, I like things that are automated, so it makes it easier. So that's a nice feature, but sometimes I don't want 4 stitches forward to back. So I can touch these buttons, and my next option allows me to do a micro stitch. It's going to take 4 little stitches in place, and then it will sew down the seam for me. So looking at the little dot here, that tells me that's the stitch, the locking stitch that I have selected. I think that's great. I don't have to go to another screen. I don't have to worry about accessing something else. It's right here on the screen for me to turn it on and off and adjust it as I see fit. So I like these buttons right here on the screen. But, you know, some things you want to do require memory. The nice thing about our memory is actually part of our stitch patterns. So you saw me go into here earlier, and I scrolled left and right. But let's scroll over here. This is memory. So I don't have to go to another area of the machine to access memory on the machine. I simply go into where all of my stitch patterns are stored, and I can come in here and see what I programmed previously. I can delete these, I can keep them, or I can create a new one simply by touching Create New Data at the bottom here. That is what allows me access into the letters. You have to go into programming to access the letters. I mean, let's be serious. You're going to sew A? I don't think so. When we put letters, when we use letters, we're going to make combinations of them. So they're automatically going to be available to me in my programming process. So the letters are available in there, as well as a good portion of my decorative stitches. Now, I'm going to hope and pray that you can see a portion of my lid here, because all the stitch patterns in the machine are displayed on the lid, but I like to just scroll through the screen when I want to look at stitch patterns, because it's bigger on the screen than it is on the lid. The lid will give me an idea of what they look like, but if I want more detail on them, I'll simply just scroll through the machine to find them. Now, there is one other feature that I want to talk about quickly, if I have just enough time to get to it. And we're going to go over here to our applique. We're going to select an applique. And the nice thing with applique is that you can adjust the width without having to adjust the position. And I can adjust the position of the stitch pattern as well. So when I selected this particular pattern, it came up and it showed me right in the center for my applique. But I want to adjust it left to right. Once again, I have that little wheel that I can move. So I have moved the pattern all the way over to the right. I have not changed the width of my applique. I've simply repositioned it to make it easier for me to use. I like it all the way to the right. I can slide more of that second layer on top under the foot to get more feed dog pressure or more feed dog control on it. That's a very nice feature for our applique folks out there. I'm going to move this back over to center position. We'll come out of here, and you can see there's my stitch pattern. Now, the other nice thing is you may not be able to see on the screen, but you might be able to. There's a little circle right in the middle of the oval. That is where my needle is going to fall. So as the pattern flows through the machine, that little circle will dance, and it's following the position of the needle. I find that very handy because I don't need to watch over here on the machine to determine where my needle is. I can actually watch the screen and get to that next or couple of stitches down so that the needle's in the position I want it to be at. So that's a very nice feature to have, is needle tracking against the stitch pattern. Once again, blue dots indicate that I've made a change on them. If I want to go back and make it a default, I simply can go back in and access it. Or if you're kind of lazy like me, I can just go back in and re-access the stitch pattern, and it'll reset it back to the default. Because I didn't sew it, it's not saved with those changes. So I'm hoping that I've given you a nice overview here, and hopefully we have some questions out there about the machine. And I'm hoping also that you'll take time to take a closer look at the Juki products, not just our Coco Chi. Our Coco Chi is a dynamite machine. And I'll tell you, I had the predecessor to it. And when I got the prototype, I was like, okay, you can just take the predecessor. I'll even stick with the prototype. But since then, I've got a full version, so I don't have a prototype anymore. And I just love this machine. It is so easy and so intuitive to use. It makes sewing so much more fun and easy because I really almost can't make a mistake with it. So I think Blaine may be hopping around in the background someplace, and maybe we have some questions out there that I can answer.
Well, hey, Tim, I don't see any questions, but we'll sure tell them how they can get this. So again, we're going to go to our overlay. So guys, this was the Juki Coco Chi DX4000 and the QVP model. And again, everybody's probably wondering what the Coco Chi name means. That is a Japanese name that means superior leader. So this machine is a superior leader in the sewing field, and the name fits it. But guys, again, this is $3,999. We do have a call-in special on this, so get that special price. You have to get on the phone and call us right now. We're going to ship this nationwide, absolutely free, right to your doorstep. We have some special financing available as well. And a big shout out to Juki for being one of our sponsors. And Tim Bond, what a great job. Very thorough. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Tim is so good and so professional. He had a little bit of camera problem there, but man, overall, that was a great demonstration. So anyway, y'all give us a call at 800-401-8151. So let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine.
So Jane, guess what time it is?
I think it's time for a giveaway.
It is. So we're going to give something away. We're going to give away some of our event bags.
Cool.
Now, again, they come in 8 different colors. They have unique sayings on them. And then one side, it has like our information and things, but the other side has all these really cool sayings on each one. They're $49.99 if you buy the set, or they're $9.99 each. And we're going to give the entire set away, Jane.
Oh, that's awesome. I love these bags because they're so universal. You can use them for everything. You stash your fabric, you're going to a craft fest or a sew fest, you're going to the store, you're going to the grocery, whatever. I love the bags.
Yeah, they're just like those permanent shopping bags you get at the grocery stores. But what's cool about these too, Reen Wilcoxon, she is the owner of Embroidery Garden, and Reen actually has a in the hoop design that she made out of one of our bags and kind of made like a little purse out of it.
Oh, that's
with a
cute.
zipper. It was so cool looking.
I love
and
that.
She did some quilting and things on it. It worked out really good. So I
That's
thought that
so
was so cool. Yeah, it was. All right, Kennedy, you ready to spin that wheel? All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel. We'll get us a winner for the bags.
Ginny Barr, congratulations. You're winning how many bags do you get? What's the full set?
There's 8.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. I love that.
So Jenny is watching today from YouTube. So Jenny, what we need you to do to claim your prize, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize, fill out all the information, hit submit, and you got to do that within 30 days to get your gift, and we'll get it shipped right out to you. All right. Next up is our first educational session, Jane.
Education. We love our education sessions. These are so
Man,
much fun.
I actually been looking really forward to this because of the two products that Jennifer's going to use.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, I'm blown away by both. And I'm just so excited. Can't wait to see what she's going to do with these. So I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in about an hour.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. All right, everybody, let's move things along with our first education session of the day. And I love this presenter. She is a brother educator, Jennifer Gleich. She's here to talk about two phenomenal brother products, the Stellaire XJ2 sewing and embroidery machine and the Print Moda. Oh, wait until you see this, my friends. But first, let me tell you about Jennifer. She learned to sew by making Barbie clothes, as so many of us did. And for over 35 years, she turned that love of sewing into a career. Her favorite place to sew is at a quilt retreat with her bestie sewing friends on the Oregon coast. And her favorite machine to use is the Luminaire XP3. I mean, Jennifer and I have a lot of things in common. I'm going to tell you that much. All right, put your hands together. A big warm welcome for Jennifer Gleich.
Hey, Jane, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, Jennifer?
I'm doing well.
Have you been spending some times with your besties?
Yes.
Good.
Yes. Actually, my retreat's coming up in about 3 weeks.
Oh, that's exciting.
So, yeah.
I said this to you before. I just love your room. I just want to go in there. I want to touch all the fabrics. I'm going to play around in there and just so enticing.
Well, if you have any organizational skills, that would be helpful because
no, this is the best way. It should always, your like sewing room should always look, yours is actually very organized. So
you're not seeing what's in front of me. So.
That's the truth. I know that. So I'm really excited. By the way, we must say thank you to our friends at Brother. They are a platinum sponsor for SewFest. Yes. So cute, Brother, the best. We love you. Jennifer, you started sewing Barbie clothes. I did too. I was stapling them, and my mom finally said, I'm going to teach you how to use a sewing machine. How about you?
Yeah. Well, my grandmother sewed, and she sewed everything. Everything she sold or sewed, she sold. So, I mean, we would go to the local stores and she'd get the little remnants of fur and all kinds of things. And we'd sit there and make, my Barbie had the fur coat with the strapless dress and, you really learn how to sew when you're sewing things that are that little on a machine.
Yeah.
So she started my love of everything fabric.
Someday you and I are going to sit down and talk about the Barbie clothes that we sewed, because I did also make a strapless and a fur coat for my Barbie. It's fun, but now I like to make adult clothes. So Jennifer, I'm super excited to talk about the Stellaire XJ2. I'm loving this machine, and of course, Print Moda. So I want you to have the full hour. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to be here taking notes and writing down any questions that people have. Cool?
Okay, that sounds wonderful.
Okay, good plan. Thanks, Jen.
All right. See you in about an hour. Hey, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. I am going to talk about the Stellaire XJ2. My machine is an XJ1, which I have upgraded. So there is an upgrade available if you have the Stellaire 1. And then I'm going to talk about Print Moda and Art Spira. Print Moda is Brother's new fabric printer that you can print your own fabric, design your own fabric, and everything's done through the Art Spira app. So I wanted to make sure to throw that into my session here. I'm not going to go into really a whole lot of detail about the two machines. I'm going to show you some of my favorite features. Tomorrow, Sarah will be presenting Print Moda just on its own. And then on Thursday, Kathy Gandy will be presenting the XJ2 in greater detail. But what I'm going to do is a little project that I came up with. I absolutely love Halloween. I decorate for Halloween. Little disclaimer, I actually realized that some of my Halloween decorations have been up all year. So I'm already partially ready for Halloween. So I put together this little trick-or-treat bag. You can fill it with candy or treats for your local neighborhood kids or your grandkids or your children. And what we're going to do is we're going to embroider the design, of course, on the Stellaire, but the design comes from Artspira, and we're going to print our own piece of fabric to attach to the bag. And I'm going to show you some of the fun Artspira designs and way that we do that. So I'm going to switch cameras. I always make a disclaimer when I'm on these lives. My sewing room is not that big, and I have 3 cameras set up. So I do everything I can to move the cameras without getting everyone seasick, but I do have them set up, and I'm going to switch over the camera. And we will go ahead and start here. This is the Print Moda printer. I have it set. It has 2 trays. The first tray is for paper. The nice thing about the Print Moda is it is an actual printer. So if you wanted to replace your office printer and use it as use the Print Moda in place, you can actually print regular paper from tray 1. It is a color inkjet printer, so it's color, black and white, and you can print all of your office documents. Tray 2 is where we hold our rolled fabric. The fabric comes on a roll. With the printer, you get a trial roll of fabric. I believe it's 2.1 yards by 11.69. That is the width of the fabric, 11.69 inches. Comes on a roll, and it goes in tray 2. I will go ahead and I'm going to switch the camera one more time, and I'm going to show you some of the fun things you can do within Artspira. I borrowed my husband's tablet for this. I don't have a tablet of my own. I just have no need for one. And I have Artspira on my phone, but I thought for this demonstration, a larger screen might be easier to see. So I'm going to go into Artspira. Artspira is a free app from Brother. You can download it in the Google Play Store or in the Apple Store on your device. And when you go in, you create an account if you don't have one. If you do have a Scan and Cut, however, you most likely have a Canvas Workspace account. And when I introduce people to Artspira the first time, I have them go ahead and download Artspira. And when you log in using your Canvas Workspace credentials. And what that does is it populates all your accounts together. Any Scan and Cut or embroidery machine that you have linked to your Canvas Workspace account will auto-populate in Artspira, so you don't have to reconnect everything. So I have gone ahead and I have downloaded Artspira onto my husband's tablet and logged in using my Canvas Workspace account. And Artspira will populate. I'm hoping that you can see this on the screen. I'm going to try to zoom just a little bit here. So within Canva, or not Canva, Artspira, you have lots of options. You have embroidery designs for all different categories. You've got spring, winter. You can scroll through these. Lots of really fun designs. There's even some holiday designs, which we're going to be using one of the Halloween designs. There's letters and fonts, little words. And if you look closely, when you go in, again, camera here, you can see on the designs, under each one, it tells you whether it's an embroidery. Oh, let me go back. It tells you whether it's an embroidery or a cut file. So these are all embroidery, so it's got the little embroidery machine. If we go back, we can go to cutting designs. Again, all these cutting designs can be sent directly to your Scan and Cut from Artspira. So they've all got little, what looks like a little Scan and Cut showing you that they're a cutting design. So you've got, again, lots of categories to choose from within the cutting designs. Every Thursday, there's a new magazine that comes out and it's issued. And within that magazine are projects using some of the files that you can find within Artspira. In each of the projects, you'll have a short video showing you how to put it together, along with a supply list and we have written step-by-step instructions on how to make the projects. Those are all really fun. So if you need some sort of a quick project for a gift, there are lots of options in Artspira. Now, with our new creative printer, the Printmota Studio, once you have the printer and you populate your Artspira app, you will now have another tab that says Printing Designs. Printing Designs can be used with the Printmota Studio. And let's see if you can see the categories here. I'm not only doing this from an overhead camera, but I'm doing it upside down. So these are banners you can print. There is a Halloween banner. Again, I'm a big fan of Halloween. You can print these banners. These banners, as you can see, it's 11.69 inches wide. That, again, is the width of our roll of fabric. And this one is going to be 51.1. The extra rolls of fabric that you can buy, I have one here. As I said, you get a trial roll of fabric, but you can buy additional fabric on the roll. The rolls of fabric are the same width, but they are just over 5 yards of fabric on the roll. So you can get those from Sewing Machines Plus, or your local dealer, brother dealer will carry these. So this is a really long banner. There are photo frames. Photo frames are really fun. You can take the photo frame, and if you touch create, you can actually change the elements of the frame. So there's a stock photo in here, but I can actually select that photo and touch change, and I can go to images on my device. Now, this is not my device. My husband doesn't have any photos on his device, so I have downloaded just a few stock images from the internet, and I'm going to select one of those and change the picture. If I want to crop it or change the position, I can go down here to crop, and I can manipulate the picture so it fits right where I want it, and then hit done. You can change the outside border here. I can change the color. So maybe I want a different color of a frame. I have lots of options. Maybe this purple one would look cute. Hit done. And then once you get all of this done, you can even, this has text. The cool thing in this project is not only are you going to send this to your Printmota to print on fabric, you can also send, if you put the, for in this case, if we were to put the child's name here, we can send the design over to our embroidery machine, our Wi-Fi enabled embroidery machine. In this case, if I was going to use the Stellaire, I would change it over to the Stellaire, and I would send it to my Stellaire, and I'd be able to first print the picture and then take it to my embroidery machine and print or embroider the text right onto the printed photo. So there's lots of options within Artspira to play with. Let me show you how we're going to design the fabric. So I'm going to go home, and I'm going to go down here to new, and up here on the top, I have embroidery, cutting, and printing. For this project, we're going to print first, and I am going to go to printing patterns, and I'm going to choose letter because I just want a letter size piece of fabric. You can tell the printer however long piece of fabric that you want. So if you need a fat quarter of fabric, you can tell it you need 36 inches of fabric. And I'm saying that because we're, again, only working with 11.69 inches. So you can say that you want, 24 inches of fabric or 36 inches of fabric. So you can choose to print just a color of fabric. You can choose a pattern within. You can choose an image. You can just print the image on your device. And then you've got some saved patterns. These are patterns that I have saved into Artspira and I've created. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go back to pattern. And there is a really cute pumpkin design that we're going to use for this project. So I'm going to select the pumpkins. And the really cool thing is you're not limited to the color that those pumpkins come up as. So down on the bottom of the screen, I have options to manipulate the design. I can change to a different pattern. If I go to Effect, I can actually change the color palette of the fabric. So I can choose a different color palette. If I choose Show More, it gives me more options. That one's really kind of cool. I can keep going to Show More, get some options. Here's the green one that I used. Here's a darker color. You can choose what you'd like. I really kind of like this pink one. So I'm going to go ahead and select that. Now my pumpkin faces are going directionally, horizontally this way, because my bag, if you remember, my bag was a vertical bag. I want my pumpkins to go vertically, so I can change the direction of my pumpkins here. I can rotate the design. So now my pumpkins are going the direction I want. And then I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to just give it a name. Just so if I want to go back and I need another piece of that fabric, chances that I'm going to get that same color, I've only had to happen a few times. So this way I've saved what I've done. Now I go to Done, and I'm already connected to my printer. So all I have to do is hit Print. I get a pop-up message. Essentially, it's asking me to make sure that I have fabric in the printer, and I'm going to touch OK. It's going to send that file over to my print moda, and it's going to give me an error because I'm live on camera. I'm going to try again. Oh, you know what it is? My husband's tablet is smarter than I am, and it has dropped off the Wi-Fi connection, mostly because I'm probably live with you guys. So it has dropped my Wi-Fi connection because it doesn't think it's very stable. So all of your devices need to be linked and on the same Wi-Fi connection. Before I went live, the tablet was up and running. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring over my phone, because my phone does have the Wi-Fi. And if I bring Artspira up on my phone, got all my brother apps here. I'm going to bring Artspira. And because I saved that design, I can go into my patterns. Here is the design that we just were working with. I'm going to go ahead and hit Done and hit Print and touch OK. So the printer is printing. I'm going to change views here. It's very quiet. I don't know if you can actually hear it. There is a knife or a blade inside of the printer. So when you tell it what size to print, it goes and cuts that fabric to the size that you need and then prints on that piece of fabric. So it's going to print it out. And while that is printing, so that I keep you occupied while we are on our hour, I'm going to show you some of the cool things that I've actually been printing with Artspira. I found this photo, came across my Facebook page, and I just loved it so much. If any of you know me or have met me in person, you know that not only am I a lover of all things fabric and sewing, I am a lover of all things cat-like. So this picture was so funny on my Facebook page. I brought it into Art Spira and framed it. I think I make a pillow for my couch or something. It was just really fun. Then I had some fun with printing different patterns within Art Spira. So you can see you can have a lot of fun. There's a geometric feature, which is kind of like a kaleidoscope effect. You can take any design or image, so you can take one of your own photos and give it a kaleidoscope effect, kind of like a one block wonder quilt. So these are some of the fun designs that I have printed. And then me always wanting to push the limit and see what else I can do, I purchased some scrapbooking designs that you could print for scrapbooking paper online. And I brought them into Art Spira because they are JPEG file. And I was able to print my own scrapbooking paper, but I printed it on fabric rather than on paper. So I've done some things there. This one was little sewing notions. This was a back to school design. And then, of course, you know, as I said, all things Halloween. This again was a scrapbooking background that I purchased from a supplier that was for printing cardstock. And instead I printed it on fabric. And like I said, instead of the 8.5 by 11, I think I printed 18 inches of this fabric. And this was another one that I did with some witches hats. I did the geometric design, so the hats kind of go in a kaleidoscope. And then I had some fun printing some Christmas patterns. So you're not limited, again, by the designs within Art Spira. Think outside the box. I love to tell my students, my customers, everybody that I'm telling about all of these things to think outside the box. Again, these are some purchased digital paper designs that I brought into Art Spira for Christmas, for fall. Lots of fun designs. And since we are talking about the XJ2 today, the XJ2 has brand new designs built within it. And one of them is this fun applique gnomes. So I did a little bit of everything with this. I used my print moda to print my applique fabric. So this is, again, a design I brought into Art Spira, printed on the fabric. And then this is the design that's built in to the new Stellaire. It's an applique gnome. There's 3 of them. You could do it any holiday you want. I chose Christmas. The little berries on his hat are a design within Art Spira. I'm going to show you how to send that design over to the Stellaire. And then I went ahead and did it as an applique. I'm going to put some a border around it. And and then the other thing I used, which we're not demoing today, but if you have a Scan and Cut DX machine, the 325 or the 330D, you can actually send your applique files, which come out of the Stellaire, using my connection. You can send them straight to your Scan and Cut and have your Scan and Cut cut your pieces for you to take back over to your machine for your applique. So I used my connection, I used Art Spira, I used Print Moda, and I used the new XJ2. So I put it all together as one project. So let's change back to our printer so you can see the paper, or excuse me, the fabric that's on a paper. So here's my fabric. It's printed. And I'm going to take it back over so you can see on the overhead camera. Here's the fabric. Now, the thing to know about the fabric is the way that it's fed is it is on a carrier sheet. So, helpful hints, I tested when I was cutting those appliques for the gnomes. I actually went ahead and left the carrier sheet on and then did the half cut setting on my Scan and Cut. so that it would only cut through the fabric. That way I could just peel the carrier sheet off when I went to position my fabric. So it actually gave a really nice clean cut. But normally you would go ahead and you would let this dry for 15 minutes. We're not going to use this piece, but I'm just going to show you. We let it dry for 15 minutes. It is washable in cold water and just line dry, but you would just pull this carrier sheet off. And there you have your fabric. Now the fabric is 100% cotton broadcloth, so it is like a quilting fabric. And I have some printed here that I thought we would use. I thought that this would be a fun one to go with our little project. So first things first, though, we need to embroider. So let's go ahead and embroider. I'm going to show you how to send the design over. We're going to do this pumpkin. And I'm going to bring my phone in because the tablet is still not liking the Wi-Fi signal in my home. So I'm going to go back to Artspera, printed our fabric. We're going to hit done. And I am going to go home. And to find this design, I'm going to type in Halloween rather than try to search for it. Again, I'm working upside down here. It's going to bring up all kinds of fun Halloween designs. There's projects, there's scan and cut files, embroidery designs, and we're going to go ahead and use this cute little pumpkin here. And when you click on the embroidery design, it gives you all the things that you need to know, the size, the number of minutes it should take to embroider, depending. Now this changes depending on what machine you're using. We're using the Stellar. If you were using a machine that didn't stitch quite as fast as the Stellar, it might take more time. It tells you the stitch count, and then it tells you the color changes and the colors that you'll need for the design. So I'm going to go ahead and just touch create. And then it's going to give you the option of choosing which machine to send it to. So if you have more than one machine linked to your Canvas Workspace account, you can go in and you can change it. As you can see, I have my Stellar, I have my Lumi, which is my Luminaire, and then I have Mini, which is my little 6x10 machine that I use when I am traveling. So I'm going to use the Stellar, so I'm going to choose Stella. And all I'm going to do is touch transfer. I'm going to touch OK. And it's going to send that design right over to my Stellar. So I am going to change cameras one more time. Give me just a moment. It's just me here in the sewing room, so. Gonna get this as best as I can here. So now you should see the screen of my Stellar. And from the home screen, in order to find the design that we just sent, I'm going to touch embroidery. And then down here, I'm going to choose the cloud. So that is where anything that you send from Artspera will go. I'm going to touch that. There is my pumpkin. I'm going to open him up. And I'm going to touch set. And back over at my overhead, I'm going to go ahead and hoop. I've got some just a lightweight tearaway stabilizer. I'm going to hoop my little bag. And I'm not doing any of this, just cutting a piece of stabilizer. And I need because we only had an hour, I'm not going to show you how to insert a zipper. We're just going to use one of these lengths that I have on hand. And I'm just going to sew through the top, stitch through the top, not the lining, just the top. So I'm going to open up my embroidery hoop. And the nice thing with these little lengths, I'm going to use this little 4x4 hoop. I'm not too concerned about placement because my hoop is small enough, the design is small enough, going to wind up kind of right in the center where I want it. So now I've got it hooped, and I'm going to go back over to the machine. And I am hoping that Jane is keeping questions because I have no way of keeping up with any questions that you might have. I'm going to go ahead and load my machine here. And I'm going to touch embroidery. Now, I want to make sure that my pumpkin is going the correct way on my bag. So I'm going to touch layout, and I'm going to touch rotate, and I'm going to rotate 90 degrees. And I'm going to go ahead and close layout, and I'm going to thread my first color. As you can see, this is I slowed this down for something I was doing. We don't need it to be that slow. I was doing some freestanding lace, and I always slow the machine down when I'm doing freestanding lace. So I'm going to get her stitching, and hopefully you'll be able to still hear me. I'm going to come over, and we're going to prep our fabric. So over here, we're going to take the piece of fabric that I've already and I am going to just trim off the edge here. And then I'm going to cut this down. This would be 11 inches. So I'm going to cut this at 5.5, so I have 2 even pieces. My pumpkins are going the correct direction. Just going to remove. These have sat overnight, so the ink is nice and dry. I don't have an iron set up, so I would probably heat set this with an iron and a applique cover sheet over the top, just so that I'm not putting my iron directly on the ink. But these are nice and dry, so those are ready. So let's go finish embroidering really quickly. And while that's embroidering, I'm going to come back and see if I can see questions while I embroider this up. Print Moda, the ink cartridges, I can tell you I have been using the same ink cartridge since I received the machine in, I believe, the beginning of July. And as you can see, I'm not shy about just trying to print different things. Yes, all my fabric. The cost of the project, or the cost of the ink, you could check with your brother dealer. I don't have the cost of anything. You know, it depends on where you're at within the United States or what country you're in. The cost. So I don't definitely check, but I have definitely printed a lot, and my printer still says that I'm good on ink. Artspira only works with. Does Artspira work with Baby Lock? Artspira only works with Brother products. It is a Brother. It is a Brother app. You can never have enough fabric. Go ahead and put that camera so you can see that I am going to go ahead and just stitch up this design live. You can hear that the machine, I'm assuming, if you let me know that you can hear me, I'm assuming that you can hear me over the machine because it is a quiet machine. And that shaking is just the little iPivo camera that I'm using. That's not my actual table. I'm glad you can hear me fine. I was a little worried. So I'm just going to keep embroidering and talking to you. You're right. You can never have too much fabric. So I really like Halloween. Does anybody else really like Halloween? I had to do a couple projects this month for work, and they were Halloween themed, and I was very, very excited about that. I do not know if you can use your own fabric on a roll. I haven't even been out to look to see if I could get fabric on a roll yet. So yes, you can print. I don't know if you can print smaller than 11, but you can print lengthwise any size you want. The only roll of fabric that Brother offers is the 11.69 by 5.1 yards. And again, like I said, it is 100% cotton broadcloth. So it does, once you take that carrier sheet off, it does feel just like quilting cotton. Within the Artspira app, the other thing that's really cool with the printer is you can print quilt labels. There are some quilt label templates in there, and you can change the color, and you can change the text. And like I said, not only can you print the label, you can print or send the embroidery text over to your machine, and once you've printed the label, then you can actually embroider the text on your label. The sheets, the carrier sheet is already attached to the fabric. So when you purchase the roll of fabric, you don't have to purchase the sheet. It's already got the carrier sheet attached. That's how it is able to pull it through the machine. Oh, my thread that I'm using is I always use the Brother thread. So it's the Simplicity Pro by Brother. I am not sure if the fabric and ink can be purchased online. I have not tried to make my own carrier sheet. The printer is a Wi-Fi printer, so you can use it, like I said, as a regular printer. But in order to print fabric, it only works with the Arcspira. Yes, there is a laminating film you can purchase. So if you're making something that you feel is going to be handled a lot, or you don't want the ink to rub off, or you're afraid it's going to get wet, a Brother does make a vinyl like laminating sheet that you can purchase that you would iron on your fabric before you stitch your project together. The dimensions of the printer, I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's like, I'm going to say 19 by 23. I can't remember. I did look it up because I had to make sure it would fit on my stand inside my sewing room here. We are almost done, just a few more minutes. I've never actually, I feel like I'm in a race to stitch live on camera. The designs really stick out really cute. There are so many designs to choose from. I could talk to you about Arcspira forever. Just with the possibilities of embroidery and your scan and cut and now your print moda. I could teach a whole day class on using the Arcspira because I love it so much. The photo transfer sheets for inkjet printers. You could use those in tray number 1. You cannot send photos through Arcspira to tray number 1. You can't send anything to tray 1. If you had a photo program on your computer and you wanted to print on the photo sheets, you can print directly because it is a printer. You can print the tray 1, but not through Arcspira. Go get the app. If you don't have the app, go get it. It's a free download in the Google Store or in your Apple Store. I think it's called the Apple Store. I'm not an Apple user, but it's free. So just go download it. The app is free. If you just, the easiest way to find it is just go to Google and do Brother Arcspira app, and it'll bring up the Brother Arcspira page. And then I think there's a QR code that you can scan and download it right to your device. Oh, thank you, Karen, for looking up the weight and the, I was close, 22.6 by 18.78. The app is only available to use on a phone or a tablet or like an iPad or iPhone. It is not PC based. You cannot print iron on. Well, I suppose you could from tray 1 if you had a program on your PC to send to tray 1, but not through the Arcspira. Thank you for saying I'm calm. I don't really feel calm, but that's very kind of you. We have just, looks like 3 more colors here, or 3 more color changes. Yes, Ronnie. The app can be used on an Android phone. That's what I have. I have a Samsung Android phone. Zipper pouches are so much fun. You can never have too many zipper pouches. Oh, thank you, Tina. Hi. No, the app works on for the wireless. The NQ1600. It has to be a wireless machine. Definitely get into ArtSphere and play. Don't be afraid of it. All right, last stitch. The app is spelled A-R-T. Yeah, A-R-T-S-P-I-R-A. Yes, the auto threading and cutting is the best. I'm telling you, my first brother machine, all they had to do was show me that auto threader twice, and it was in the back of my car. There is no way to get the ArtSphere designs onto a flash drive, unfortunately. I don't know why your data pocket wants to work. Yes, this machine uses larger hoops, Lorinda. I'm just using the 4x4 because I was using a small design. But the XJ2, the largest hoop that you can use on the XJ2 is 9.5 by 14. You can use, and then anything below that you can use. I believe it comes with a 9.5 by 14, a 9.5 by 9.5, a 5 by 7, and a 4 by 4, I believe. Again, Kathy Gandy will be talking more about the XJ2 on Thursday. All right, so now we're done. I'm going to switch cameras. We're going to go over and I'm going to show you how we're going to finish this up. So I'm going to go back over to our fabric. And I'm going to try to do this as quickly as I can so I don't delve into anybody else's time. We're going to pop our design out of the hoop. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to tear off my stabilizer on the back. And then I'm going to get my good old handy sewing clips. I have made this little bag for my clips. And I'm going to go ahead and take our bag. I've got the lining and the front panel. I'm going to take one piece of the fabric that we went ahead and printed, and I'm going to clip it to the bottom here. And this worked out so perfectly because it just happens to be the right size. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the other piece on the back. Again, you have the front and the lining. So I'm going to clip this as well. The trick is, especially, I've got directional pumpkins here. So make sure that if you're using a directional fabric, that you pay attention the direction before you stitch. I know we all have our handy seam ripper available. If you're a true fabric sewing person like I am, you have more than one in the sewing room, but I try not to use it as often as I should or need to. That didn't come out right, but you know what I meant. I try not to use it so often. So my pumpkins are going the correct way. I'm going to go pop back over to the Stellaire and I'm going to put it into sewing mode. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go home. Okay. And I'm going to go to sewing. And I just have to change this foot really quick. I'm just going to use the standard J foot. I'm going to take off the embroidery foot, put on the J foot. All right. And let's sew our little bag together. So I am going to leave it in the center position. I'm going to go to a 3.0 stitch. I'm going to give you back a view of my machine here. And I'm going to turn on my back stitch and my thread. And I'm going to go ahead and stitch. Now I just left the embroidery thread on that I had for time. If I was sewing this without the need for speed, I guess you would say, I would change to a different, sewing thread, but this will be okay. So I've done that. So I've got my front of my bag here. I'm going to do the same thing to the other side. Okay, so I've got my two sides. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open my zipper. We all know when we make a zipper bag, we want to make sure we open our zipper. How many of you have done what I've done and sewed it all the way closed with the zipper closed and then you had to unstitch? So now I'm going to I'm just going to fold it in half so the two pieces of fabric are matching, the two pouch pieces are matching. I'm going to match my seam here where my pieces come together and I'm going to clip and I'm going to stitch all the way around. And this is not going to be perfect. I do like the sewing clips. They're my favorite tool, I think, in the sewing room. I used to You know, my grandmother taught me we always had pins, but I find that sometimes I forget that the pins are painful. So I do have pins. I use them when needed, but the clips are just so much easier to use. And I don't wind up bleeding on my fabric because we don't want blood on our fabric, right? All right. So I am going to, on the screen of my machine, I'm going to just change to a little bit of a wider seam because I want to make sure that I catch this this surged inside the pouch. So I'm going to start right up here on the top, and I am going to sew directly over the zipper. Now, when I sew and I do corners, I'm not going to box corners, so I'm actually going to sew all the way off the end, and then I'm going to come back and turn, and that way when I clip my corner, I'm going to get a nice corner at the bottom of my bag. And do the same thing here. Now this doesn't have auto press or put down, but out of habit, I do tend to grab my lever there in the back for positioning. Some habits, you just can't let them die. They just become just muscle memory. Again, I'm sewing all the way off the zipper. I'm going to grab my scissors. I'm going to cut off my ends of my zipper because I don't need those in my bag. And then my corners, I'm going to go ahead and just trim those. And then we're going to turn our bag right side out. And I think I left my favorite point turner out by my iron. My room is not big enough for my ironing board, but my favorite point turner is one of those old-fashioned staple removers because it has a nice round end on it. And that is my favorite piece of sewing equipment in my little box because I always want perfect corners. So I'm going to come back to the main screen. And I think I'm right on time. Here we've made our little pouch. So we've used our print moda, we've used our art spira, we've used our stellaire, and we're ready for Halloween. So I think I'm on time, Jane. I did it.
I'm applauding you for a performance well done. That was fantastic,
Thank
Jennifer.
you.
I loved it. It's so funny. You said you feel like you're in a race. You're trying to sew it.
I felt like I was in a race. I kept looking at my watch like, okay, I can do this.
I listen. I totally get it. You totally did it. And it's so cute. It's just beyond. And I love that you used everything. You use the Art Spira app. You use your print moda. You use your stellaire. I mean, you did everything. And it's so cute. Not only that, it's a great idea of putting together a cute little pumpkin bag. By the way, I think you and I could be like super great friends because
yes, totally. Yes.
Wearing these on my feet.
We really need to work out at lunch or something.
I'm telling you what, I'll come to you. I love cats. Right. I love sewing and I love pumpkins. So we're perfect right there. You did a great job answering a lot of the questions because you were paying attention to the comments going by. But while you were setting everything up, quick couple of things.
Sure.
And you might have already answered all of these. The rolls of fabric, can you use any fabric as a base? You said let's keep with the rolls because they have the contact on the back, correct?
Yes, they've got a carrier sheet just built right onto them.
Lots of people love the Brother Magnet. And let's remind everybody that fabric is wash cold and line dry.
Yes.
And that's obviously after you've done it. And then you heat set it before you.
Yeah, I mean, that's another tip that we've found as, you know, as an educator, I found that heat set works. I haven't had any problems with the ink rubbing off on my hands. I know that's a concern for some people, but I'm just going with it. I love it.
It is just too cute. And they wanted to know, can you print smaller than the 11.5?
You know, I think you can because you can do the labels.
Yep.
I just haven't gone in there to really play with that part of it.
And it's 100% cotton broadcloth.
Correct.
Okay. And the back of the fabric, you showed it to us throughout it because it's got the carrier sheet on the back. Once you pull it off, it's just like regular fabric, the broadcloth fabric.
Like regular fabric.
Yeah, I love it. And you said, you know, App Store has the app. There's also a QR code on the Brother website too that you can scan into that as well. So, and like you said, Google it. But I was
Art Spira page. It tells you all about it, and then at the bottom is the QR code.
Yeah, and I literally just sent something to my Scan and Cut with my Art Spira, and I just love it so much for cutting. It's
so
super
much
cute.
fun.
I know. It's just the ideas are endless. I don't know. None of us will work ever again. We'll just be making things. Let me think. Those are why the machines have to obviously have Wi-Fi capability.
Yes, all the machine in order to use Art Spira has to have a Wi-Fi connection. And make sure that, I think I said it, but make sure that all of your machines are on the same Wi-Fi connection within your home, because that's how they'll communicate.
And all machines with Wi-Fi connection, no matter what age they are, will still work with it.
They should, yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Listen, I think it's great. I have my husband's tablet too, and I have my Art Spira app on that as well. And
can I use it for just an hour? Just an hour, please.
I know. He's like, what is this? But he liked it. And so, and another person, Camille says, the printer, the print moto piqued her hubby's interests as well. So fantastic job. Everybody, hands together, a big high five. Jennifer Gleich, thank you so much, Jennifer. And thank you to our friends at Brother for all these great products. Thank you.
You're welcome, and enjoy the rest of SewFest.
Great. Let's get a play date together.
Yes, let's do it.
With cats. Okay.
See you soon.
Bye. Okay, everybody. That was Jennifer Gleich. That was so much fun. I really enjoyed the presentation as well. Let's bring our friend Blaine back in so we can say hi. Hi, Blaine.
Well, hey, Jane. And I just wanted to say a big shout out there to Michelle. I think it's Daly. Michelle Daly from Minnesota just got her an XJ2. So she was real happy, bought it from our retail store here in San Marcos. So the store people really helped her out. So we want to say a big shout out to her and thank her for her business.
That's fantastic. She's so lucky. Oh, wait, we could all buy one too.
And you know what's also the XJ2, guys, right now, if you buy the XJ2, which Jennifer was showing, the print motor comes absolutely free with it.
Oh, wow. That's really great. Now, Blaine, can people buy that online or they have to go to the store?
They can buy it online. It's
okay.
It's on there right now. So, or they can call us at 800-401-8151.
I love that. Well, that's really good to know because I love that she showed us all three things. Now that Art Spira app obviously is a free download, free app for you to use.
Yes.
But she showed us the Print Moto, showed us the Stellaire XJ2, and I love working with everything together. So that was really, really cool.
Yeah, and the project that Jennifer did is the one I actually did with her at Brother. It was the same type of project. So it was really cool to see her do it, which it was 10 times better than what I did. But
where's yours? Really cool. Did you bring it home?
Yeah, I brought it home.
Why don't you bring it to the show? Show and tell.
I completely forgot, to be honest. But
all right.
I knew
Maybe
she
tomorrow.
would have it covered.
Maybe tomorrow?
Yeah, we can probably show it.
Okay.
All right, Jane, we'll see you back here in just about an hour. And,
sounds good.
We're going to move on. All right, guys. Next up, we have a treat for you. And the first time on our show, we have Linda Piccini from Baby Lock. And Baby Lock, you know, As a passionate sewist, Linda has vast experience in all areas of sewing, including garment construction, machine piecing, and quilting, serging, machine embroidery, and home decor. Sharing the love of sewing isn't just a corporate role, it's what she does in her free time. And I tell you what, I'm so excited to have her on the show. So y'all, welcome to the show, Linda Piccini.
Hey, Blaine, thank you very much for that welcome. Yes, it is something I do in my free time when I have a free time.
When you have free time?
Like it's completely dried up, but I promise you, my machines are waiting for me every day when I get home from work. It's just kind of calling my name as I walk by my sewing studio. So, hey, everybody, and thanks for welcoming me to Sew Fest. I'm excited about showcasing our brand new Baby Lock Capella to everybody. All right, so I'm ready to go. So let's talk about the Baby Lock Capella. So I'm standing up and the machine's about as tall as I am. And what is this machine? Well, this is Baby Lock's newest standalone single needle embroidery machine that acts like all the big guys do. And one of those things that stand out for me from a features perspective is being able to embroider something in the round. And so if you have experience with an embroidery machine, you already know one of the biggest things that you have to manage all the time is how do I get my fabric in a frame on the hoop so I can stitch out some really cool things, right? You can go and buy a bag at the store. How do you get it on? Well, when it comes to the Baby Lock Capella, we've got you, because this is a free arm machine, which you can tell right away accommodates really small things. So I've got a little table here, and I'm just going to show you that if you're interested in doing things like a bag like this, you know, they're inexpensive. You want to take them everywhere you go, right? I go for a vacation, I'm going to grab a bag like this. And why wouldn't I want to put my monogram on it? And it's easy to slide it on and be able to stitch. But when we start talking about the Capella, we really need to approach this as a whole machine for somebody who's probably looking to add something fun to their sewing room. So I'm an avid sewer. I told Blaine, I do it all. And one of the things that I love about being able to sew a lot is if I've got an embroidery machine in the room that can embroider while I'm sewing, well, that's a perfect day to me. Having a machine like the Capella will give you that ability. So let's take a peek at this machine. Obviously, a really nice LCD color touch screen, and all the information that I need to know about it is all really nicely displayed here. So it's a touch screen. I can touch here, and this is going to open up a menu of categories where my embroidery designs are. And I know you can follow along so easily with me. If I touch novelty, for example, I can see some really cute designs. I can page through. You can see there's two, I'm on page 2 of 3 pages of designs. And what I love about this is it's so intuitive. In fact, I really think that when it comes to Baby Lock, one of the things that we say is the hallmark of our brand is the ability for you to be able to navigate your way and figure it out on your own. But even if you can't figure it out on your own, we've got you covered too, because every single Baby Lock machine purchase comes with a free trial membership for 60 days to our SewEd video library. And there we can really teach you an awful lot about how to get the most out of your machine. So I'm going to touch this cute little fox design. And as soon as I touch it, it comes up on my screen. Now, I love this. So just look at this here. It's showing me that this is almost 4 inches by 3 inches, and it's already giving me a preview of the different colors of thread that I'm going to use. Now, once I set this to the screen, I can start playing around with this design a lot. Because what happens when you're looking at an embroidery machine, you're like, yeah, I love the idea of being able to do bags and such, but like, is it going to be hard for me to learn? Well, don't be surprised that we have a place where you can set up 4 different spools of thread, but this is really a single needle embroidery machine, and it's efficient and fast. With 1,000 stitches per minute, this machine is going to make your embroidery jobs super easy to do. And again, you could be sewing right next to your machine while your embroidery machine is running. So I can take this design and I can move this anywhere on my screen. And so this box right here is representative of my entire embroidery field. So if you haven't looked at embroidery machines in a while, you might be surprised that there's a lot of big things happening with embroidery. What I really look for in a machine is the ability to be able to do designs as big as, say, for example, a sweatshirt. And so what we have on this machine is, and it's in our metric, it's a 300 by 200 frame. So it's 11.8 inches by 7.9. And you could easily just say it's an 8 by 12 embroidery field. And this is a big deal because, quite honestly, for most projects, this is about as big as I really need to go. Now, your machine comes with the holder, which will help you put your frames on simply. Now, if you've ever hooped a piece of fabric and found out, oh, I hooped it upside down, you don't have to worry on a machine like this, because when you put it on, you can put your frame on in this direction or in the other. So there's no such thing as hooping it the wrong way. It's always going to be just right. So not only do I have this embroidery field, but your machine also comes with a 4x4 embroidery frame. And there are so many more that you can add to your collection so that you can get the most out of your embroidery field. So I want to show you a couple other things that you can do with your designs, because honestly, it's really all about the software. It's about the editing. What can you do with your design once you have it in? So once I have my design here, if I want, I can touch this resize button. And what my machine allows me to do is make the design 20% larger or down to 10% smaller. It does not recalculate stitches, but what it does is it allows me to make something a little bit smaller or larger to fit whatever embroidery field I'm working in. And that not only works for the designs that are built in, but it also works for any designs that you might import into the 2 different USB slots that are on the side of the machine. And for me, that really spells a lot of embroidery freedom. So if you've been an embroidery design collector for a long time, chances are the designs that you have in your collection are going to work beautifully on the Baby Lock Capella. So now that I have my design here, if I want, I can say, okay, and this is where I can take a design and I can mirror image it. The other thing that I can do is I can rotate it, and this allows me to rotate in small increments of either 10 or 1 degree, or I can even do a full 90-degree design rotation. I love this because that means that I can take advantage of my embroidery field way that I want the design to stitch. So if I want to do something that's tall rather than wide, then all I have to do is orient my design and create whatever it is that I want to stitch in advance and be able to see that on screen. I'm going to touch the word reset. It's going to put it right back where it was. And notice these little move keys. I love this. It allows me to put my design right back in the center if I want. Now, when I say okay, you're going to notice that I have some other little items here, right? I have the ability, like I showed you, to size and rotate, but I can even play around with color a little bit. I love this feature of the machine because I don't know if you're the same way that I am, but when I go to stitch a design, it's really all about the thread color choices. Maybe I want my fox to have a little bit of a different color in the body. I can preview it here. All I have to do is find a color and touch it. And what it's going to do is it's going to take the first color. So now you know that the ears and the feet are stitching in the same color. I can touch reset, and it's going to say okay and put me right back. So this is a nice way to be able to preview color. Now you have 64 thread colors built in here, but I can go into a menu where I have over 300 thread color choices, which is really very liberating for people who are working with a thread color palette that they like. And in addition to that, what I can do is create a custom thread color if I like. I'm going to say okay here. And now what I'm going to do is show you that I can easily duplicate my design. I love this copy button. So I can swing this one design over here. I can take this one here. I can mirror image it the other way. And you can see instantly that I'm able to create something by just taking a design and duplicating it, or I can even add a new design element or lettering as well. And so I love how fluid and you're able to create anything that you want. Now, if I want to add another design here, all I have to do is touch the word add. And what I can do is go in now into another menu of built-in designs or lettering in the machine. And if I wanted, See these little USB icons down here? I can use a USB that's on the side of the machine. I can even tie this into my computer in case you like to store things on a hard drive or on your computer itself. And if I've saved something to the machine that I already stitched and I want to do a lot of repetition, I can call it back from the internal memory as well. So let's look at some of the lettering, because I honestly feel like personalization is one of those things that when you have the Baby Like Capella in your sewing room, you're going to want to do. I always make my gifts for my family and friends at Christmas time, and even for special holidays, and just because they invited me over for dinner. And one of the best things to do is to do something personal for them. And so you have 31 styles of lettering that are built into the Capella. But then in addition to that, you also have this new lettering font here. So I don't know if you can see over to the back, I have two different ball caps, and both of them have been stitched with this font, which is a puffy foam font for somebody who likes dimension. So if you've got a sports fan in your family, or if you want to do something that really makes your lettering stand out, we have a brand new font that uses puffy foam in order to make it raised. And I know you guys know what I'm talking about in terms of puffy foam, because it's that really raised and beautiful type of lettering that you can find on some nice caps. And I'd say if you just did like, well, we're here in St. Louis, I do STL, and I think that would make a great gift for somebody who's coming here to visit. So if I wanted to add lettering, and I'm going to hit return here, and I'm going to go back to one of these other styles here. These are our beautiful lettering fonts. I even have some smaller fonts and some script fonts. And notice that I have uppercase, lowercase. I also have numbers, punctuation marks, and some European lettering as well. So anything that you'd want to say, whether it's a phrase or whether it's just a name, you can do that. Let's just go here. I'm going to return, and let's pick more of a block font. I really like this one here. And so I'm going to just type a little something. I don't know about you guys, but when I'm typing on something like this, I'm so used to my keyboard on my typewriter, it takes me just a minute to be able to orient myself. So if I say hello, I can hit this return button, and now it's given me a second line. So if I put hello, Foxy, and Y, and then I'm going to set this to the screen. I can take this and I can move my lettering away from one another. Now the lettering features, meaning the editing features on lettering inside of the Capella, are top notch. I love the fact that I can go in, and while I'm in lettering, I can do things like make it multicolor. And so what it'll do is it'll stop and it'll make each one of those multicolor. But what I can also do, and I'm going to add one more font here. Let's pick this one. And I'm going to add one more word, and we'll just say hi. Let's see. And I'll set that to the screen. But before I do, notice that I've got the ability to choose whether I want large, medium, or small lettering. I can even select that I want my lettering to arc or array in this fashion, right? I can also take my lettering and I can center it so that it's right underneath one another. I can have it be right, left, or justified, or right justified as well. So I'm going to go back to a straight line here. But don't you just love that when it comes to lettering, there's so many things that you can do with the machine so that you can really start creating and personalizing things the way that you like. I'm going to set the word here, hit set, and now you can see that I can move this around. So anything that I want on my screen is just a touch move, and I can move through design. Now I'm going to touch the word embroidery and just show you how easy it is to see how this machine will navigate through the design for me. So if you look right here, you're going to see that this design is a 47-minute design with 30,000 stitches with 20 different thread color changes. But if I wanted to, if I touch this icon here, what I have is the ability to be able to stitch a single color. So I really like this because when it comes to personalization, a lot of times what I want to do is just do something that's tone on tone. But if you stop for your thread color, let me explain to you how easy that is to do on the Baby Lock Capella. I'm going to hit my home key and get rid of my entire design. And let's just take a brand new home accents design and set this to the screen. So when I have a design like this on the screen and I go to embroidery, what's going to happen is the machine's going to prompt me what thread color to stitch. And so I have my machine threaded, and what I have is a couple different thread colors that are on the side here so that I can easily pull them in. What's really nice about it is that you thread the machine needle one time, and what's going to happen is you're going to tie on and pull your threads through. That's what makes this machine really efficient. And so when my thread gets pulled through, what I have here is I've got my thread tail. If I hit my needle threading button, it'll come through and it'll thread it for me. And when it's time for me to change my thread color, I'm just going to cut it up here at the top, pull my next thread down, tie it on, pull it through, and I'm ready to stitch. I think one of the things that I really find that people are looking to do when it comes to embroidery is how do you get the design to go exactly where you want it to go? And I think that that's probably the thing that is the most confusing, or maybe the biggest opportunity to show off what I consider to be one of the best features on the Baby Lock Capella, and that it's placement capability. So I'm going to go back to my home key and say, okay. And this time I'm going to take a piece of fabric that I have hooped. This is one of our fun Baby Lock aprons. Now this is the 4x4 embroidery frame, which also comes with the Capella. So it comes with the 8x12. It also comes with the 4x4. And this is going to fit on my A-frame holder. So there's two different frame holders that come with the machine. You're already set to be able to buy additional hoops if you like and get them on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to loosen up my frame holder and slide this down so that it's in the 4x4 position. Now, when I do that, I'm just going to pull up my monogram. So I'll do L, and I'm going to make this a medium size. And then I'll do M, P, and then we're going to set this to the screen. So this is my monogram. And remember how I said you can put this on either way. There's no wrong way. So I can set it on in this position, or I can rotate it. And I'm just going to slip this on and snap it in place. And then what you'll want to do is make sure that you've got everything out of the way. And so traditional embroidery is always going to have you having your fabric and some stabilizer hooped. And that's a part of the education process that I think is important. And so I love that Baby Lock has such a large video library of embroidery videos that you can watch to teach you how to do all of those things. So now that I have this design here, I'm going to touch the word embroidery. And when I do that, you'll notice that what I have, if you're able to see up close, I actually have a big, long, red laser that's shooting a grid on my fabric. And what I like about this is that you've got a single needle in a big area. So Mike Johns is helping me today. So everybody say hi to Mike. But what I have here, if you see this, I've got this laser that's showing the center of my design. We'll look up here on my screen, and where that little green square there is, that little cross there, that's the center of my design. And you're thinking probably, well, that's great, Linda, but like, how do I know exactly how big that's going to be? Well, this is what I really like about this machine, is what you can do is you can touch this icon right here. And what it's going to do is it's asking me now, how do you want to place this design? So this is what we call two-point placement. And two-point placement is essentially saying, well, I want to make sure that my design is being centered by, or I want to be able to set that line. So you're probably thinking, just like I am, that this line here at the bottom of where my name is, that's where I want to align things. So I'm going to touch this button right here, right? And the next thing I'm going to touch is I'm going to touch this button right here, or this button first, and then I'm going to say next. And then what it's going to allow me to do is, now I want to go over to the side, and I'm going to say next. And now what you'll see is it's saying that the embroidery position laser can be aligned, and press the next key. So let's look at what happened down here. So on my screen, or on my bed of my machine, what you can see is that this right here is where my letter L is starting right here. Well, I could measure this if I wanted, but I know for a fact that I want this to move down. And all I have to do now is reach up here. Is that amazing? It's moving my crosshairs down so I can see where it's going to stitch. Now I'm puttering along, right? I've got the slow key, but I can touch medium or I can touch really fast if I want. And look at how quickly the machine is going to move. So that's why we give you that ability to be able to control that movement. So let's say that I want my monogram. Now, the reason why having this is good is because if you don't hoop your fabric really square, you're going to know it right away, and you can rotate your design to accommodate it. But if this is where I want it to go, I can say next. And then what it's going to do is give me the ability to make an adjustment here. I can say that's good. And then I can hit the word set. And now look at where I am. My monogram is going to be centered here. We already know it's going to start about here and end over here. Isn't that amazing technology? 2-point placement. It's not a camera built into your machine, but I'll tell you what, for the price that you can get this machine for, it's got so many, we always call it big girl features or big guy features, right? Things that really define a machine. You know, as the director of training and education for Baby Lock, I have an opportunity to experience all the machines in our line. I get a chance to take things home and play around with them. And this is where we as a company really start talking about how our machines will make your sewing job easier. And when it comes to embroidery, there's not a whole lot of machine companies that have the wide range of machines that we have, with the education component that we've crafted to make the owning of our machines so much easier for you to just jump right in and be successful. Not only do I have a family of sewers, but I have met people over the years that are really looking to be able to get confident about being able to use an embroidery machine. And with features like this, it's super easy to see right off the bat what it is that somebody's doing. And so that 2-point placement is a feature that's amazing on the Baby Lock Capella. You would love it for being able to do things like putting a monogram over a pocket, or even being able to put a monogram on a cuff. But there are so many ways and places that having that feature available is going to make all the difference in the world for you. So when I want to, I'm going to go back up here to the home key and talk a little bit more about some of the features that I think are standouts on the Capella. I love the fact that as an embroidery only machine, a stand-up machine like this, you have the ability to use either a pre-wound bobbin, and we use the MagnaGlide bobbins. I'm going to pull this off of here and show you how easy it is to get into the bobbin area of your machine. So I'm just going to tip this open. Now, from somebody who's kind of a machine snob, I would tell you that a rotary hook that's set in just like this is probably the best long range hook system that's out there, because it's really a commercial caliber hook, meaning that this machine's going to last for years and years. And so it's super easy to remove this. Notice this little piece right here that kind of holds everything in place. But this bobbin is magnetized. It's meant to be in here, and it goes into the machine with just a little tail hanging down. So when you reloaded a new one, you can just lift it up here, and then we're going to snap it in place. Now, this is the one part of the machine that you're going to be oiling on occasion, because you want to keep that hook really nice and lubricated, because otherwise it will get dry. But I also love the fact that on the Baby Lock Capella, if you look up here on the machine, you're going to notice that we've got a bobbin winder. So there is no other standalone embroidery machine in our line that comes with a bobbin winder. And you might be asking yourself, why would you ever need to wind your own bobbins? Well, if you're a fan of Zandra Shaw, and if you like lace and fun embroidery that is two-sided, you're going to love the fact that you've got a machine here now that you can wind bobbins with yourself. And so this is taking a really nice type L metal bobbin. And I love these because they don't warp and they don't bend. You're going to slip it in place and then lock it into position. And then once you've done that, watch what happens. I'm going to move this piece up into position. And when I do, I'll do it twice. I'm going to click it into place. And the moment that I do that, look here on my screen, it automatically put my machine into a bobbin winding mode. I love this. So I'm going to do it one more time. I'm going to click it into place. And then I'm going to show you, here's my bobbin winding mode, and I can select the speed. So you'll just hit start when you're ready, and you can increase or decrease the speed on your bobbin winding. So for me, I've done a lot of dimensional embroidery. It's fun and you can do some beautiful things. But the big caveat is that if you're winding it with pre-wound bobbins, you probably have to choose between black or white, or maybe even see if you've got another machine in the house that has the same size of bobbins so that you can wind your bobbins. Not on the Capella. It comes with that built into it. I love that feature on the machine. You'll never run out of bobbins, and you'll be able to do beautiful reversible embroidery, which I think is great. So let's talk about some of the other things that you can use on this machine. Now, I love the fact that I can do free arm embroidery. We were talking about that bag and how easy it was to slip on. But sometimes when you're doing embroidery, what you're looking for is the ability to be able to handle heavier weight items. So this is a nice little table. Notice how easily I can squeeze this and slide this on. And once it's slid in place, it's locked, and I can actually elongate this. So let's say you're doing a jacket back or you're doing a large project, you would be able to have some additional built-in stability. This is an additional accessory, but if you think to yourself, maybe I should be taking the Capella home with me someday soon, this might be something to consider adding to your shopping list. Also, there's a large table that will fit on the Capella that's easy to put on or take off. It's unique to the Capella, but is the same size as our other large tables that work with our 10 and our 6 needle machines, both the Venture and the Array. What's really nice about those two different machines is their ability to use that big table. You can use it on the Capella as well. And what that does is it gives you a really big flat surface so that if you've got heavy items or you just want to support your hoops, then you have it there. Now, one of those hoops that I think you would probably really want to have the table for is one of our magnetic frames. So look at this guy here. And you might be thinking to yourself, that looks amazing. And it is. Look at how easy it is. Now I'm holding this and I'm standing in the air and holding this. So I have to click on this piece here so it'll lift it up. But watch. I can, oh, Mike's coming over to help me. What a great guy. So Mike, I know this is one of your favorite hoops. Look at how easy that is to open up, and you'd put a piece of stabilizer underneath, or if you had like a quilt block, you wouldn't have to use additional stabilizer because that would be enough. And look at this. It just clicks into place so easily for you. And so these are additional frames. And, you know, I really think that one of the things that I like about a machine is I always want to know when I go to purchase something, tell me everything that I might run into. Tell me everything that I might want to add to my machine. And I'm telling you, when it comes to the Baby Lock Capella, there are a lot of embroidery frames that you can buy so that this machine is going to last you for a long time into the future. And so those caps that I have behind me, definitely stitched on the Capella with the puffy foam. It looks beautiful. And there is a cap frame that will work on this machine. In fact, there's 2 different cap frames. So there's a plethora of notions to get the most out of your machine. And if you're really thinking about something that's going to liberate you in your sewing room so you can have as much fun as I have when I'm embroidering, this is the machine for you to take a look at.
So you had a couple of questions.
Okay, we've got a couple questions.
Does this have a USB port?
Yes, it does have a USB port. There's 2 actually over here on the side of the machine.
And are you able to embroider on the backs of caps using the free arm?
For using the free arm. There are people who've gotten really good about being able to do that. One of the things I would recommend is looking at some of the smaller format frames for the back of a frame. We don't use the edge to edge or the ear to ear cap frame. I'm doing it the wrong way. We don't, you wouldn't, well, you could do it this way, but this is the edge to edge. So it does a really big edge. That's for our 10 needle machine. But for this machine, you could stitch on the back. I would say you might want to practice that a little bit, but anything can be done, I promise you.
And the circular frames are probably the best for this.
Yes, the circular frames would be the best for
Why do we
that.
give them pre-wounds?
Why do we give you pre-rounds? Well, I'll tell you what, when I take a machine home, I don't want to have to dig around for the right thread to use. It comes with the machine. You definitely want to have it. I myself use pre-wounds all the time. I find them to be super efficient. Buy them by the gross, get a big old box of them. You'll be stitching forever and you won't have to stop for any reason.
what is the largest embroiderable field?
The largest embroidery field technically is 11 and 7/8. Hold on, I have to look at my little cheat sheet. It's printed on the machine here, or on the frame itself. It's 11.8 by 7.9. So it's roughly a 12 by 8 embroidery field. And our previous single needle machine that was set up like this was the Alliance, and it was an 8 by 8. So this is a major upgrade for somebody who wants a standalone embroidery machine.
And they really like the versatile magnetic hoop frame that you just showed. Do we have one of those for the Solaris?
Yes, we do have magnetic frames for the Solaris and for all of our machines. And all the sizes of the different frames that are available, you can easily find on the product pages on babylock.com. It's a smorgasbord out there, guys. Frames are what it's at. Take a peek at what we have available and make your machine do great things.
And last is how many designs are built in?
There's I believe that there's 175 designs. And so I have to look at my cheat sheet so you can see a digital version of this on the babylock.com website. Just look for the Capella and browse to your heart's content. This is a fun machine to add to your sewing room, and it's not that big. All right, so I think it's about time to go back to Blaine. And I also want to say this. You guys need to call for the specials that they have. They were so secret, he wouldn't even tell them all to me, but I know it's a good time to buy if you're ready.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Linda. And thanks to a great big shout out to Baby Lock for being one of our platinum sponsors. And guys, we're super excited about this machine. And again, this is the Baby Lock Capella. And again, we have a great call-in special for this today, guys. You look at there, it is $59 to $99, but if you call right now and order, we're going to throw in a free machine stand with this. Guys, we have free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep, and we have some special financing available if you need it. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. Guys, a little bit about this machine. I actually am a big fan of this. It's going to weigh about 68 pounds overall, so it's going to take probably 2 people to move this thing around, but it's extremely portable with that in mind. Again, it has the USB ports on it. You can do so many things with this. It also has so many great hoops available. Again, it's that 8x12 embroidery area. You're going to get an 8x12 hoop on it. You're going to get that 4x4 hoop on it. And again, there is a flat brim cap frame that you can do, add to the cap and all that on there as well, which is a great accessory to have. And I always talk about these machines are the best machines if you love to do hats. Now that new frame, it makes it so easy. So guys, again, if you're interested in the Capella, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, we are going to move on. And coming up next, we have Grace in the house. We have Jana Matthews and Catherine Burrell coming in. And Catherine has been with Grace Company for just a little over 8 months and is a customer service representative. And Jana, we've been working with Jana for a long time. You've probably seen her on most of the Grace's live shows that she does. She is great at education and demonstration. So y'all, welcome to the show, Jana and Catherine.
Hi, Blaine.
Hi.
We're so excited to be here. Thanks for having us back.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank y'all.
Catherine for the first time.
It's my
I
first
know.
time.
I know. This is the first time Catherine's been on one of our shows. And hey, welcome to SewFest, Catherine. I know you're pretty new to it, Grace, as well. But, you know, Jana and I go way, way back.
Way back, yeah.
Well, it's nice to meet you, and thanks for having me on. I'm excited.
We are too. So, guys, we're going to let y'all take off and get going on the demonstration. And I'll see y'all back here in about 30 minutes.
Thanks, Blaine. So everybody, I'm so happy to share the time with Catherine here. We're going to be talking about our 19X series machines. And what did you think when you found out what our segment was?
Oh, I was so excited. It's the first machine I learned about. It's the first machine I ever quilted on. So I was so excited to be part of the 19 series.
And as most people know, the 19s are my favorite. Don't tell the other unique machines, but I love the 19's versatility. So we're gonna go over first, we've got the 19X Elite and the 19X. We're gonna go over some things that are the same on both of these unique machines, and then what's different about both of them.
Yes.
But first, I want to find out what people are thinking. Have you ever thought, I need more space for my quilting? Whatever machine you're working on, you just thought, oh, if I had 3 more inches, 2 more inches. So put a 1 in the comments if you've ever thought, oh, if I had just a little bit more room, right?
A little bit more.
Just a little bit more.
More.
More and more and more and more.
more.
Right. With the 19, you get that little bit more, right? You get the 19 inches of throat space. Now, people might ask, how do you measure the throat space?
So how you measure, this is one of the first things I learned when I started here at Grace. It's from the needle bar here to the back of the harp.
So that inside of the
Yes.
needle to the inside back of the machine, that's how you know how many inches for that machine. So with our
Yes.
19-inch machines, we've got the 19 inches of throat space. So you can see, now there's two different colors. You can see the difference between the 19X and the 19X Elite. The
Yes.
19X is the lovely navy color. The 19X Elite has that gunmetal color that is so fantastic. I
Yes,
love both of
beautiful.
them. They're beautiful.
Yes.
I also like that they both kind of still look like a sewing machine.
Right.
I don't feel like I'm using a giant
metal
long arm
box that you're like scared of. These are easy and beautiful
and
at the same time.
Great to put in. Oh, I love all the ones that are coming in. Ooh, people are giving the, I love the navy. I love the gunmetal. Great. Thank you so
Yes.
much for letting us know. So with the 19X machines, we have a couple things, like we were saying, that are the same of all our machines, but specifically the 19X series. So the first thing is that they all have the same stitch modes.
Yes.
So there's four. I'm going to show you right here, precise, and then I've got cruise, and then I've got base. Now, all three of those are regulated. Now, when I first learned about stitch regulation,
Yes.
why would you want anything different? So again, that means that the machine will help you keep those stitches for the size that you're doing. So for instance, let me get back to the manual or the precise. I've got 6 stitches per inch, and it's going to keep that way, that regulation. Those encoders rolling back and forth will tell me exactly what to do. And that's true whether you're using the X or the X Elite. And then again, that cruise. Now, what's the difference between precise and cruise?
So precise will stop when you stop the machine.
It's very precise.
Yes. Cruise will keep going. So it'll keep going a couple stitches in as you're turning
sewing, yeah.
or moving. Yes.
So
Whereas
just like the
this
cruise in
one
your
will-
car, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Right? It goes whether you're pushing the foot pedal
Yes,
or anything like
exactly.
that. And then the other one on here we have is based. Now that has a wonderful short, medium, or long sizes. Again, that's on either of these machines. That's just a lovely basic basting machine stitch so that you can just get your
edges, basically.
edges,
Yeah.
your quilt all tacked down.
Yeah.
And then the last one, because we said there were 4, right? So the fourth one is manual. Now, when I first started and I found out that there was stitch regulation, I was like, why would you want manual? I couldn't imagine why. Why would you try to do that? But I found that there's so many people who don't want stitch regulation, right? Stitch regulation for this machine, it's 2,000 stitches per minute. The X Elite is 2,600.
Yes.
But there are some people out there, some quilters, who are faster than both those. That's not me.
Not me either.
Right, but they're faster. And so with that, without the stitch regulation, they can just keep an even speed as they're going along and go
Yes.
faster. Of course, I'm doing way even, more,
Yes.
less fast than they can do.
Yes.
But so that would be why all our machines also come with manual, because people want that
For you
opportunity.
fast quilters, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so besides our stitch regulation, what else is the same about our 2 machines?
They both have the edge warning, which I didn't know anything about, but when I learned, oh, it's so helpful.
Right. 'Cause
Yes.
I get into the zone, right? Like,
Yes.
I don't know about you. Yeah, you get into the zone, and then just before you know it, I've backed up into
Yep.
those clips back there.
Hit the
backed up
front.
to here. I get to the side. This machine, we have a ruler base on that we were using earlier, and so that ruler base can get, if you don't have it to take off and you're just free motioning,
Right.
before you know it, boof, then you hit.
Yes.
And this way it warns you. So on this one right here, here's our edge warning on the 19X. So you can see I can set it up either a 1 inch or a 1/2 inch, either direction. I love that.
Yes.
Because sometimes you want to get a little bit closer than the 1 inch. You don't want
Right.
to quite do the 1/2 inch or the, closer
want-
than the 1 inch. So I can set my upper left, I'll set it up, and then I'll move it around and get to my next section.
Yeah.
But on the Elite, it's a little bit different, right?
Yes.
So we're going to go into our toolbox.
Right down here.
There you go.
We're going to go edge warning.
And then the same option.
Same idea, yeah.
1 inches, 1/2 inches. We're going to set the top left, and then we're going to go down to the bottom right. So again, that's another thing that's the same out about both machines. You're not
Yes.
losing that by having the 19X versus the 19X Elite. The other thing that they both have is if you're quilting, you're focusing on your needle right from the front, but both of them have the option that you can turn it to the
Yes.
side. And so it's just a little bit more like when you're quilting or you're sewing on your sewing machine, you can
Yes.
have it that direction as well.
Exactly.
So really nice feature.
Yes. And some of us see better sideways than we do forwards.
Exactly.
So
And
it's
just
good to have
changing that,
option.
especially if you're doing like an open toe
Yeah.
or the Wonderfoot or any of those other type of
Yeah.
feet, you might want to be seeing it from the side instead of front on.
Absolutely.
Okay, what's another thing that's
Okay,
the
I'll
same?
tell you, I'm a short little girl. So on a big frame, when this one is all the way out, I love the adjustable handles on both of the machines. You can pull them out, make them closer to you, turn them side to side if you're more of a driver on the side. But it's so nice to be able to adjust them being a shorter person.
Well, and I do like,
Yeah.
again, that adjustment when I'm coming from side to side, right? That I can move it in if I like it that
Yes.
way. I also like that it's so easy to move these around. If we just pull this one up, you can see I'm having this one stay in place for the screen. But you can show how easy it is. You don't
Yeah.
even have to have your whole arm on that. You don't have to grip it or anything. You're just
One
moving it
hand.
around. It's
Yep.
all set. The other thing that I love about these is the buttons. So there's two buttons here on the left side. That tells us that you're gonna go up, you're gonna go down, whatever your stitch per inch,
Yep.
your other pieces, wherever you're gonna go. And then on this one, I have my start and stop button, and then the needle up, needle down. Now I'm gonna tilt these just a little bit, maybe you can see that a little bit better here. So the thing I love about this is I don't have to try and touch up here and then come down. I can just keep my fingers, keep my
On the
thumb right on there,
handles.
and I don't have to squeeze it really tight, right? I
Right.
can just hold it. It's an easy, smooth move. I'm not having to like grip it all and then push the buttons, and it's like, I can't stop gripping, so I gotta push the buttons. Yeah, it's all easily fingertip level.
Yeah,
If you've ever played a video game, I think this is the best video game.
it is. It is. Yes.
So the other thing that I love about these, like a little bit what we talked about, is that they are lightweight.
Yes.
Even though you're getting 19 more inches of space versus the 16 or the 15 or whatever one you have, it's not that much heavier.
No.
It's only about a pound or two more
Yeah,
than the
about that.
16X Elite machines.
Yeah.
So if you're getting 3 more inches, you're not having to like lug this big giant frame or machine around to try and get it to where it's supposed to be. That it just does move so easily back and forth that, you know, here I'm going to be stitching.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have Kathy just press the button here and do some stitching so you can see how quickly she moves that around and how easy it is when we're quilting back and forth. So you can see she's just going along. She's having lots of fun. Now, free motion work, you can do lots of things with that. You can do the patterns that are in your head. You can do the patterns that you've stamped on. You can use a laser or a pattern perfect set to try and get to those next things. But the world of free motion work is a lot easier than you think, right? And how easy was that? Did you have to do much effort?
I didn't really have to even hold the handles. You just barely touch them and it moves. It makes it really, really easy.
Yeah. So the other thing I love about the handles is not only are they adjustable left and right, they're also adjustable up and down.
Yes.
So you can see here.
Oh, yours is loose.
I loosened it a little bit so we tightened that way.
Yeah.
So I can move it up and down. So whichever is nice for me, right? You don't want it so far down it's going to be hitting your quilt.
Right.
You want it far enough that it's adjustable, but whatever height-wise you want. Now, I have seen some quilters, they put it up here and they're quilting so they can view everything. And if that's what works for you, you can get your handlebars all the way up. But a more adjustable size, more natural, being just straight elbows right there.
Right,
You can
90
get it
degree
right there.
angle.
90-degree angle.
Helps ergonomically.
Exactly, helps
Yeah.
your shoulders drop
Yeah.
so you're not having any shoulder or neck issues at all. So that's the same. Okay, what's my favorite part? What's
Okay,
the same?
what's your favorite part?
My favorite part is that they fit on all our current frames.
Yes.
The Cutie, the Q-Zone hoop, the Q-Zone Queen, the Evolution Hoop, which is what we've got it on here,
and
the Evolution
Elite. Yes.
And it also is compatible with a lot of our old frames as well.
Yes.
So if you have a current Grace frame and you're wanting to upgrade, contact SMP. They'll be able to tell you if that machine is compatible or not with your old frame.
Exactly.
Because we get calls like that all the time.
We do, yes.
So they're the experts. They've got a list from us of what's compatible. The 19 is really like, if you're going upgrade to that next level, it's going to get you to where you need to go. Okay, I think we've talked about, one last one you were going to talk about. Your favorite part of the machines that's on the side.
Okay, so threading the machine takes patience and time until you know how to do it. But on this machine and this machine, both of them has the pad printing. So it not only tells you the number of what you're doing next, it has pictures of how you're supposed to thread it. For a new quilter like me, it's life-changing because, you know, before I had to pull out my sewing machine book every time and look and see how I was supposed to do it. This will just show me right here on the machine.
And I love that it has a little picture too.
Yeah.
Sometimes like this top one, people will get stuck, right? They're like, is it the bottom one first? Is it the top one first? Which one do I do? And which direction do I do? Do I go around it? Do I come from the back? So yeah.
So nice.
So nice that we have that. And also you can see from this view, you can see in the back here is our bobbin winder. So they're a separate motor from our other motor that's running the front. You can thread that side, that's the dual mast, so you can use a different color thread, you can use the same thread, but you can wind your bobbins on the fly even. It's pretty fun.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's different? I think the obvious different part.
So we get asked this question all the time on the phones. What is the difference between the 19X and the 19X Elite? The main differences is going to be, as you can see here, the size of the screens.
Just slightly different.
Just slightly different.
Bit.
We've got our 2.4 inch one on the 19X and the 7-inch screen here on our 19X
Now,
Elite.
they're both touchscreen, which is great.
They work the same.
They work the same.
One's a smaller one, one's a bigger one.
This one has a little bit more features because they don't have the Elite section. So when you say, well, what am I getting in the Elite? You're getting those additional features in that screen section. The other thing that's different about both of them is the number of stitches per minute that you can run. So I'd said it earlier, 2,000 with the 19X, 2,600 with the 19X Elite. So if you're just getting the X and you're starting to beep as you're quilting because that overspeed is happening, then you know.
Switch it into manual.
Yes, switch it into manual, get going that way, or get the 19X Elite, and then you won't have any issues with getting past that stitch mode. But I love when you were talking about the manual.
Yes.
I often put my manual in a safe place and
As
then I
we all
can't
do.
find it. Exactly.
Yes.
Or it's under some fabric or different things. And so it's like, no, how do I run? How do I do things? And that's the best thing about the 19X Elite program. So we've got this help screen here, preparing to quilt, troubleshooting, how to use the touch screen even if you're unsure about that. I love that toolbox there and that bobbin estimator. That one's also different between the 19X and the 19X Elite. So why don't you touch into that bobbin estimator and we'll see what it looks like. So we've got the select a bobbin, so you can select that one. And if you have ones that you've already put in and entered into your machine, some will come up. So if you press the select bobbin, we're gonna add a bobbin. Now we've just added a gray bobbin here, so we can type in gray. Really easy.
Oops, I need all the letters.
All the letters. However you're gonna spell gray, with an E, with an A, whichever direction,
I need my glasses.
That's the one thing the 19X doesn't come with. It doesn't come with a set of reading glasses.
Okay, it's fun.
Okay,
but
so
it's there.
Set. All right, so now our gray is set. Now you could have put that gray as a specific, right? Like it doesn't matter how you set it. Now it's set for 55 yards, which is typical for an M-class bobbin. That's another thing that's the same between these two machines. And then now we can turn it on right there.
It's on. Or off.
Yeah, we'll turn it on.
Okay.
And you can see that green bobbin that will come up right here. So now we can see, when it's full, it's going to be green. As you're quilting now, it's estimating, right?
Right.
It doesn't know specifically
how much
broke, or
yeah.
when you were first starting, you pulled up some
Yeah.
thread and you've got that, or you were testing the tension and so you pulled up
Yeah.
the bobbin thread just a little bit. So all those things are estimating. So it's going to give you green when it's
good
full,
to go. Yep.
and then it's going to turn other color like orange when it starts to run out, and then red when it's almost done.
Yeah.
So you can watch that. So, but you can turn it off at any time. As you saw that we had that on and off, if you know how much or you estimate well yourself, then you don't have to worry about that. The other thing I love about the toolbox is it has this measuring tool. So if you were trying to, oh, whoop, that's the edge warning. I'm grabbing the wrong one. So the measuring tool right here. So you can measure side to side, you can measure up and down, you can see, oh, this is how much this is how far I've gone.
Yes.
You can also reset it at any moment. You can also hold it for a moment, and you can change it from inches to centimeters, whichever way is working better for you.
Yeah.
The other thing I love about it, the other thing that's always safe in my room and I can't find is a calculator. So just a nice little feature. You can put that calculator on there and not have any issues with trying to find it. And then also our project. I really love this one. If you're doing a project for someone, or you just want to know how many stitches each project's taking,
yeah.
you have the lifetime of your machine, but you also have which project you're working on. So you can see right now, we've done 5,418 stitches in this current project.
Yes.
So that's really fun. And then
I love that it also tells you the time that you've been working on your project.
Yeah, so you can kind of estimate that. Yeah. The other part with these settings is I wanted to talk about was down here we have your lights. So sometimes in that overspeed warning and the edge warning, some people don't like the lights flashing.
Right.
It might be migraines or different things. Or the sound is really, really sharp in their ears. And so they would prefer just the lights. So at any time you can turn off whichever part is bothering you. So you can say, oh, I only want the sound. I don't want the light. I do want the sound. I don't want the light. And then you can get that all set. Okay, so now I just want to check if there were any questions anybody had about the 19X or 19X Elite. If you had any questions about that we didn't cover, if there was something that you're like, oh, tell me more, you know, definitely call the people at Sewing Machines Plus. They are fantastic. They've got so many great questions already from everybody. All their answers that are available. So they don't have anything that you're going to stump them. I think they're,
and if they don't know,
say.
they call us and we give them the answer and then they get it right to you as well. So yeah.
So I think we've gotten all the answers set. Last thing I want to talk about was the fact that because they are different and on different frames, you can't, I just want to make sure people didn't know, you can't quilt like this. You could try.
It's not very easy.
It's not easy.
Yes.
At some point you're going to bump them in the middle. So we've done this for demonstration purposes, but we just want to make sure that you're not trying to put two machines at the same time, and especially a smaller frame like this 5-foot Evolution hoop frame. But so I think we're going to turn it back to Blaine and see if there's any questions that came through we didn't see.
Well, thanks. Great job, everyone. And I tell you, we're a huge fan of this machine, and I'm going to tell everybody how they can get it, guys.
Great. Thanks so much, Blaine.
Thanks, Blaine.
Thank y'all. We'll see y'all again during the week.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys, this is the Grace Q-Nique 19X and 19X Elite. And guys, we are the leading sellers in the nation of this machine. So our team really knows this machine in and out. And so, guys, we have a great call-in special right now. The normal price on our normal price is $44.99. Give us a call. We have a great special right now. And we have a bunch of different ones to choose from. And we have a bunch of different frame options as well that are available for this. So guys, what I would recommend if you're just wanting to kind of check it out, go to SewingMachinesPlus.com in the search bar, just type in Q-Nique 19 and you'll get all 4 different models we have to choose from on this, or just give us a call at 800-401-8151. They can answer all your questions for you. We have free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep, and we do offer some special financing available. But guys, we have quite a few different frame options on this. So if the room is what you're worried about, don't worry, because you can put this on just about any of the Grace frames. You can do the Cutie, the Q Zone, you can do the Continuum frame, you can do all these different ones that we have. And so we can help you, guide you, get you the best one you want for the room that you have. So make sure, just give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. If you've been thinking about one of these machines, now's the time to do it, because we have a great call-in special on these today. All right. So guys, let's move on. Let's bring Jane Klaus back to the show.
Jane Klaus in the house, Blaine.
You are. And Jane, guess what?
What
time it is?
It is time for education. No, it's time for prizes.
We got 1 minute to give something away, so we got to do it quick. So Kennedy, what are we going to give away? We're going to do a $100 gift card, Jane.
Yes.
So it's all yours to give away.
It's all mine to give away. Okay. Yeah. If you're ready for this, everybody get excited, because Kennedy, spin that wheel. Woo! That was me spinning the wheel.
That was awesome.
I want to hear Blaine. I want you to, next time you do, I want you to go, woo.
Woo.
Oh, it's good. You did it great. Dawn's the winner. Just Dawn. Dawn knows who Dawn is. Dawn's watching on YouTube.
You know, Dawn's kind of famous like Madonna and Lisa from yesterday.
Exactly.
Just one name.
Good for Dawn. I wish I could just get one name. Well, Jane, but on YouTube. So
well,
Dawn,
you know what, Jane, when we hear the name Jane, we all think of you.
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. A lot of people know other Janes. I get a little jealous of that, but I'm glad that you just know one Jane.
All right. So we got to tell Dawn how to claim her prize. Dawn, you need to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize. Fill out all that information. Hit submit. And once we get that in, we will email you a gift card code that you can use at checkout at SewingMachinesPlus.com. And you have to claim the prize within 30 days or it is void.
I wanted to say something really funny, because Alice Brown just texted in, and she wrote, Jane's enthusiastic voice just startled my sleeping dog. Sorry. I'm sorry, Alice. I'm sorry, little puppy.
Well, Kyle and Roger and Kenny were over here about half asleep, and when you came on, they all perked up too. So you're a very positive influence on our team, Jane.
Well, I think that's great. Thank you so much. I'm the only Jane and a positive influence. Like,
there you go.
Two great things I've got going for me today.
Well, I know you called it. You said it was education time. I know you got a really special guest coming, so I'm going to get out of here, and I'll be back in about an hour. Be back in an hour.
Yeah, I'll be here taking notes, and Blaine, you go take a nap. All right, everybody.
There we go.
Let's move it along. It is our second education session of the day, and of course, we love our education sessions. Today, we're going to learn how to make patches made easy, and you know and you love our presenter, Carly Bell. She is an embroidery extraordinaire, and she lives in Nolens with her husband and two daughters, Abigail and Elise. And she learned how to embroider on her own over 10 years ago. You can go to her website, carlybell.com, to learn more. And of course, you got to tune in to Sip and Stitch to learn more and see more techniques in action. She's just really a wonder. And you also got to sign up for her newsletter too. I get that. I'm a big fan of Carly Bell. So put your hands together. Big hellos to Carly Bell. Hi, Carly.
Hi, Jane. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Is it super weird when I introduce you, because you're like, she's a stalker?
No.
Okay, good.
No, I follow you on Instagram, so I love watching all your stuff too.
Oh my God, I've been on a vacation, so I've been posting all vacation photos. I know. Somebody's like, do you just post personal things? I'm like, yeah, kind of. So question for you. 10 years ago, you started to embroider and you loved it from the get-go. Like, how did you get to be such a pro? Practice makes perfect?
Yes, a lot of mistakes.
Interesting.
A lot of figuring it out. I'm like, oh, that wasn't right. Let's try something else.
And now you have a full-fledged career. You're an expert. You're a host. I mean, you've got all of these things and all of these ways for people to connect with you. I'm always looking on your website. I love the classes that you're selling. So let me ask you this. Today is education, and you're going to talk about patches made easy. I'm obsessed. I can't wait to find out how patches are made easy. I've made some patches in my day, and I'm sure that they don't turn out as great as yours. So I'm going to let you take it away, because I don't want to take up any more of your hour of precious time to teach us how to make the perfect patch.
Thank you so much, Jane. I've been looking forward to today and very excited to be with y'all because this is going to be a little bit like a sip and stitch for us. So if you're new to me, hi, and welcome to SewFest. I'm sure you're having a blast because I know I am. But I love to teach machine embroidery tutorials. And we do something called Sip and Stitch on Fridays on YouTube, and they're live, and they're classes where we go through a technique from start to finish, and you see everything on how to make it. And that's what we're going to do today, and we're going to make patches. So the patch that I have for today's class, let me change the camera so you could see it a little bit better, but it says, I'm So Fancy. And you can get this design download for free on my website. So I gave Kennedy the links. There we go. So she's putting them all in the chat right there. But you can go and get the design download. So it will come in a zip file, and you can then unzip the file, save it to whatever format you need to your USB stick, plug it in your machine, and it's ready to go. But this is the design we are going to be making today. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about patches because there are lots and lots of different ways that you can make patches on an embroidery machine. All different kinds of techniques. What I'm going to show you today is my favorite way of making them and what I think makes the most sense to me, and what I love the finished edges on them that I think they come out really, really good. So lots of different ways to make patches. Today I'm going to show you just one of those ways that I think is on the easy side. So with patches, they come in lots of different varieties. The patch that we are going to be making today is actually stitched onto some material. Some patches are completely thread, where you are just stitching away with your thread and not laying any kind of material down. Some patches are stitched onto material and then just maybe has the writing on it. This particular patch is on material, but if you look at it closely, it looks like it's an all thread patch. There's a very light fill stitch. So there is some white material, and then I do a white fill stitch. So you're going to see all of that when we go through the process. So because of the type of patch that we are making, these are the materials that I'm using for this project. First, you are going to need some sort of polyester twill fabric, and Dime makes a really great product called Poly Patch, and it comes in several different colors. Like you can get a package of like a Color of Brights or some other athletic type colors, or rainbow type colors. So Sewing Machines Plus has that. It's made by Dime. It's called Poly Patch Twill. Or some sort of polyester twill. That is what I am stitching on with this particular design. The next very important thing when it comes to stitching patches is you want to have some sort of wash away stabilizer. So I'm using Sew and Wash from Stay Perfect, and this is a woven wash away. So this doesn't look like our clear topper wash away. This is a woven wash away, and it has some strength to it, and works great for stitching where you want a completely clean finish when you're done, because you can put this in water. And I'm just realizing I forgot to bring a bowl of water in my craft room. So when we're done, I'm going to show you how you could wash it away. But that's what we want. We want something that is going to wash away when we're done, so we get these nice clean edges. So that's the stabilizer. I'm using a 4x4 hoop today, and I just got yesterday the new Brother Stellaire 2 XJ2. So that's the machine I'm going to be showing you how to stitch this on. It's a fantastic machine. However, this particular patch can be made on any home embroidery machine and is in as small as a 4x4 hoop. Okay. Other things I have, so I have my polyester twill already cut to the size I need. I have my favorite applique scissors. These are made by Havells, and they're tweezer-like scissors, and I absolutely love them. And that's what I'm going to be using to trim with. And then the last thing, we're at the end of the class, when we're done with our patch, we're going to talk about different ways to adhere your patch to whatever item that you want to put it on. You have a sewing option, which we're going to go over later, where you can actually sew it to a piece of material. So with this, I made the patch like this first, and I have a separate design for you that actually stitches right an outline right on the white part, so that you could stitch it to some material or bag or wherever. Or if it's too hard to stitch it to something, you can also add some adhesive to the back, like Heat and Bond Ultra, on the back of the patch. So then you now have turned it into an iron-on patch. So we'll go over the adhesive and the stitching at the end, but I did want to tell you about that as we're talking about supplies. All right, so let me quickly show you how you can get all of this. And I know Kennedy is putting everything in the chat for you. And actually, I'm not going to mess with it. But if for some reason you're watching the replay later and you can't get the links that are in the chat, if you just go to my website, carlybell.com, when you scroll down to the bottom of the first page, you'll see my SMP projects. And so all the shows and classes that I've done with SMP, there's a page just for that. So you can go and get to everything you need on there as well. Okay. All right. So now that we have gone over the supplies, let's go ahead and get started. All right. This is what we need. Yeah. Okay. So grab yourself a piece of the wash away stabilizer, and you are just going to hoop that piece of stabilizer. And I cut it where it barely fit my hoop because I was trying to get the most out of it. So that's all you need is a piece of wash away. I'm going to grab my polyester twill and bring that with me to the machine, along with my scissors and my tweezers, and let's go get started. All right, so this is the beautiful new Brother Stellaire 2, or the XJ2. Gorgeous combo machine, sewing and embroidery. Has a ginormous embroidery field of 9.5 by 14. So many onboard things. It's a really, really beautiful, well-made machine. And some of the things that I'm really excited about playing with once I get my hands dirty with it, because all I've done is made the patch on it so far, is they have some new features where they have this new fancy foot where, what's it called, a crouching foot, where you can run yarn through it. And they have some special designs on here to where I could, has like a font specific for using that yarn. Really excited about playing with that. So stay tuned for more tutorials on that, probably on my Sip and Stitch or my membership group. We'll be doing fun things like that with this machine. So like I said, the design is totally free. You can go and download it from my website, stick it on a USB stick, and plug it on your machine. So since I have a Brother machine, I have the PES file saved. And I have way too many designs on here, but I am going to find it should be here. I probably passed it up. Here it is. I'm so fancy. All right, so once I've pulled up the design, I can just hit set. and I'm not going to do any editing to it. I'm just going to hit embroider. So it is all ready to go. So I'm going to load my hoop on the machine. I already have a pre-wound 90 weight bobbin thread in the bobbin. I have some white thread already threaded on the machine, and I have a standard 7511 ballpoint needle, which is what I use for probably 95% of the projects on my embroidery machine. So I am going to lower the presser foot, and the first step is you're going to show you where to put your polyester twill fabric. And I chose to run this in white because the next step is that white fill, that light fill stitch that makes this look like it's an all thread patch. Okay, so instead of doing an unnecessary thread change, because this won't be seen once we start stitching the patch, I went ahead and made it to where I did it as white because this next step is white. So up to you if you need to take the hoop off the machine and place the polyester twill right on top of this placement stitch. I've had no trouble with just placing it on there and letting the machine go. If you are worried about it, you can use some tape to tape it in place. All right. So once you know your fabric is covering up your placement stitch, you can lower the presser foot, and almost like a traditional applique where you have your placement stitch, your tack down stitch, your finishing stitch, with the patch you had your placement stitch. The fill serves as your tack down. And then after that, we're going to trim it just like an applique. And the finishing stitch gives you that nice narrow patch edge. So we're going to let this go for a minute. The next two steps is probably what takes up the most time as far as stitching goes. So I'm going to go look at the computer and see if y'all have any questions for me while this is stitching. Was my voice too soft? I tried to put my microphone close to my my mouth because I know everybody tells me I don't speak loud enough. All right. All right, so Anita says, tape is okay. I like adhesive spray, but it gunks up your hoops and you have to wash the hoops quite regularly. Yes, Anita, I am so guilty of having dirty embroidery hoops from my spray. One thing though with this particular project is spray adhesive will dissolve your wash away stabilizer. So tape would be a better option for this particular project. Versus an adhesive spray, because that is going to dissolve your wash away stabilizer. All right, Lindsay on YouTube asked what needle size, and that is a 7511 ballpoint embroidery needle. That is what I use for good 95% of my projects. Yes, Christy from YouTube says she loves Brother pre-wound bobbins for her flatbed machines, and then the Magna Glide bobbins for the multi-needle. I am the same way as you, Christy. It took me forever to finally break down and buy pre-wound bobbins for my flatbed machine. I used to wind my own, and I swear, when I bought that box of pre-wound bobbins, I will never go back. I did have to wind a bobbin today, though. I'm going to show you. So only once in a while, I wind a bobbin now for special projects like this. Yay, Carol got her downloaded patch. Awesome. Okay. I see people still talking about bobbins. Yes, the bobbin I use for my embroidery projects is a 90 weight thread. Now, it depends on the machine, because for a sewing and embroidery combo machine, they will recommend you actually use a 60 weight bobbin thread. And for embroidery only machines, they'll recommend a 90 weight bobbin thread. I'm guilty of using the 90 weight because that's what I bought a big box of. And so I'm using them. But I think the sewing embroidery combo will also allow you to use 60 weight. All right. I'm just looking through the comments. Let me see. I was scrolling to the old comments now. Let me look at the new ones. Kathy says she loves my pink SMP mat. So do I. I have my whole table. I have another machine on side of my Stellaire. I have a Juki, and you see I have a mat for that one too. I got this whole edge of my table is lined in sewing machine mats. Let me fix my camera. For all my friends that watch me on Sip and Stitch, they know I am not always the best camera person, but I try. All right, so you can see that fill stitch is still going. Let's see. Yay, okay. I'm just checking. Okay, everybody's saying they like the patch design. I'm so happy I like it. It's my little girl likes to sing the song I'm So Fancy, so I thought that would be fun. And when I showed her the patch, she got a kick out of it. She's 7 years old, but she got the pun of SEW versus SO, and she thought that was the cutest thing. All right. Yes, so Jana was saying this machine is so fast. So this machine stitches at 1,000 stitches per minute, which is just as fast as my multi-needle machine. So it really is a Cadillac. I call it the Cadillac of flatbed machines. It really is amazing. All right, so we just finished that fill stitch. So I'm going to take this off the hoop and bring it over to my craft table. And I'm going to bring my applique scissors with me. So the way I laid out the design is so that you stitch the 3 steps of the patch, that placement stitch, the fill, and then the patch edge, and then it's going to stitch I'm So Fancy on top. If you like to play with your machine like I do, I use that needle plus minus button all the time to jump between steps. If you want to skip the patch edge and go ahead and sew and stitch I'm So Fancy, then take your hoop off the machine, trim it, and go back to that patch edge step, you can do that. That's what I did when I made this one. But it's up to you. It really doesn't matter. But I know it's white on white, but you can see that fill stitch. I am going to take my applique scissors and just go and treat this just like an applique design, where I'm going to trim right around the edges and just try to get as close to those fill stitches as possible without nicking them. If you do nick them, it's not the end of the world, because you're going to have that patch edge go over it, so it would kind of fix whatever got nicked. It would go over it with more stitching. But that's the goal, is to try to go as close as you can without nicking those stitches. And because this is, I made it to where the patch wraps around the wording. It's not a normal shape, but with patches like that are oval or rectangle, then it's much easier to trim these kinds of things. But I'm just running my applique scissors in between my wash away stabilizer and the twill fabric. And that is it. So once you get that done, it will look something like this. And now you can see it come together, that when we are done, we are going to be able to wash away all of this stabilizer around the edge of the project. All right, so the next step, we're going to go back over to the machine, is the patch edge, and this is called a marrow stitch. And usually they have machines specific for this stitch, but they have an embroidery stitch now that can be done on an embroidery machine that looks very much like it. With the edge, to get the best looking finish, you are going to want to change out your bobbin to match your top thread. So I'm using this mint colored thread. So I went ahead and wound a bobbin with my mint thread before the show started. So I didn't fill it up all the way, but I just wound it about halfway so that I had a bobbin with my thread. So I am now going to take out my normal embroidery thread, and I'm going to put it up here so I don't lose it. And now this is my my embroidery thread, and I've loaded in counterclockwise. You're going to pull it around this thread path. Now, most people are inclined to just hurry up and cut this as soon as they pull it through. I highly recommend you pull, then cut. That is going to help set your bobbin tension so that you don't have any issues. Now, because we're using the same color for top and bottom, you won't see if you have any tension issues. But when we go back to our normal white bobbin thread, if you ever see white bobbin thread showing on the top of your embroidery project, 9 out of 10 times is your bobbin is not threaded or set. The tension isn't set on it. So keep that in mind. So I put my mint colored thread bobbin in. I always cut my thread here and then pull through so that I'm not pulling out my embroidery thread backwards through the thread path. So I'm changing out from white to mint. And the automatic threader on this machine is like butter. It just goes. It's so nice. All right, so we are all set now, and we can slide our hoop back on and lower the presser foot and go. And now this is going to give us our patch edge going all the way around. Now this takes a few minutes to stitch, so let me go check and see if we have any questions about that part while it's stitching. Ooh, Kathy says she needs to get her auto threader fixed. Yes, you do, girl. I hate threading a needle. Okay. Anita said, great tip to continue to pull through the front and not remove threads backwards. Yes, I was taught that a very long time ago, and I love always passing that on because you can get some buildup along your thread path, which will cause you to have to get your machine serviced probably sooner than you would have needed to. Rebecca Newell on YouTube asks, what is the name of the stitch again? It's called a marrow stitch, M-E-R-R-O-W. So I like patches that since this new stitch, it came out like, I think 2 years ago, that I know of where you can make it on an embroidery machine. And I love the marrow patch edge versus a satin stitch edge. And I can show you, let me find a project. So I have some in the hoop projects like this one. Here we go. So while that's stitching, let me show you. All right, here's some other, these are not patches, but they kind of have the same principle as far as how it's made. You hoop, wash away stabilizer, you stitch a placement stitch, you put some fabric on top, and then you stitch your design. The only difference with this versus a patch is you can see all the stitches on the back on a patch. In the hoop project, you add another layer of cork or vinyl or fabric on the back so that you cover up all those hidden stitches. But both of these projects have a satin edge. So this is just a satin stitch, normal satin stitch. And I did the same thing with this that we just did where I changed my bobbin thread to match my top. And it just so happens all of these are in the same mint color. You could tell I like this color. So now you can make patches with a satin edge, but I find the marrow edge looks more like a traditional patch to me. I like this look better, but I love the satin edge for my in the hoop project. So this is also a satin edge, but it has like a bean stitch going, like a decorative bean stitch going right through the satin all the way around. And so with this one, when I was doing the satin, I changed the bobbin. And then when I did the bean stitch, I went back to my white so that it matched on the bottom. So that is the difference between those stitch types. All right, let's see what other questions we have. Hi, April. Let's see. Yes, so Patty has the question. So I wanted to talk about it, but I wasn't sure if we'd have enough time. So Patty X is the stitch from the Embrilliance patch program, and it is. So Embrilliance, which is my favorite embroidery software program, came out with a new kind of addition to their software lineup called Merrily. And that program allows you to make stitches with the marrow edge and make patches. So that is how I created this patch design. You can either purchase Embrilliance Merrily, or if you have Stitch Artist, their digitizing program, and have all the way up to level 3, that allows you to use that marrow edge stitching. So yes, I love the Merrily addition to Embrilliance. And I plan on, I've taught a class on it in the past in my membership group, and I plan on doing another class soon and go into more detail on how you can take any design that you have and turn it into a patch using the Embrilliance Merrily program. All right. Sorry, I'm getting lost in the comments here. Let's see. Okay, so CL says, so that stitch is not on this machine. No, this is a design that we are importing onto the machine. This is a free download on my website. So this is not an onboard design or an onboard stitch. This is something that, just like if you purchase a design online and download it to your computer, put it on your USB stick and plug it in your machine. Okay, Tammy says she has used PE Design before to digitize a photograph to embroidery file, and it's pretty cool. Yes, Tammy, that is really cool. And I know that Cindy Hogan is excellent teacher with PE Design and can show you all kinds of amazing things that you can do with that software. Awesome. Doreen is saying she just started to learn how to make patches and doing a lot of alteration and sewing patches on biker vests. Yes, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah, Rebecca on Facebook, she's saying she had no idea there's so many things you can make with an embroidery machine. When I got into embroidery, I strictly was in it for baby things. Like I had my little girl, I got all these beautiful gifts at a baby shower and had her name and her monogram. And that is the whole reason that I got into embroidery. And after I got a machine and I started making her stuff and I learned how to applique, but then after that, it was like a whole wide world of things that opened up that you can do with an embroidery machine. And it's amazing. All right, so we are done with the patch edge. So I'm going to take my mint bobbin out and put my white normal bobbin in. And you see how I pulled it to set that tension? All right, and I'm gonna change threads. Let's see, let me zoom out so y'all can see. So I don't know if you can tell, but there is a built-in, you see it up here, a built-in thread stand on the top of this machine that I absolutely love, because with a flatbed machine, I don't know, it might be a personal preference, but I never ever used the onboard spool holder. I had issues with my thread coming off of it evenly, which resulted in tension issues. So I was always one that had a thread stand next to my machine going up, and then the thread going into the path this way. With this machine, when I saw it, opening up all the packaging and everything, and you could take off the normal cover top and put this on there, I was like, oh, I'm sold. It's stupid, but it's thread stand, but it really makes a huge difference for me. So it has two spools at the top. And so I know my next step is black, and my step after that, I'm gonna do in this peachy pink color, so I can have that ready to go. So silly things like this make me happy. Built-in thread stands. All right, so I have my normal bobbin, my black thread. So the next step is the I'm in fancy I'm doing in black. And of course, this is a color scheme that I chose because if you can't tell, I really like these colors. They're on my logo. They're all in my craft room. I love mint and peachy pink together. But these are colors I like. You can make this patch in any color that you like. So if you have a piece of polyester twill that is like a gray or silver color, you can do it in there. If you have black, you could do it in black and do a black fill. You can do the patch edge, neon green, hot pink, yellow, blue, whatever color you want. And then the same thing with the lettering. You can change up the colors to whatever is a color scheme that you like. And then depending on where you're going to put the patch, if you're going to put it on a bag or a jacket, you can, make it fit the item that you want to put the patch on. Yay, Alice says my sewing room is mint and pink. Yay, it's two pretty colors. All right, Crystal saying she has a thread stand. Yes. I've always been a fan of having a thread stand. Whenever I was teaching classes on my smaller flatbed machines, that's like one of my things I put in their supply list. I'm like, while you're out buying your scissors and your thread and all get a thread stand as well. All right. Ooh, Marshadow on YouTube X. How much does the machine weigh? That is a question that maybe Blaine can answer when we get back. I know it is on the heavier side, but I can lift it myself. But whenever I do move this machine, I remove the embroidery arm. So when you are not stitching and say you want to sew, which is something else I wanted to tell you about, you can take the embroidery arm off. So I transport them as just this piece and then the embroidery arm after, because I'm able to move this from table to table in my craft room when I need to. And it's doable. So it is on the heavy side, but not too heavy. It's not like a two-person machine. But that reminds me of something I wanted to tell you that I love about this. So this is a sewing and embroidery combo machine. Now, I don't know about you, but I go back and forth a lot with sewing and embroidering. And it is a hassle to take this big thing off anytime I want to jump back and forth between sewing and embroidering. With this machine, you do not have to take the embroidery unit off. You can leave it on. And when you're in the home screen and you select sewing, it says stand back while the embroidery arm moves, and you hit OK. And this slides all the way over here out of your way so that you have all of this flat sewing space. I change my foot. It's super easy to do. And boom, I'm ready to sew. And then when I need to embroider, I press a button and the embroidery arm slides back over where it needs to be. So another really great feature for someone that doesn't want to mess with moving the embroidery arm on and off because it is bulky, and depending on your space, you need to have a lot of room to pull this thing off as well. You don't have to for your sewing projects. You can leave it on. Let me move this down a little bit so y'all can see that. I see it starting to come together now. So that's it for the black. So the next step is the word sew. And then after that is the needle. While this is stitching, I need to go find some water. Oh wait, I gotta thread the needle. There you go. Thread and go. All right, let me see if I think there's a cup of water right here I can grab. All right. Now we are set with that. All right, while that sew is stitching, let me show you another design that I included with the download that you got. So when you go and get the free download of the patch, when you unzip it and you open the folder, you'll see this design in all the different formats, right? Then you will see another folder that says Patch Tack Down. When you click on that, they'll have another design that is just the outline of the patch. So let me take this out the hoop now. With that, it is only 2 steps, that design. You transfer it to your machine, it is only 2 steps. The first step is a placement basting stitch showing you exactly where to take your patch that you already made and put it on your fabric. This is when the temporary spray adhesive is a nice thing to use to hold something in place, because you really want it to be spot on right where your placement stitch is. Okay, so you can spray the back of your patch with this and then put it right on that basting stitch and make sure it stays. Okay, then the next stitch, and you probably can't even see it. Oh, this isn't working. There we go. Is a little white running stitch. Well, I did it in white. So the 2 stitches are offset. There's an outer stitch, which is the first step. The inner stitch is the second step. That you want to do in a thread color that matches your fill, matches the fabric that you used and the fill thread that you used. And that design, that outline is going to run right on the inner part of your patch edge. And now you have tacked down your patch to whatever it is that you wanted to. So whether that be a jacket or a bag or something that you didn't want to necessarily embroider the patch onto completely, but just tack it to the item when you're done. That's something you can do. All right, only 2 steps left. So the next step is the needle. And so the word sew comes, and then they have a piece that comes around and it looks like it's going through the needle. So let that stitch. But yes, that's what I wanted to tell you, that there's an extra design in your free download that is specifically just for the tack down. Let me see, they got a little thread tail here. I'm going to cut. All right, and then you want to go back to the color that you did the word sew in. They need to be in this order so that the thread looks like it's coming out of the needle. I didn't want to make it only 2 steps and not look as good. So I made this into 3 steps, even though we come back to the same color. So now it's going to look like the thread is coming out of that needle, the eye of the needle. All right, and that is it. So we can take our hoop off the machine and go back to the table. And let me take my tweezers. All right, so here is our patch is finished stitching. I saw, here we go, a tail I wanted to cut. Let's see, I wanted to have this too in case we need it. All right, that's my trash bin. Okay, so once you are done stitching, you can see that you have a nice clean edge because you trimmed your fabric. So we're just going to pop this out. And what I do, my other scissors, I'll take some scissors and just cut right to here. And then this will tear away. So you can just pull it and tear it away from the edge, but you're going to see like these little fuzzies. That's what the water is going to dissolve when we're done. Now, normally I'll bring it to the sink and just go put it under running water, but it should work fine dipping it in this cup. Okay. So as it's in the water, what I'll do is I'll rub the edge. Just kind of help it kind of dissolve away. But you can just dip all the edges in there, make sure they get good and wet. The whole thing can run underwater is fine as well. If you just wanted to dunk the whole thing and let it soak, you can do that as well. But that is going to dissolve all of that fuzzy stabilizer that is on the edge of your patch. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the chat while I'm doing this. All right, so once you have that, then you can just dry it. And it should be good to go. So that is your patch. There's a couple things you can do to clean it up. If you have some thread tails on the front, you can trim them. If you have some things poking out on the side here, like if I didn't trim my fabric as close to that edge, one trick that you can do, but be very careful, is you can take a lighter and burn those pieces off. And that's what some people wait. Like I said, there's lots of different ways that you can trim a patch. Make a patch. And some people wait to actually trim their fabric after they've done the patch edge, and they'll use a hot knife. They'll cut it with scissors and use a hot knife and then a lighter. So lots of different ways that you can clean it up when you're done. So, and then all the little threads on the back, it depends on what your next step is. So if you want to actually stitch it onto another piece of material or another item, that's where you can use the extra design that I gave you. That's called the patch tack down. It's a two-step process. First, it shows you a placement stitch, shows you right where to put your patch. And then the second, if you have it placed just right, it will stitch right on the inner edge of the patch edge. And you want to do that in the color that matches your fill stitch. So then it kind of hides it and you don't see it. The other option is to get some Heat and Bond Ultra. Let's see, I need a pencil. And this is a permanent, very strong adhesive. Now I use Heat and Bond Light all the time for my applique projects. Heat and Bond Light is different in that the adhesive is lighter, as it implies by the name, and it doesn't gum up your needle. Heat and Bond Ultra will gum up your needle. You do not want to use the red label, any fabric with this on the back on your sewing or embroidery machine. Okay, but it's great for patches because the adhesive is so strong. And so you can put your patch and kind of use a pencil and trace around it. And then cut it out. So when you're done, you can go and cut this shape. Oops, it's time to get my daughter off the bus, which my husband's doing for me today. You can cut this shape out and then use an iron and iron it onto the back of your patch. And then you peel off the paper backing, and now you have an iron-on patch. So let me double check. I think that's all the things I wanted to talk to you about today. So let me know if you have any questions. So a recap for those of y'all that joined us late. You can get this design for free on my website. If you just go to carlybell.com and scroll down towards the bottom of the page, you'll see I have a whole section dedicated to SMP projects, and that will bring you to links to all the projects I've done before, including this one, which is our SewFest 2023. On that page, you can get the free download for the patch. It includes the patch design in 9 different formats, so it doesn't matter what kind of machine you have. And then also that patch tack down design option if you want to sew it to a project or to a piece of material. Also on that page is links to all the supplies that I use today, and then more information of other ways and other tutorials that I do. So as Jane mentioned earlier, I do a live YouTube tutorial called Sip and Stitch on, right now we're doing it the 3rd Friday of every month. And so our next Sip and Stitch is going to be next Friday, September 22nd. I'm very excited about this project. Let me show you. I haven't nailed down which font I'm going to use, but we are going to be making a sweatshirt. And the purple material that you see is felt. And it has like a stitch on it. So I used my electronic cutting machine to cut out the felt before I even stitched it. So this is going to be a really fun project. We're going to be doing this next Friday for Sip and Stitch. I have a VIP membership group. We call the Sip and Stitch Squad, VIP members. I do a live Zoom class with them every month on a different project. And so I think this month's project is going to be going more in depth into patches and using embroidery software to create your own patches and some different techniques and different looks that you can get with them. And then if you are brand new to machine embroidery and you're looking like one of our friends was saying earlier, like I had no idea an embroidery machine can do all these things. I have a beginner course on machine embroidery that teaches you everything. I wish someone would have held my hand and taught me when I first got an embroidery machine. And it has like over 57 video tutorials going through everything. And it includes a private Facebook group, and people that purchase the course get lifetime access. So you can go and watch those lessons whenever it is convenient for you. So those are all the things that different ways that you can learn from me. If you are interested, But it was very exciting to be here today, and I hope you enjoyed our class on Patches Made Easy. So let's see. I can't see my screen.
Carly, I loved your classes, or this class on Patches Made Easy. You are just such a joy to watch and to be around because you have such a calming demeanor and you just make everything happen. By the way, you were so good, and we still have 7 minutes left. And it's like you made this beautiful patch, and you taught us exactly all your tips and tricks. That was really great.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad y'all enjoyed it.
I love it. And I love that you love your new Stellaire XJ2.
Yes, it is so nice. I can't wait to play with some of the newer features that were not on the older model. That's what I'm really excited about.
It's so great. Now, if they miss your sip and stitch class, are they on YouTube that people can watch?
Yes. So the my YouTube channel, all of my sip and stitches, we do them live, but all the replays are there. So I think we're like on episode 72 or something like that now. So all those past sip and stitch shows are on my YouTube channel that you can watch anytime. And then if you have questions, you can post them in the comments since the live is over.
And then how do you get your inspiration for the next class? Like, you're making that cool, the shirt with the felt. Like, where did that come from for you?
So it's Facebook. And I have a love-hate relationship with Facebook because I will stay on there all day just looking at things. And in some of our like, I have a Facebook group for beginner embroidery, and people will post pictures of things that they see, or on Etsy is a really great example. Just scrolling on Etsy, and I saw these really cute sweatshirts that were made like appliqued with felt, but they looked like hand stitched, embroidered to make like the name. And seeing that picture immediately sparks like, I want to figure out how to do that with a real, an embroidery machine, because this was obviously handmade and hand stitched. And I'm like, I know we have embroidery fonts that look hand stitched. And then I'm thinking about my cutting machine. I could get my cutting machine to cut that felt out where it looks, perfect. And then going back and forth between the process and the steps, like that just all ignites all the questions and all the things that I want to make.
It's so fun. I love getting inspired like that. And just watching you inspires me as well. I love patches, and you just made it so easy, just like Patches Made Easy. Your YouTube channel and your website, they're both Carly Bell, yeah?
Yes.
And then the program we're watching, the third Friday of every month, is Sip and Stitch.
Yes.
Just to be clear, because everyone was like, do I look up Sip and Stitch on YouTube? Or do I look up Carly Bell? Go to her website, carlybell.com. Sign up for that newsletter. She tells you everything that's going on in the newsletter. You're getting all the tips and tricks in there. You're getting all the classes, and then all your dates and things like that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And sometimes you send like a little, like a how-to, right? You send a project.
So some of the things that I'll send in the newsletter will tell you like all the things we have going on. Like I've been talking about SewFest for the past couple of weeks and how excited I was to be on here. There's another really fun online kind of conference called the Applique Getaway. And then usually every week I'll show you a design that I'm digging. So Facebook and Etsy and all my favorite embroidery digitizers, just looking at all the beautiful things people make online. And then I'll go and show you, something that I saw this week that was really cool. I'll sometimes give embroidery tips. Like we'll have a tip of the week and different little things like, don't pull your thread out backwards through your thread path, or use heat and bond light on the back of your applique fabric. So fun things like that. And then whenever I come across a coupon or a good deal, I always put that in there too.
We all love a good deal. Carly, that is awesome. And you are so awesome. So thank you so much for that wonderful education session. Everybody say thanks to Carly. You're awesome. We will see you soon. And we really, really, really appreciate all that you do.
Thank you, Jana. It was so much fun being here.
Yeah, you're great. We'll see you soon. Okay, everybody. Wow, Carly is absolutely fantastic. I'm like taking notes. I'm reading what you guys are writing. I'm going to her website. It's so much fun. I'm making a patch over there. It's all great. But what really got me interested was she talked about that Stellaire XJ2 that she just got. And I want to tell you about how you can upgrade from the Stellaire XJ1. You can do your upgrade to be an XJ2. And if you have the Stellaire XE, which is the embroidery only machine, you can get the upgrade kit to be an XE2. So here we have it for you on the screen. Thanks to our friends at Brother. They are platinum sponsors of SewFest. So thanks to them. But the Brother XJ1 and XE1 upgrade kit comes with a magnetic frame and the couching foot. That's what Carly talked about. She was really excited about that. They're included in this upgrade kit. Now, you can see the SewFest pricing right there, but guess what? Call for more information because there is a special price for you, 800-401-8151. Now, this is the upgrade kit. A lot of you guys were typing in saying, I have the XJ1. Well, guess what? You can get this kit with this fantastic pricing and you can upgrade it to an XJ2. Or if you have the embroidery only. So XJ1 is sewing and embroidery. XJ2 is embroidery only. This is the upgrade kit for either one of those machines, or if you have them both, get it for both of them. But we love this. Again, great pricing on this. 800-401-8151. You heard Carly just drooling about her XJ2 because she just got it and was working on it and getting, what did she say? Getting her hands dirty and getting used to it. But she was super excited about it. And we want you to be excited too. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane, and got to tell you real quick, Carly Bell's talking about the class that she has. That class is available to purchase on Sewing Machines Plus. We're the exclusive dealer that has that class that she teaches that you can sign up for, and it is a really in-depth, brand new to embroidery for the beginner. It is an awesome class, so I would highly recommend it.
She is just fantastic, Blaine. I could just watch her all day. Unlike me, here's why, because she's so calm, right? She's not startling anybody's sleeping dog. So
Exactly.
It's like, I want to watch her and I'm learning and you're learning. And it's just really, she's great.
All right, Jane. Well, hey, we're going to move on. We're going to come back to you in just about an hour. We'll see you
I'll
back
be here.
And so guys, up next, we have a special guest too today. Man, y'all have seen her on our show before when we launched her brand new machine from Burnett. We have Yaya Han in the house, guys, and she's a costume designer and cosplay entertainer and author based in Atlanta, Georgia. She discovered the unique creative pastime of cosplay at the Amy Expo in 1999 as a young fan with no prior trained skills in sewing or crafting. However, she has always been artistic, and especially with the pen and ink. And guys, I tell you what, we have worked with her. We absolutely had so much fun. And Yaya is going to show her Burnett B79 Yaya Han edition today. And guys, so welcome to the show, Yaya Han.
Hi, everyone.
Hey,
Oh my
Yaya, how are
goodness.
you?
Hi, Blaine. Yeah, thanks so much for having me. And yeah, I'm Yaya Han. I sew, I make costumes, I also make armor and, whatever props, everything that's needed to make a costume and transform myself into a character. So, and so yeah, I am definitely in the sewing space, but I think that the cosplay community is a new and
Did we lose you? Uh-oh. Okay, I think Yaya was lagging behind just a little bit. Let's wait until we see if she comes back. Is she back? All right, Yaya, I think your Wi-Fi was lagging just a little bit, so
that's
you froze up on us.
possible. So
All right.
sorry.
Well, hey,
So yeah,
I'm gonna let you get started doing your demo, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. We'll tell everybody how they can purchase one of these.
yeah. Anyway, so I started off as just like a fan of Japanese animation and manga and video games and such, and I sort of carved a space for myself in the world of cosplay, which is the world of fan costuming. So it's just people that enjoy dressing up for Halloween, but they want to do it year round, and there are conventions and other events that are very fandom centric where people dress up. So that's really like where my knowledge of sewing came from. And I've been doing that for 24 years now. And during that time, I've become quite an expert in all things cosplay, what materials we need, what tools and things could make our lives better. And so, like, my big contribution in the last few years has been researching and developing products for cosplayers specifically. So, you may have seen my fabric collection in Joanne, and I have also made a lot of sewing patterns with McCall Pattern Company. And so, of course, this year, like, the culmination of my, I don't know, my lifelong dream, something I never even could have imagined, was that I was able to design and launch a sewing and embroidery machine with Burnett, the Swiss company. And so we launched this machine, which is the first special edition that Burnett created. And we based it off of the B79, which is their top of the line. And I'm just so excited about this machine because it is, to me, the perfect machine for hobbyist sewers, for garment makers. It's like it is for once, like this machine has a lot of features on it that are really like geared towards a younger audience, and an audience that is really into the aesthetics as well as into designs that could really help with garment making. So yeah, I just want to, I got a chance to introduce myself on one of the Sewing Machine Plus shows in the last couple of months, and so I'm really happy that Blaine asked me to come back, because I thought, like, I want to give like a proper demo of my machine, because no one knows her better than me, and also wanted to maybe like give you guys a little bit insight of how a hobbyist sewist like me was able to create a machine with her name on it. So basically, like, Bernina and um, has been really interested in the cosplay community in the last few years. And I had the good fortune of becoming a Bernina ambassador back in 2017. And it was like a really great experience. I, of course, love sewing and embroidering on a Bernina, but to me, it was like the cost factor, like that they were $6,000 machines that a 25-year-old cosplayer, who's like maybe just got out of college and is, entering the work field. Like, it's just not something that a hobbyist cosplayer can afford. And so I was like, how can I like get these amazing features and like the ease of sewing on a Bernina? How can I make that experience possible for a cosplayer? How can that be done at a lower cost? And so, long story short, I've had a great relationship with Bernina, and I even helped launch the B590 at Bernina University in 2018. I don't know if any of you sew on the B590, but I was the expert for that series. I learned that series, like that model inside and out, and really was very, very impressed with it. But again, it was like $7,000 machine. How do I, how can a cosplayer, be able to afford it? So fast forward to 2022, when Bernina reached out and said that they are considering doing a special edition with their Burnett line, which Burnett is also owned by Bernina. It's produced, at the same factories. It's really like, produced. It's basically made out in the same environment as Bernina's, and they were like, "Do you want to play with the B79 and see what you think of it?" And so they sent me a basic B79 embroidery and sewing machine. And the first thing I noticed when I turned it on was that it had the same touch screen as a Bernina, and it literally has the same interface, including with the stylus. So it is a fully functional, it's like basically you get the Bernina brain. I was like, this is what I've wanted. Like, it makes my life so much easier to be able to sew with this touch screen and to be able to like change the stitches very easily, to have like the creator consultant telling me, different things that I might need to be aware of. And so it was like, you know, being able to use this interface on a Burnett was really surprising to me. So I ended up actually like making pretty much a costume with it almost immediately. And I tried the embroidery feature on this machine, and I was like, this is a great machine. And I was like, there are things that I would like to do to it to make it special. And it's just been a really great experience working with the Burnett and Bernina team to like create a machine that has a lot of features that Bernina's have, but has the affordable pricing that a Burnett has. And I have sewn on both my Berninas and my Burnett now for almost a year, and I don't see that much of a difference, like the Berninas may be a little easier to switch out the sewing feet. You don't have to use you don't have to use like a screw to unscrew the sewing feet, and it's maybe has a bigger bobbin. Like I like on the Bernina the bigger bobbin, possibility, or the side drop. But honestly, aside from that, that's the only difference that I have personally noticed. So I was like, yeah, it doesn't even look much different, exactly, like Melissa and Bernadette are pointing out. So anyway, so I wanted to, I guess, like now talk about the Burnett, which I'm very proud of. So for the B79, we wanted to go with color because I am a very aesthetical person. I'm just always into color and into, motifs and stuff. And I've always wanted my sewing machines to be like pretty enough that they can just sit in the background of like a picture or a video, and for the machine to just like be really aesthetically pleasing for the room. So I was really happy that the Burnett team was into my color idea. And I'm a person that like I have purple hair. I'm just like I love purple. And so they were like, "Well, we like purple too." And I was like, "And purple is not gender. Purple is like for everyone. It is like a universally pleasing color." And then we found out that the Pantone color of the year for 2023 is a lavender shade. And we're like, this is it. This is like the universe telling us that, we need to make the machine purple. So so it has purple accents, and I love that the touch screen is completely purple. And then it has like these really pretty here, I can see if I can move the camera a little closer. So it has like these really beautiful hexagon designs, and that was definitely my idea. Like I like hexagon because I think they're like a organic but also tech, it's like a shape that's like found in nature, but also is like very future forward and modern. So okay, so yes, so what does it come with? Yes, I'm not very good at managing my time. So the machine comes with 276 embroidery designs. So if I go here into the embroidery function, I can show you some of the designs, and it it has embroidery designs that here, if I can move this a little closer. Here we go. So it has a lot of the regular embroidery designs that are on every B79. So you will still have a huge selection of, you know, the standard designs. But what I have done is I have included some special designs for the machine. So we have created some new designs specifically for the machine. Come on. So this is we have 3 different spider lilies that are completely exclusive on my machine. It's really beautiful, and I can actually show you like what it looks like stitched out because I've stitched it out multiple times. I have created some maple leaves. I love maple leaves, and a bamboo design. I just think bamboos are really beautiful too. We have, let's see, we've also created some, like, we've added some geometric designs too. I really love these that are pretty easy to stitch out. They won't require very much time to stitch out, and you can also run them continuously so that you can cover a much bigger space on it. And I have added some designs from different parts of the world. So I have some Celtic knots that I think are really nice, as well as some Greek trims that would be really great for costumes. So like I selected a lot of designs that are really for garment makers. It's not to embellish like a bag or a denim jacket. It's truly for a costumer to put on like the edge of a skirt or a cape, you know, so they can continuously stitch away and create, you know, a whole hem that has that design on it. And I also thought about like motifs that would be, you know, really fun and that, you know, maybe are not very common on embroidery machines. I have no idea if you can see this, but these are planetary symbols. Let's see if I can pull one of them up. I think it's because I don't have the module on. It doesn't like that, but it has like different planetary symbols on it, which is a little bit of a nod to Sailor Moon because I'm a big Sailor Moon fan. But also the planetary symbols will be very easy and fast to stitch out that you can also use in whatever motif. Like you can put them on tea towels if you'd like. So I think what definitely sets my collection apart, like a collection of embroidery files on the machine apart, that is like has like functionality for cosplayers. So like these are like very fun Hindu, like almost like henna type embroidery designs. If you can see this, I didn't think to set up multiple cameras. So anyway, so like that's one of the features that it comes with exclusive designs. Another huge feature is that it comes with the digitizing software. So the Creator 9, the software that costs $1,100, I convinced Burnett to include it for free if you buy the Yaya Han edition. And it's definitely it was like a big point of contention whether we'd be able to include it or not. But for cosplayers, it is imperative to have the digitizing software because like we are not looking to just like replicate a design that we looked at and thought, oh, this is really pretty. I'm just going to, you know, buy that embroidery file and I'm just going to put it on something and then just use it. Cosplay is very specific. Each character has their own unique designs that need to be very, you know, particular. So you really need to be able to customize the designs that go on your costume to really represent the character. And that is a like it I think the biggest reason why not like cosplayers don't embroider more is because the learning curve is pretty high, it's pretty steep. Like you have to learn the software. You also have to learn the machine, and learn like the different ins and outs of embroidery. Just like Carly said, she has a course with 57 videos explaining how embroidery works. So it is not something that you can just like jump into. But then the other huge hurdle is that the software always comes separately, and that you have to save up another $1,000 to be able to even start embroidering your custom designs. So I think for so many people, it's like, well, if I'm going to save over $2,000 for a machine, but then I have to save another $1,000 to buy the software, then that's just too much. So I thought being able to include the software is going to be the big selling point. It's going to encourage more people to get into embroidery and to, use the machine and actually make really beautiful, unique items. So that is my big, So yeah, like I think it should be standard. I think software should be like built into the price of a machine. But I think so far like the mentality behind sewing is just so different, and cosplayers were kind of this new market coming in with new needs, and it was really exciting for me to be able to design this machine with this new market in mind, and maybe disrupt things a little bit. Another thing I'm really happy that we're able to do for this machine is we're able to include an additional um, 8 presser feet. So you actually get a total of 18 presser feet if you buy my machine, and that is included in the price. And it just has like a lot of feet that are meant for sewing garments. So we have a blind hem foot. We have definitely what is it called, the invisible zipper foot. We have edge stitch foot. So there are a bunch in there that really would like. We definitely have the non-stick foot. That's very important because we cosplayers sew like PVC and vinyls and pleathers and really sticky fabrics. So having a non-stick foot really that helps glide the fabric through is really great. And then it also helps that this machine comes with the dual feed, and the dual feed is like, I think, a huge feature that's specifically great for cosplay, for sewing unconventional materials, because it glides the fabric, it really walks the fabric through from the top, so that you really have, both that. Uh, Another great thing that makes this machine super usable for garment making is how big the hoops are. So we have 3 hoops. I just am showing the large hoop because this is the one that I use the most. If you want to do embellishments on a costume, on a piece of clothing, you really do need potentially a larger space. And this hoop is totally usable. It's like 10 by 6 inches. I have a motif stitched out with the spider lilies on here. So this is comes on the machine, so you can just literally plug it in and stitch it out. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I think the hoop size is great. And then we as cosplayers will figure out how to do multi hooping. And if we need a motif that's bigger than this size, like, this is what I am excited about, is for people that have bought the machine to show me innovative ways that they're going to use it. So I made a belt with my machine. So this is the finished belt. It is like a faux obi belt that just like snaps and closes like this. And I just want to tell you that I'm about to release the video tutorial on how I made this belt, and it will be on my YouTube channel, which is Yaya Cosplay, or you can just search for my name, Yaya Han, on YouTube, as well as on the Burnett website. So this is going to be a tutorial that comes with the pattern for this belt, as well as the step-by-step instructions in video format. So I'm going to first, show you how to embroider, as well as how to make the belt itself afterwards, how to install the trims, and finishing it off with the tassels and such. So definitely look forward to that. That's coming. I think I'm posting the video this week. So aside from that, my machine it's been out since July, and I'm just really amazed at the reception to it, because I obviously was, nervous how the cosplay community would react to a machine that is about $2,500. But I think if you factor in that you really save over $1,300 by getting the software for free, as well as the 8-presser feed, as well as the unique like embroidery files that are only on this machine, I think that's a really good deal. So we are actually doing really well in sales, and we just went to Dragon Con, which is a really large pop culture and fandom convention here in Atlanta, actually. And Burnett was there, and we were selling machines. I was signing machines. I was just like autographing machines that people had bought, which was kind of wild. And so I'm just every time when I asked the cosplayers, why they bought it, they were just like, they just wanted a machine that can finally do embroidery, that they can customize their own designs, and they wanted a very pretty machine that that will be very reliable for them. So I have made 5 costumes with this machine since last year, and it has held up very well. It's sewn chiffon as well as silks, but also multiple layers of rubberized, PVC fabric. So I'm certainly pretty sold. Do we have any questions? Because I think I have about 5 minutes. Because obviously I come from a different type of sewing, and I would love to be able to answer any questions if you have, you know, like that you may have for me, that you may have for this machine, and maybe how it could also like help you. I'd love to see how many of you like make costumes. How many hoops does it come with? Sandy's asked. Comes with 3 hoops: the small, medium, and large. So this being the largest size. So it's really great. Let's see. Wish it came in a red color. Oh my god. Well, if this edition is really popular, maybe we can make, multiple colored editions. I would certainly be down. What needle do you use when you embroider on PVC fabric? I use a ballpoint needle when I embroider on stretchy PVC, any like non-conventional materials. And I pay pretty close attention to the tension. I will adjust the tension sometimes. I'll adjust the speed sometimes. But I've embroidered on metallic 4-way stretch fabrics before. I've embroidered on rubberized pleather, and like things that you're maybe not supposed to embroider on. But as a cosplayer, as a costumer, you're just like, you're just gonna try it. Just see how it takes to it. I've made a lot of appliques with embroidery machines, both on the Bernina as well as on the Burnett. So it's really fun. It is very pretty. I know, it's really fun. Okay, I see some people have made costumes, kids costumes for Halloween. And Crystal says she's made a few projects, and then somebody else said that they've made some costumes. So that's really great. So yeah, I definitely encourage you to also um, use your machines for garments and costumes, because they're really fun. I mean, Halloween is coming up. Now you still have plenty of time to make a costume for Halloween. If you had my embroidery machine, you could definitely make something really cute, maybe with the planetary symbols, like a Sailor Moon sundress or something. That'd be really cute. Let's see, 5/7 or 9mm stitch width. I believe it is 5. I believe it's 5. It doesn't have
7.
that, or is it 7? Is it 7?
It's 7.
It's 7. Yes. Yeah. Not 9. I wish it was 9. That would be great. But I mean, for the price, it's like, what are you guys offering this machine as, Blaine?
Well, we do. It's normally $24.99, but we
Mhm.
have a call-in special for it for SewFest.
What is the special?
Can't say it on air, but they have to call to get the special.
Oh my God. So it's less than 2,400.
Exactly.
Which like the MSRP is like 3,300, but I've seen most dealers do it for 24. But if you can get it for less than 24, that's a great deal. And I don't know if I'm supposed to share this, but we've sold so many of my machines that we're probably going to go into back order in a week or two.
Well, we got plenty of them in stock, so we loaded up.
So yes, you guys were smart and loaded up, because I was like,
Yeah.
oh God, I need to tell my friends that they need to buy it soon, or else I have to wait. But
Well, when we launched this thing, y'all, with you on the show, we actually brought 20 of them in for the show, and we sold out that day. So there was a bunch of them got sold, and
oh my
and so we knew that it was going to be a popular machine, so we brought a lot more in. And so we're sitting really good right now for this show. So everybody that's wanting one should be able to get one. But I wouldn't wait too long. If you want to get one of these, I'd get it. And your books. I got to tell everybody about your book that you wrote.
Yes,
we have
I wrote a book.
Yaya Han's book in stock, and it's autographed by Yaya. And we're blowing those out. We only have like 2 to 4 left.
Oh, really? Oh, that makes me so happy, though. Yeah, so I wrote a book about the culture of cosplay and sort of the history. So if you're interested in like what this thing is that your grandkids are into now, why do they want to dress up as anime characters or comic book characters? Like my book is all about how this world came to be, and also like how I fell into it and became totally entrenched in it. So. But
well, Yaya,
thank you
so much for coming on the show and highlighting your machine. We all love it. And hopefully we'll get to work with you again real soon, okay?
I would love that. Yes, she's very pretty. She looks very pretty in your sewing room. Bye.
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. All right, guys, that was Yaya Han, and this is the Yaya Han Bernina B79 Yaya Han edition. And guys, we do have a call-in special on this. And guys, what makes this special over the B79 is it has some exclusive embroidery designs in there. It has a couple extra feet that come with the kit in normal of B79. Plus, you're getting that digitizing software with the Yaya Han edition over the regular B79. So this makes this an incredible value to get. And guys, we do have SewFest special on it right now. Give us a call right now if you want to get these. We have, I'm not going to say plenty of them in stock, but we have some in stock right now ready to ship. And I know they're running out of these across the country. So we're fortunate we loaded up on them. We have a good supply. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 and get yours ordered so we can get it shipped to you. And then if you want to see Yaya's book on our page, just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. In the search bar at the top, just put Yaya Han, her name. It'll take you to the product pages that you can see the book and the Yaya Han edition B79, and you can look all about it. But her book, I'd recommend too, to grab one of the books if you are interested in that. It's a really good read. So guys, we are going to move on, and we're super excited to get our, we're going back to, all the way to Utah. And we're going to go to Butler Robotics. What do y'all think about that? So guys, we got Butler Robotics in the house. And guys, we had Audrey Hartman yesterday. We have her back again today. She's going to kind of go through some of the things that she did yesterday and hopefully keep working on that little project she's got. And so let's bring Aubrey right back into the show. So Aubrey, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Blaine. It's great to be here again today. I have so much to go over.
I love the new camera shot. It's cool looking. So we're going to let you get going, because I know you got a ton to go over, and you're going to be here all week going over that Butler Robotics. So we're going to let you get going, and then we'll come back and tell them all the models that we have at the Butler.
Great. Thank you so much, Blaine. Again, my name's Aubrey, and I am here with Butler Robotics. And we did change our camera angle from yesterday so that you guys could see a little bit more of what we're working on. I want to take you over and first introduce you to our different Butler Robotics system. So we're going to switch camera angles real quick so you can see the 3 different models we have. All right, so here we've got our 3 different models. We've got our Butler Basic, and that comes with an 8-inch screen. We've got our Butler Deluxe, and that comes with a 10-inch screen. And we've got our Butler Professional, and that comes with a 12-inch screen. They all come with different features on them so that you can choose the Butler robotic system that is going to work best for you and fit your price range. The other thing that we've got here is our Easy Shield AVR. This is an automatic voltage regulation system. And when you have both your machine and your Butler system plugged into this, it will supply the right amount of voltage to your machine so that you don't have power surges, and everything runs nice and smooth for you. And it is a battery backup system. So should you lose power at your home, you don't have to worry about losing what you've been working on. You can continue to finish up what your project is, and then you can properly turn off your machine and your Butler robotic system and have everything shut down the way it should be, and you don't have to worry about any electronic issues. So at the end of the show, Blaine will go over the different prices with you, and if you have any questions about whether this system is going to work with your machine, you can give Blaine's team a call. We are a universal product, so we will fit on any machine and any frame that you've got in your home. All right, we're going to go over to our project. And we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. If you missed yesterday, you can go back to SewFest Day 1 online and watch it again. And we'll probably go over some of the features throughout the rest of the week. Like Blaine said, I am here the whole time. We are working with our robotic system on the King Quilter 2, which is something you can get if you are in need of a long arm machine. Blaine's team will get you hooked up with one. It is a wonderful machine and really easy to use. We are going to look at our screen and create a layout box, and I'm going to show you how the text feature works. You can put letters on a quilt and actually quilt that out if you like. It's a great way to put a baby's name on a quilt that you're working on, or a special date like a baby's birth or a wedding date. So this could be a great way to personalize something that you've been working on really diligently to add that extra special touch. We are in our layout screen, and we're going to add a layout box. I am going to hit the first point of my layout box and come down here and just create a small space. And now I've got a place to fill. I am going to go to my edit feature and hit the little T for text. And we are going to add in SMP for Sewing Machines Plus. And we are going to generate our text. And there we've got it on our screen. And we can go to our home screen and stitch that out. It is that easy to add text onto your quilt. We're going to go ahead and get that started so you can see how that stitches out. We've pulled our bobbin thread up, and our King Quilter 2 is taking its stitches right now to lock that in place. And there we go. I do have my jump stitches turned on, so it is going to tie off and then jump to the next letter for me. And I'm a little brave, so I go ahead and I put my fingers in here to take off some of my tails. And it takes these letters nice and quick. Uh-oh, looks like we've run out of bobbin thread. We can stop this very quickly, hit thread break, and grab another bobbin. It's very simple to change this out on the King Quilter 2. We just pull out our bobbin case, pop the empty bobbin out, put our new bobbin in, thread it through the tension disc, and pop it right back in. Sometimes it's really easy to misjudge when you've got a full bobbin because you're having fun. You don't realize when it's run out. This is a great example to show you when things like this happen, how easy it is to fix this. Now we ran out of our bobbin right about here. So I'm going to go back to where we ran out, and it wants me to hit my check mark. And it's going to say, is this where you want to restart? I'm going to say yes. It's pulled my bobbin thread up. I'm going to hit start, and it's going to pick up right where I left off. Oops. Oop, now we've come unthreaded. Operator errors happen. I'll just rethread this real quick. And we're off to the races again. And it's going to go into the center of the P. And we're all done. So I promise I'll do that again later on this week so you can see the text again, and hopefully I won't run out of bobbin thread that time. We're just going to tie this off. All right, move all my little threads to the side. The next thing I want to do is show you an edge-to-edge design fill-in. We did some blocks yesterday, so you could see what it was like just to fill in a block on your quilt. But I know a lot of you are interested in doing edge-to-edge designs. That's why we all buy our long arm machines, is to finish those quilts and finish them quickly. So I'm going to take you over to the little quilt that I've started down here on the end. This is a project that I'm going to be working on all week, so you can see how that goes. The features that I'm using on this is our built-in channel locks on the machine. I did discuss that yesterday. The channel locks are built in on the robotics system. You have vertical, horizontal, and diagonal channel locks. They are engaged on the robotics, and when you press the buttons on the screen, it automatically locks so that you can't move the machine in certain directions. There's no need to add physical locks onto the wheels of your carriage. The robotics locks that for you. I have been using those to stitch down the different sections of my quilt, so I have nice straight lines. This is a Quilt As You Go project. So I'm adding each piece as I go on my frame. It's kind of a flip and go. And then I'm quilting as I'm going. So I've already done one section up here. That's kind of here in the back roller. And now we're going to do the next section. So I'm going to be working on this orange space. The first thing we're going to do is add a layout box. And the layout box for this is going to be the entire width of this piece of fabric, this piece of orange here. So we're going to start at the top corner. And I'm going to set my first point, and then I'm going to come all the way to the bottom corner on the other end and hit my check mark. And as you can see on the screen, I have a very skinny little box because this piece of fabric is only probably about 4 inches wide at the most. So now we're going to pick a pattern and add that in here. I'm going to go to my patterns, and I'm in my recents. But we do have a full pattern list. All of the butlers do come with preloaded patterns, so you don't have to go out and buy patterns right off the bat. But you can import patterns into our system if you should choose to buy things and load them. I am going to add a bubble pattern because I just love bubbles. I think they're so cute when they're on a quilt. But this is only filled in one little patch, and we need to fill the whole space. So I am going to go up to my repeat button, and I am going to add some repeats across my quilt. And I've gone a little outside of my box, so I'm going to my scale button, and I am just going to make sure they all fit in there. So it is that simple to fill in a whole space across your quilt by using repeats and scale. We're going to get close to our starting point so our King Quilter 2 doesn't have to move too far across the quilt and take up time sliding from one end to the other. I'm going to go to my home screen. I got to get square on there and hit my start button. And it's going to move to its starting place, pull up the bobbin thread, and we're ready to go. It's going to take its starting lock stitch and start our bubble pattern. And we've gone a little bit out of our line, but that's okay. I do have the speed on 60, and you can see that up in the corner. We're going nice and fast. The butler can change speeds. We can reduce the speed by hitting our down arrow, and we can increase the speed by hitting our up arrow. But for the sake of today, we'll probably keep going pretty quick just so that we can finish this out. While this is stitching, Lindsay, do we have any questions from anybody?
Just one set.
Okay. If anybody has any questions, make sure you go ahead and let us know. That way we can get them answered while we're on air. You can always leave questions and we'll try to get back to you later as well.
When you get a minute, they were just wondering if you can scroll through some of the patterns.
Absolutely. When this finishes out, we'll look at some of the patterns. If you buy the basic system, you get 160 patterns. If you buy the deluxe, you get 260 patterns. And if you buy the professional, you get 500 patterns loaded, all ready to go. Oh, 550, they're telling me, 550. So think of all the things that you can do with that many patterns off the bat. I know we've had people ask questions about thread. You can use quilting thread, whether you want to use cotton or polyester. I've got a polyester stitching out right now. Thread is just a matter of what you are comfortable with using, what your machine is comfortable with using. So experiment, try different things, figure out what you like. Some people like shiny threads, some people like thicker threads. So just use what you want to use, experiment. Every quilt might require something different. So just take your time, try different things, practice. Yes, Lindsay?
Can you add more patterns?
Yes, you can add more patterns. You can import patterns. You can purchase from a variety of different websites. Our machine takes the QLI format, the QCC format, and the DXF format. And you can use those and import them in. If you choose to import them with a USB stick, you can do it that way. Or if you connect your Butler Robotics to Wi-Fi, you can download directly onto your Butler Robotics system.
Also, how long was your learning curve?
Oh, we had a question on how long was my learning curve. I would say I'm still in my learning curve because there's something new to learn every day with your robotics system. I have been working with my robotics for 6 months right now, but I still find something new every day. And there's always something to discover with quilting. You change how you do things. So I'm enjoying working with it every single day. But you can, once you have the Butler installed, get working with it right away because it is a user-friendly system and it's very intuitive, so it doesn't take long to get up and running. All right, it looks like we're almost at the end of our quilting space. So we've got a couple more bubbles here. And as soon as that's done, I'm gonna go ahead and run through some of the patterns because we did have someone ask to see a few things that are already loaded on the machine. All right, we're just going to go to our patterns and just scroll through a few so you can see what's on here. There is a wide variety of block patterns, edge-to-edge patterns. There are corner patterns. We've got everything from different holidays, geometric patterns, feathered patterns. So you have a large variety to start with. When you purchase a Butler system, there's a little bit of something for everybody. They are divided into different tags based on the designers or the type of pattern it is, and you can see that down the side of your screen. Does that help everybody out there who is asking questions about the patterns that are available? Good. Oh, I'm so glad. And then we did go over this a little bit yesterday, but with the patterns that are loaded on here, you do have the capabilities to manipulate those patterns. So they don't have to stay exactly as they are. You might want to flip something from right to left, and we have a mirror image button for you to be able to do that. You might want to make something a little bit larger or a little bit smaller, and you can do that with sizing. So you do have the availability to edit them a little bit and change it to meet your needs on your quilt. So we can look at that a little bit if you want to do that. So we can kind of come over here and do a quick layout box, and we can add a pattern so I can show you how that looks. All right, so we'll find one that our little ducks here. So we'll put them in the box. So you can mirror image them from right to left. They don't have to stay looking in one direction. You can flip them over, or you can flip them from top to bottom. And you can resize them a little bit. So if they're too big for you, you can change the size. If we wanted them just 2.5 inches by 2.5 inches, you can just change your little ducks. That changes how they look, of course, but you can manipulate things enough where you can get things to fit the quilt blocks you have by resizing or changing them a little bit. Maybe you want your ducks looking at each other on 2 blocks side to side. So you have that available too. All right. Let's go ahead and look at our point-to-point feature. I did show that yesterday, but we had some people with questions on that, so we're going to look at that again. So we are going to just, I've got 2 little triangles here on this quilt that we're going to look at. So I'm going to go to my point-to-point, and let me get my thread up here. I'm going to go into my patterns and choose my little pattern here. And then I'm going to start with the bottom point of my triangle, and I'm just going to hit my plus sign. And then I'm going to go to the top point of my triangle and hit my plus sign again to place that. And then I'm going to break that and come back over here and hit my next point and my final point. And when I go to my home screen to stitch this out, I've now filled in these 2 little triangles here with my designs. So yesterday I placed the point-to-points in a border. Today I'm placing them in triangles. It's an easy way for you to put a design exactly where you want it to without it being in a specific square box or without it being in a border. This allows you to put it into a triangular space or a different space that isn't just a straight line. This is on an angle. So we're going to go ahead and stitch this out. And I'm going to come back to my beginning point just so that the King Quilter 2 doesn't have to move to the starting point. I'm going to put it in my starting point for it. So once again, it's going to take its stitch to pull up my bobbin thread. And we're going to hit our start button and let it go. And it's filling in my triangle for me. And it's jumping to my next triangle because I have my jump stitches on. It's taking its tie-off stitch. And we finished that one. This is a great way if you've got a quilt with a lot of half square triangles on it to fill in all of those half square triangles with different designs. It makes a really creative way for you to individualize all of your different blocks. So I really love this feature that the Butler has on it. You really have no limitations when you've got the availability to place designs exactly where you want them. All right, let's get that clipped off here. Lindsay, do we have any other questions before I do anything else?
When they want to know how many points you would use. Like, can you use more than 2 or 3 or 4 points?
Absolutely. So you can use as many points as you want to go around. So say you were doing like a long border across your whole frame. You could hit as many points as you wanted to across that long border. So if you had, you know, a long quilt and you wanted to hit a point every 3 inches, you could do that. You could hit all the way across if you wanted. If you wanted to do a block and you had some points in one corner and then you wanted to switch to another corner, there's actually a button for a point break. So you could put your points in one corner, hit the point break, and then move over to the other corner and start your points again. So you could put as many points in as you needed to lay out all of your designs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that helps.
Okay, good. All right. Are there any other questions? Because I think we're getting close to our time, and I want to make sure we have all of our questions answered.
It says, can you use a name as a quilting pattern?
So you can quilt out a full name if you wanted to. So we just did initials today, but you could fill out a whole name if you wanted to. Absolutely. It would take a little bit of work to get all of those letters stitched out. It takes some time and it takes some patience to do that. But I have quilted out a full name like across a quilt here. I've also used one of our features that I can show you probably tomorrow since we're so close in time. You can stitch out a name and then you can stitch out a pattern all the way around it by using one of our free motion applique features. So we can work on that tomorrow. If you guys want to see that, let Lindsay know online if you guys want to see that, and we can work on that tomorrow. I can show you how to do that. So you can stitch out a name and then have a pattern around it.
Yeah, that was helpful. Thanks.
Okay, great. I'll go ahead and set up one more pattern so we can get that stitched out. I did this other corner yesterday. So we put a little pumpkin design on this table runner. So I've got another corner here and we can finish that out. So I'm just going to put another layout box in here and we're going to go to our patterns and pull up my cute little pumpkin patch. And we're going to hit our scale button to make sure that we can get that in the block that we've got here. And hit our home button to get that stitching. And it's that simple to fill those blocks in. It's just the matter of hitting 2 points to create a layout box and then adding your pattern in. And so now it's going to complete the pumpkin pattern, and then I'll actually have this whole block here finished. I did work on it a little bit off camera this morning so that we had enough space to work on this other corner. Oh, we did have a question about using free motion along with our Butler system. And yes, you can still free motion with the Butler system in place.
And I can show you real quick how to release your butler system so that you can free motion. If we want to switch over to our other camera really quick, I can show you how to release the locks on your belt. So we have our motor box that is attached to our carriage, and you've got this lever here. All you have to do is press down on the lever and release it over, and you will release one of your belts, and then there's another belt that is on your machine, and all you have to do is unscrew a little screw, and it is that simple for you to go directly into your free motion mode. You can free motion with your robotics on. It's just a little stiffer, but you do have this lever here that you can simply release. It's just the touch of a lever. It takes less than a minute to take care of. You can free motion, and then you just pull it back into place to put your lock back on, and then you've got your butler engaged again. Super simple.
Hey, Aubrey, real quick.
Yes.
I was asking about the depth of your quilting space. Can you just explain the frame and the throat, how that's how you get your depth?
Sure. So the depth of your quilting space will depend on the long arm machine that you have and the depth of your frame. So it'll depend on how much throat space you have here on your machine. And all machines are made different, so it's going to depend on what you purchase. So if your machine is 18 inches or 20 inches or 26 inches, then that will determine how far your machine can move forward and backward, also based on how wide of a frame you have. So if you've got a wide frame and a large throat on your machine, then you're going to be able to quilt a much larger space than if you have a very small frame that maybe only covers 12 inches and a very short throat on your machine that maybe only has 14 inches.
Awesome.
Okay, no problem. All right. Well, are we there, guys? Do we have to go back to Blaine?
Yes, you do. Well, thanks,
Not that we
Aubrey.
don't love you, Blaine.
I know you're having fun. Hey, I tell you what,
We
that was
are
a
having fun.
great demonstration, and you're making it extremely easy to follow along. So we do appreciate that, and we appreciate Butler being one of our sponsors. And we're going to see you again the same time tomorrow, and we're just going to keep carrying on what you're doing. I love it, and I think everybody's loving it as well.
Oh, thank you, Blaine. We look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow.
All right, Aubrey. Okay, guys, that was the Butler robotic system. Now, we have 3 different models of this, and this is exclusive. These models are to Sewing Machines Plus. And again, guys, it starts out at $36.99 for this. We do have call-in specials on all 3 of these. This is the basic one right now you're looking at, and it's going to have your basic designs and things in there and basic functions. If you want to go up to the next level, then you go to the deluxe model. And the deluxe model is $56.49. And again, it's unlocked some more designs, some more features. And then you go all the way up to the professional model, and it is completely unlocked, has all the bells and whistles, everything you can imagine a robotic system having. Plus, it's just loaded with tons and tons of designs that are built in. Guys, this is $63.29 is our regular price on it. It comes with that 12-inch screen. Again, this is a call-in special. So guys, think about this. Robotic systems for under $6,000, that's unheard of. Most of them are always going to be up in the $10,000 range. And guys, you can get in this extremely cheap. These work on about 90% of the machines that are out on the market, the long arm machines that are on a frame, these will work on. So there's a huge envelope of machines that it'll work on. So if you have questions about one that you have right now, you're wondering if the Butler will work on it, give us a call. Hey, we sell more of these than anybody in the country. Our guys are experts on them. So give them a call, 800-401-8151. We have financing available, and it's going to ship free to your house. And they can really help you out and give you some guidance on which one's going to be the best one for you and the best one for the machine you have. All right, guys. We are moving on, so let's bring our co-host back in, Jane Klaus.
Hey, Blaine Austin.
Well, hey, Jane Klaus.
What's going on?
Hey, we've just been having fun. We just got to talk about all about robotics, and
Super
we're going
cool.
to keep this thing going. We're all in talking about quilting now. So, hey, we're going to let you talk a little bit about long arming.
I love it. And our friend Nicholas Turkin is back with us. Now we know he is multi-talented and very, very creative. We talked to him earlier today. He's back again now. Now, I just want to remind you that he started quilting in 2012. He made one quilt, and then that led to another quilt and another quilt, another quilt. And he said, okay, I need a better way to finish these quilt tops. And so he is here to tell us how to do that and tell us the best way to do that. Welcome back to the show, Nicholas Turkin, and he's going to talk about the Handy Quilter Pro Stitcher Premium. Hi, Nicholas.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Well, this
I've
is
had
exciting.
a very productive afternoon finishing up the project I started this morning, and I'm good for a new project with Pro Stitcher Premium.
You're the coolest ever. Okay, I'm going to let you take it away so we don't waste any time.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. As Jane mentioned, yes, I started my quilting journey in 2012. I then got my first long arm, which was my Handy Quilter Fusion, a 24-inch machine, in 2014. And last year, I upgraded and got my Amara 20, which you can see on the other side of my studio here. And this year, I actually hit a pretty big milestone in my world. My Fusion hit, it went over 100 million stitches, and it is still going as strong as ever. So I'm more than, I think now it's about 106 million stitches, and it is still going. So when I first got my machine, I couldn't quite afford a robotic system for it. So I was able to buy just the machine on the frame itself. And 8 years later, when I decided I really need to get some more quilting done, I want to increase my business and get things done faster, that's when I invested in Pro Stitcher Premium. So all of the Handy Quilter machines can have the robotics added to them at any point. You don't have to purchase it with the machine. You're more than welcome to if you have the funds and the space and the willingness to do that. But if you want to add it at a later point, you're more than welcome to. In addition, this morning when I was talking about the frames, this is an older machine, so it's on what used to be called the gallery frame. And now a same size machine would be on the new Studio 3 frame. Now, one of the things that drew me towards these frames was they're modular. So they come in 4-foot sections. So for the first 9 or 10 years that I had my machine, I only had my frame set up to 8 feet wide. And when I got a studio, I expanded it to the full 12 feet because I put that extra section into my storage unit. And now that I have the space, I have it. And now that I have 2 12-foot machines, it covers one entire wall of my whole studio. So that was just a cool feature about the frames that I forgot to mention earlier, is that they are incredibly versatile. So no matter how big or small of a space you have, you can find a frame that fits it. And then if you change where your machine is being stored and used, you can always upgrade your frames to one that suits your new needs. So as I had mentioned, this is the finished whole cloth that I had started this morning. And sorry, it's probably not showing up too well in the lighting, but I had some fun in my break from this morning to now doing some free motioning on that. And at the same time as I was doing free motioning on my Amara 20, I had my Fusion running Pro Stitcher Premium, and I quilted out another entire 40-inch whole cloth quilt. Now, again, I chose maybe not the best thread colors and fabric combination to show up on the screen, but I did a beautiful ombre going from a dark red to a nice, through the oranges, to a yellow in the center. Now, this design is available on ProStitcher.com. And with that, with one of the newest versions of Pro Stitcher Premium, we actually have, it's called Pro Stitcher Connect. So I'm going to switch over to my other camera. If I could have somebody do that. Thank you. So this is what your Pro Stitcher screen looks like when you turn on your machine and you get started. Now, I just mentioned Pro Stitcher Connect. Our newest version of Pro Stitcher Premium allows us to go onto the internet to add designs onto our tablet. Now, when you buy Pro Stitcher Premium, you get over 1,000 designs included with every Pro Stitcher Premium. Then from that point, you can make a Pro Stitcher account, and right at your machine, you can go look for patterns. So if you want to search for a new edge-to-edge pattern, open that up. My internet's running a little slow because I'm streaming at the same time as I'm trying to do this. And of course, it's going to do that while I'm here. But you are able to access the internet straight from your machine once you have downloaded to the latest version of Pro Stitcher Connect. Once you're on Pro Stitcher Connect, you can then do any of your updates for future versions right from the machine as well. So you no longer have to worry about dealing with a USB cable and a dongle moving back and forth to your computer and back here. Again, because I'm streaming 2 cameras here, it's not going to load that. So I'll just go back to our home screen in a second here. So as I said, when you purchase Pro Stitcher Premium, you get over 1,000 designs included right in it. So let me make that full screen. So just to show you a few of the blocks that are included, here are some continuous line designs. And continuous line is just another version of what you could call an edge-to-edge design. So depending on what you wanted, some of these could be used for an entire quilt. And again, going through, there's lots of different designers that have all their designs included with Pro Stitcher. Now, some of the fun features that you can do with Pro Stitcher, when you bring in a design, I'm just going to bring this one in here. If you like this, but you have a quilt that has your blocks on point, we can go modify, rotate, change it 45 degrees, and now our block is on point, which will fit that quilt beautifully. Say we have to, if we have let's see, I'm going to bring in, if we had a quilt that had a very specific area that we wanted to fill. So I'm just going to go in here and say, let's say there was a heart. If we had a quilt that had a little heart applique, what we could do is take that block and move it inside that area. Now, this heart might not be exactly the same size as what you have on your quilt, but perchance it could be a perfect match. And if it isn't a perfect match, what you can do is create your own areas to tell the computer where to stitch. So I'm just going to clear that area. And as you can see right there, my orange crosshairs moved. So anytime you move the machine, the crosshairs move in relation. So what that means is, as you're moving the machine and moving the needle against your quilt to different areas, the crosshairs will show a digital representation of your needle that is now moving around. So on my quilt, I've just drawn up some little blocks here. So just to show, I will go to one corner and I will hit a multi-point. That's going to draw a little point to let the computer know that I want that to be one corner. And there we go. Multi-point again. I'm going to bring you back up to the screen. So that purple box is a representation of what that block that I drew on the quilt is. Now, this design, now that we've changed it to be on point, doesn't quite fit. So if we go back to modify, we can rotate and put it back to there. Now, to make it fit inside here, we have a number of different tools at our disposal. We can do it manually by going into the resize and trying to make sure that it's a perfect match and trying to figure out where center is. If we want to go perfectly to center, we can go to the alignment tool and we can move the block. We also can put it to the top, to the bottom, to the left, to the right, to get the alignment. One of my favorite features with Pro Stitcher is the skew button. Now what skew does is it will automatically change the shape of that design to fit my area. So this block is very square. This is a perfect piecer that has brought this quilt in. So if we go to skew, that block looks pretty good in there. And again, if it doesn't look perfect, you can always try our second border skew, which has a few different metrics that it uses to decide on how it's going to change that block. But that looks pretty good. So if we want to stitch this out, all we're going to do, actually, I'll show you the screen first. It is now fit into there. We're going to go Pro Stitcher. We're going to check our settings. We are going to stitch. I want a tie off at the beginning, a tie off at the end, pull up on. So we're going to go Run and Proceed. The machine is automatically going to go to the starting point, and it just took one stitch. And what that does is it allows me to pull up my bobbin thread, and now I'm going to click Resume, and the machine is going to go right back to that starting point, do a couple locking stitches, and then stitch out our block. Now I'm going to stop the machine just for the sake of time. Pull up my threads and cut. Now let's move over here. As you can see, that block is not a perfectly pieced block. It is very skewed. So this is where you get to have some fun. So on my screen, I'm going to clear my area. I'm going to do a new multi-point area. And I'm going to do it into the corners of this little funky block. And we've all seen quilts like this that have a bit of a pull or a turn or a twist to it. So as you see, here, let me get rid of the skew. That is what the block looks like square. There's this whole area here that isn't filled. So if we hit skew, well, this looks a little funny. That went up, but that didn't go there. But now if we hit border skew, oh, look at that. Perfection. Every corner of this block has a point of the design going right into it. So that's the beauty of skew. So that is my absolute favorite feature in Pro Stitcher. Now I'm just going to clear that design and get rid of that. Now, again, standard with all the Pro Stitchers is channel locks. So if you wanted to do a perfectly straight line, you can do a vertical channel lock, and now the machine will only move perfectly in a vertical line. Or we can change that to horizontal, and it will go in that way. Now, another fun feature is if you want to get some perfect diagonals, we have a feature called Move. Now, with here, I can turn on the move, and it's going to move the machine diagonally automatically by itself. I got to turn on my continuous. And now it's moving automatically by itself in a perfectly diagonal line. Now, if I wanted to, I could turn on the stitch. I can pull up my bobbin thread. And when I do it now, it's going to stitch that perfect diagonal line for me. So if you've ever had to do diagonal cross hatching and your line started to get a little bit off center, this allows you to do them at a perfect 45 degree every single time. And I keep saying my favorite features. One of my absolute favorite features is the record button. So if we go to Pro Stitcher, we're going to go to, sorry, I'm going to move the camera up. We're going to go to record. And what we can do with record is actually use Pro Stitcher's system to record our movement. So say you wanted to put a signature in your quilt. So what we can do, I'm going to move over here where I have a nice line that I can actually draw on. I'm going to use some fancy cursive to spell out my name. Now, that's a little clunky. So you know what? I'm going to clear that off. And because my gears are engaged, it's adding some tension to it. So with the touch of this one button, I'm going to disengage my gears, and now I'm ready for free motion. And if you noticed, the crosshairs went from orange to purple. So that is your immediate indicator that your gears are disengaged and you are free for free motion. So now if I go to record, I'll be able to do beautiful, I'll put a little heart over the eye. So that is my name. What I can do is now save that. And I'll just save it into that folder. Now I can change it. I can go in, I can modify it. I can make it teeny, teeny, tiny by scrolling it down. I can make it larger. I can take it, and if I want to, I can rotate it. Say I wanted to fit it into a tiny little area. I can just tweak it sideways to make it fit. I can do a nice, where it just disappeared to. There it is. Change it to a nice angle like that, depending on where it needs to fit in. And again, if I had spent a little more time, that would be a little bit neater. But again, for the sake of showing as much as this machine can do in 30 minutes or less, this is your quick little guide. So again, we go through here, we can clear that out. And again, when I'm ready to go back to quilting, all I had to do was Pro Stitcher and hit the gears button. And there was if you actually listen, you'll be able to hear them engaging and disengaging. So that's them off. And now they're back on. So it is incredibly quick and easy to switch back and forth between those two features. Now let's see, what else? So the Pro Stitcher program can actually read quite a lot of different digital files. So the machine comes preloaded with over 1,000 different designs. You now, with Pro Stitcher Connect, have the option to go to ProStitcher.com and download designs right from there. You can go to any of your favorite designer sites and purchase your own designs and download those. And those you will need to use a USB to transfer them to the machine. But those you'll be able to use HQB, HQF, HQA, TXT, QLI designs. Now there are, and actually I'll get you to switch back to my other camera. Thanks. There is another program called Pro Stitcher Designer. Now with Designer, you actually have the ability to create your own designs or go in and modify existing designs. So Pro Stitcher Designer works best on a computer, so you can do a little bit of the finer details, but you actually can go to the Tools tab here, and there is Pro Stitcher Designer right in there with the newest version of Pro Stitcher Connect. Now that is just going to open that. I won't show it on there, but Pro Stitcher Designer does allow you to create designs. You can print them out. You can save them as digital files. You can import embroidery designs and monkey around with them to convert them into a stitching file that will work on any of the Handy Quilter machines that have Pro Stitcher on them. So there is a lot of different ways that you can get around any of those things. If you did manage to get the wrong file, you can still make it work. Now, with technology, there is always a bit of a learning curve. So with that, there is now a full list of YouTube tutorials that Handy Quilter has put out through Pro Stitcher. And the newest way that they have them is they are all linked, that when you click the link for the specific thing that you want to learn, it will take you exactly to that section of the video. So you don't have to sit through 30 minutes of somebody going on and on, discussing the things that you might already know or something that you might have looked up yesterday. You can just go straight to the meat and potatoes. What do I need to learn to get this quilt finished today, and do that? So those are some of the benefits of having Pro Stitcher Premium and the support that comes with it. So with that, Handy Quilter is an American company. It is based in Salt Lake City, Utah, and that is where Pro Stitcher is designed and engineered. So there is technical support that you are calling somebody in Utah, and they're answering the phones and giving out the technical advice on issues that you might have with that. And that goes the same with the machines themselves. Technical support is based in Utah, so you can always reach them there. Now, I think I have about 5 minutes left, so I don't know if there was a lot of questions that went by. I had my back turned to the comment section. So Blaine, I don't know if you want to step in if you had seen any in there, or if you had any questions yourself, anything I can clarify.
Hey, Nicholas, it's me.
Sorry, Jane.
It's Jane. That's okay. Yeah, everybody is loving it. They love the idea that you could call with support. Talk a little bit about that. Do they get somebody live? Can they do a chat if there's any questions?
There's a couple different ways. You can send in an email. There is a chat. You can call in and speak to a person now. That being said, they do have Monday to Friday hours for the people that are answering the phone. So if you want to do that, you're going to be out of luck on a long weekend, but they're very good at getting right back to you as soon as possible. And same thing, there are so many resources, and there's actually a couple of message like bulletin boards out there that people can post their comments to, that you might be able to read up and see if somebody's had a similar problem, what their troubleshooting technique was, if you are quilting through the middle of the night and you need an answer immediately.
Is there a limit on the number of times a design can be used for a custom quilt?
No. So when you purchase those designs, they're yours to use indefinitely. So as long as you don't delete the file by accident, it is yours for forever after. Now, most of the design companies out there allow unlimited downloads. So even if you do accidentally delete them, you can log back into your account and re-download them. There are a few companies out there that only allow you to download it maybe 3 times. So you do have to be careful with your digital designs to make sure that you do have a archive or a backup of them. So me personally, I actually have them backed up twice on my laptop, once in the cloud, once on the computer's hard drive. I have one backup thumb drive that just sits off to the side of my studio. And then I also have the thumb drive that I have in my machine. So I have them in 4 different places just in case. And in the 3 and a bit years that I've had Pro Stitcher, I've never lost a design and I've never had an issue, but just to be abundantly prepared.
Wow, you're very smart for being abundantly prepared. Question about lighting. You obviously are right there in front of some great natural light, and you've got lights overhead. Is there any lights that go along with this, or anything you'd recommend?
So Handy Quilter does have the highlight system. So that is a system where there is a metal stand that basically goes from the edge of each side of the frame up and over. And those are LED lights that can be angled ever so slightly. And again, you have the ability to move that forward and backward depending on where you want them. So I have a different setup here because my studio is much larger and I don't have the amount of floor space that I need to have the highlights, because my walls are only 28 feet wide and I got 2 12-foot machines and I still need a way to get through the middle. So both the left side of the one machine and the right side of the other machine are touching the walls just so I have enough room to get around. So, but the lights, Handy Quilter does have the different highlight systems that come in the different sizes depending on which frame you have and how much extra lighting you want.
And
There's
somebody,
also,
oh, sorry, go
I
ahead.
was going to say
There's
they also
also-
have a lot of other additional features. We have the My Secret drawers. So the secret drawers go onto your frame and they go right underneath the back table. And those allow you to store any of your threads, notions, patterns, whatever you want to keep them close at hand to your machine.
I love it. And they're called secret drawers as well. Somebody asked about the finger touch. They love the finger touch. Can you point that out one more time?
Sorry, what do you mean the finger touch?
Somebody said finger touch is a great, well, I can't find it anymore because everyone's talking. So go ahead.
With the tablet screen, it is a touch screen, so you can use your finger. I use a pen that has the little stylus tip on it, if that's what they were asking about.
Probably, yeah. And then talk a little bit about this skew again as well.
So again, skew is sort of like this automatic little AI that just blows apart your design to make it fit the area you want it to be in. So the basic premise for how Pro Stitcher works is you will set an area that you are telling the machine, this is where I'm allowing you to stitch. And then you can put your design into it. And again, you can stretch it out manually, or basically what skew is it distorts the design to fill it perfectly. And again, there is 3 different types of skew. There's the regular, there's border skew, and then there's triangle skew. So if you ever try to fit a triangular design into a triangle that is possibly not perfect, triangle skew is a perfect one for that. And that works with just 3 area points. Border skew works if you have an area that has maybe some concave edges to it, and they're sort of irregular. And the normal skew works with convex sort of borders. That's sort of the distinction between the 3 of them.
Very good explanation. They love the design that you came back with it because I remember it from this morning. It's gorgeous. Love it.
And that just reminded me, somebody this morning had asked what thread I was using.
Oh,
so
yeah.
This is Omni Thread by Superior. It's a 40-weight polyester thread. I think it's fantastic. It has 180 colors in the collection, and you can almost always find something that stands out. And I really like bold colors and things that are bright. So I usually go for high contrast.
And tell us the name of the thread again.
That's Omni by Superior Threads.
Okay, very good. And then somebody just wants to know where you're located.
Oh, I'm in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada.
Oh, very good. Okay. They were like, everyone's like, where is he at? Okay. Well, this is fantastic, Nicholas.
You know what? I got so flustered this morning. I wanted to dive right into the machines. I kind of forgot to talk about me that, yeah, I'm Nicholas. This is my studio on Granville Island. I'm in Vancouver, Canada. And I've actually been a handy quilter educator since the beginning of 2022. So I now get the pleasure of being able to travel and teach with Handy Quilter. So you might be seeing me at a few different places. I believe I will be in Rhodes, California coming up in January. So I will maybe be seeing some of you there. And between here and then, who knows where I'll be.
Well, you are a great teacher. I've learned so much from you today. We really appreciate your time and your talents and all of the information that you've shared with us. Tell everybody how they can get in touch with you.
So the best way is on Instagram, Mystery Stitch Designs. You can give me a follow there. My YouTube is Mystery Stitch Designs as well. I'm a little lacking in posting on there, but I've been trying to get better. And then my website is just mysterystitch.com. And again, all of those come straight to my phone. So if you reach out to me in any way, I'm pretty available through that.
Mysterystitch.com. Don't worry. Some of us are also a little slow on posting.
It happens.
I know. It's like a whole job. Nicholas, I get it. Well, thank you so much. Yeah.
I was going to say, we want to be sewing and quilting and creating, not taking photos. We're not photographers. We're quilters. We want to quilt.
It slows you down. I notice I'm doing stuff. I'm like, oh, I got to change the camera. It's really slowing me down. When I'd rather just be here with my hair and a bun and my glasses on, ready to go.
Well, that's, I had to curl my hair. I saw you yesterday with your beautiful curls. I was like, okay, I guess I got to step up my game. I can't do a ponytail today.
Well, next time we'll both do ponytails. Yeah. How about that?
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, Nicholas, you're awesome. Have a great afternoon. I want to tell everybody how they can get their hands on this Handy Quilter Pro Stitcher Premium. Let's put that one sheet up there. There you go. Nicholas did a great job. I just want to hang out with Nicholas. Okay. Handy Quilter Pro Stitcher Premium computerized quilting system. There's your so fast pricing. You see it right there. But guess what? Flash, call in special because Sewing Machines Plus has really done a great job for you this so fast. So call 800-401-8151. I know you guys can all say that, 800-401-8151, because we've been saying it all day. But, listen, if you're interested in learning more, you want to add this, you're a quilter, you want to really, really do more quilting and invest in what you already have, this is for you. It's the Handy Quilter Pro Stitcher Premium computerized quilting system. And yes, Nicholas made it look easy, and we can all do it. So thank you so much to Nicholas. Go ahead and call in 800-401-8151. Woo, that was great. Okay, I'm super excited. This is day 2, and I'm bringing back my friend Blaine.
Well, hey, Jane, I got to tell everybody real quick, a quick announcement. If you're watching on Facebook right now, in 2 minutes, the video is going to stop because we've reached our 8-hour limit.
Wow.
So to see the rest of the show, the rest of the giveaways, you're going to have to switch over to YouTube to see it. And so sorry about that, but that's for some reason, 8 hours is as long as you can stream on YouTube or Facebook. And we ran out yesterday, and there were some people too that didn't get to see the giveaways. They had to go to Facebook or YouTube to see them. So just giving y'all the warning. About 1 more minute, and Facebook is going to quit. So y'all can find us at
and it's easy to find it. It's easy to find it on YouTube. Just go to YouTube and just search it up, Sewing Machines Plus, and then SewFest Day 2. But you know what? You also have the links right there on SMPLive.tv.
Right. And if they go to, just SewingMachinesPlus.com on YouTube, at the very top, you can hit live, and all the live shows will come up, and you can see the one we're on right now. It's really easy.
Okay, great.
All right. And we also got another announcement, guys. We are getting ready to end early today. Stacy Lou was so steady, had to cancel just about 10 minutes ago. Her daughter got hurt, and then she's having to take care of her daughter. So nothing major serious, but just, she had to focus on that. So she couldn't do the live show for us. So we are going to end the show, but we're going to do some giveaways, Jane.
Let's do some giveaways. By the way, family first for sure. Family first.
Exactly. That's what we told her. So we hope that everything works out good there.
Totally. Hey, can I promote something before we go into giveaways?
Yes, you sure can.
So I've entered this contest, friends, and it's a craft contest, America's Best Craft Contest. Today is the last day to vote. And now it is not sewing. It is just a craft. Really and truly, it's a craft. This is a finger knitted pumpkin with a little paper mache stem. And you can vote for me on my website, JaneClaus.com. Go down to the thing that says make this, and you'll see this a picture of this. Click on that. There's a video of me making it, and in red, it says America's Favorite Craft Contest. Click on that and vote for me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. JaneClaus.com. Blaine, thanks for letting me promote that.
We're all voting right now, Jane.
Yes. Oh, good. Thanks. If I win, I'll let you know tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. Y'all go vote for Jane. We got to support our own here. All right, Jane. So another great day. Can't believe we're right at the end of day 2. And so we got some stuff we're going to give away, and we're also going to pick our second finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. We're excited about that. So first off, we're going to give away some of our event bags.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody loves these things. There's 8 in a pack. They're $49.99 on our website, or you can buy them individually for $9.99. Each one has a unique saying, and there comes in 8 different colors. So Kennedy.
Spin that wheel. Come on, Blaine. What happened?
I was waiting on y'all.
You're following your lead. Angela King. Watching us on YouTube. Congratulations, Angela. You're the winner of the Sewing Machines Plus bags. I love them. You're getting all 8. So just go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize.
Exactly. All right. Next up, we are going to give away some of our world famous sewing mats. We're going to give 2 customers some of these. So
I love
it. Spin
that
wheel.
And then this one, you've got all of them with all the sizes except for the blueberry and the leopard. Yes,
that is correct.
Hey, you guys are winners.
You know what? Occasionally we do get to win some stuff, so that's
so
pretty
cool.
awesome. I'm trying to think of what I'm going to do with these mats now.
You're just gonna turn them around and give them away.
All right, let me just turn right back around and give them to somebody else. All right, spin that wheel again, Kennedy.
Oh, someone there is really bummed. They wanted them.
I really wanted that so much.
Debbie Shaw.
There we go. Debbie Shaw's our winner, watching today from Facebook. So congratulations, Debbie. You won yourself a sewing mat. To redeem your prize, you have 30 days. So you got to go to SMP. I'll get it here in a second. SMPlive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page, and until you see claim my prize, fill out all the information complete. And then most importantly, in the notes section in there, write what size of mat you want and what color. And as soon as we get that information, we'll get it shipped right out to you. All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel again. We'll get us another winner for some sew mats. Sharon Bingham.
Good job, Sharon. Way to go.
So congratulations, Sharon. She's watching today from YouTube. And so Sharon, same thing, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page. So you say, claim my prize, fill out all the information completely, and most importantly, in the notes section, write what size of sew mat you want, what color, hit submit, and then we'll handle it from there.
And also remind them, it's the blueberry and the leopard are you don't have, those are the only two you don't have in all the sizes.
Yeah, so the blueberry, we only have extra large. The leopard print, we only have medium and large in that. All the rest we have 4 sizes in, and there's 14 colors total. And if y'all want to see the dimensions of each size, all you have to do is go to smplive.tv. In the product section, you can click on the mats. It'll take you to that product page. You can read all about it. Or if you're on our Sew Machines Plus website, just put sew mats in the search bar at the top and hit enter. It'll take you to the product page as well, and you can look at each size individually, and it'll show you the dimensions of each size. So we have them all the way from small machine inserters all the way up to the extra large, which fits the big top-of-the-line machines in every brand.
And the reason I keep bringing that up, Blaine, is because I really am in love with the leopard. So that'd be the one I would go for. And so that's why I'm mentioning it.
Yeah, it's everybody, it has their own styles they like.
Right.
My favorite one is the, we call it the flag.
Oh yeah, I love the flag.
It's red, white, and blue. It's just very patriotic. I've always liked that one real well. But all of them, we have the brother that matches the brother blue exactly. I got the paint codes from the brother Baby Lock and Janome, and so the blue matches brother, the gold matches the Baby Lock, and the red matches Janome, which also matches Bernina. And then we've got some specialty ones as well, and just really good looking mats that mats a lot of the machines out there. So everybody just loves these, and I know a lot of the educators are buying them now for their machines at home. And I know you've got them. All right, so next up, we are going to give away a $100 gift card, Jane.
Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. I love it when you give away $100 in the gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. Okay, Kennedy, you ready?
I'm so ready.
All right. The anxiety is building. Here we go. Spin the wheel. Thank you, Brenda. I stole Brenda's line. Bridget. Boetcher? Blaine?
Bridget Boetcher. So Bridget's watching from Facebook today. Congratulations, Bridget.
I hope Bridget flipped over to YouTube.
Love the, she's watching at Facebook. I love the
flag.
American flag.
So great.
Yeah, I love that in there. It's pretty cool. So Bridget, I don't know how she's watching from Facebook. She probably was earlier, but hopefully she's watching from YouTube now and getting so she can see that she won. But Bridget, we need you to go to smplive.tv and scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim a prize, fill out all that information, hit submit. And once we get that information, we will email you back a gift card code that you can use in the cart at checkout at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and it'll take $100 off your order.
Yeah, simple. Hopefully she flipped over to YouTube. You got 30 days to claim your prize, friends. So don't do it right now. Don't forget. Don't delay.
And what we got anything else?
We got one more little special thing.
Okay. Okay, we've got something from Grace that gave us. It is that True Sharp 2 electric rotary blade sharpener. So this is going to sharpen all your blades. I think it'll sharpen like 45 millimeter size. Guys, this is about a $90 product.
That's awesome.
And this is going to be awesome. So we're going to give one of these away. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
That wheel. By the way, I need that. I need it. Put my name in the hat because I have lots of rotary blades that are dull.
Ooh, Karen Butler.
Congratulations, Karen Butler.
So Karen is watching from YouTube today. So congratulations, Karen, on winning the rotary cutter or the sharpener. So if you want to claim your prize, you have 30 days to do so. Go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information complete, hit submit, and we'll get that right out to you as soon as we receive your information. All right, Jane, end of day 2.
Oh my goodness, Blaine. I can't believe it. Where does the day go? It's like,
I know. So
it's
we
like
have
the longest, shortest day ever.
Almost, we're not quite at 16 hours yet, but we're getting close of 16 hours of streaming, or Kyle just said we have hit 16 hours of streaming. So 16 hours of streaming, we got a bunch more to go. And what a great day, great educators. And tomorrow, guys, it's going to be just the same night, Jane. We've got some of the same great education.
Yeah.
2-hour sessions. We're going to have a lot of demonstrations and smoking great prices and a lot of giveaways. But we got one more giveaway to do, and that is picking our Dream Studio finalists.
I almost forgot about picking the Dream Studio finalists, Blaine. This is amazing. We can't skip this.
Oh, I wasn't going to skip it. I just wanted to make everybody panic for a second.
I skipped right over it. I was ready to say goodbye. I was ready to promote tomorrow.
Day 1, it was Lisa, and that's the only name we had. Lisa from, I think she was watching from YouTube, was yesterday. So today we're going to draw one. So right now, Kennedy,
who's it going to be?
Spin that wheel for our second finalist for the $25,000 Dream Studio.
Oh my goodness, fingers crossed for everybody right now. I'm so excited. Kennedy.
Let's do it.
Spin that wheel.
Oh my God. They need some more caffeine.
Sun Country Girl Designs.
Sun Country Girl Designs. Congratulations. Oh my goodness. So she's a finalist of the 5.
So here's the thing, Sun Country Girl, you are guaranteed a prize package, and you're going to be in the drawing 1 of 5 for the $25,000 Dream Studio, which we'll draw out on Friday. How awesome is that, Jane?
I mean, I'm so excited for Sun Country Girl Designs. Like, I think she's probably jumping up and down right now, going crazy, because you're already getting a prize pack, and now you're entered to win. You've got 1 in 5 chance to win the $25,000 Dream Studio, which everyone is going to be dreaming about tonight. It's just really great.
Yeah, it's awesome. And in the runner-up prizes are pretty good as well. So no slouching there at all.
You're like, if I don't say so myself, I put together a great prize pack.
Yeah, it's good. So we're
I love
super excited. And so, guys, we hope that y'all will join us tomorrow. What a great day today. We're going to start again tomorrow, the stream. I'll start about 7:35 Pacific time, 9:35 Central. I'll come on air just about 45 minutes after 7 Pacific time and 9 Central. And then our first demonstration will start at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central. And we'll have another full day of demonstrations, education, and inspiration, as Jane Klaus always says.
I love the inspiration. By the way, I'm doing a class. No, I'm not doing it, but I'm hosting the class tomorrow. Adding pockets to pants without pockets. How about that for a tease?
And you know, that is a great one too, because she is a very popular YouTuber, and she goes by Cool Irpa on YouTube. Y'all can go check her out. She's got over 2 million followers.
Wow.
Very popular. We got her. We're so happy to get her here. And she's going to do a lot of different types of sewing. But tomorrow she's going to do that education. So it's going to be fantastic.
So cool.
We're looking forward to it.
I love it. I'll fly in from the radio and meet you here at 10 a.m. my time.
It sounds great. All right, guys. Thank y'all so much for joining in.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Blaine.
First thing in the morning. Y'all have a great night.